السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي والحضور، يؤمن الشيخ محمد بن راشد بأن العرب يمكنهم استئناف حضارتهم، ولذلك وجد منتدى الإدارة الحكومية العربية في القمة العالمية للحكومات. وفي هذه المرة يريد المنتدى أن يحدث حراك عربي في ثورة قادمة بدأنا نعيش لحظاتها الأولى، وهي ثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي. نحن هنا اليوم لأن الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة يمكنها أن تسهل حياتنا وتجعل إنتاجنا أفضل وتجعل دخلنا أفضل، ويمكنها أن تصعب حياتنا وتجعلنا أسرى لمعلومات وبيانات مغلوطة وضحايا لها، ولكن نحن من نختار الطريق. نحن هنا اليوم لنرى واقع التجارب العربية في هذا المجال، نتشارك خبراتنا ونحفز الجميع على الاستفادة من هذا الكنز. لذلك سنبدأ الجلسة الأولى في هذا المنتدى مع معالي أحمد أبو الغيط الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية، وستحاوره مينا العريبي من ذا ناشونال بعنوان الحكومات العربية والذكاء الاصطناعي، فليتفضل مشكورين.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير. يشرفني القيام بهذه الجلسة. أفضل. يشرفني محاورة معالي الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية. نتحدث عن الذكاء الصناعي، وطبعاً هناك الصوت واضح؟ هناك عوامل مهمة سياسية، اقتصادية، اجتماعية يجب أن ننظر إليها عندما نتحدث عن الذكاء الصناعي، ولكن الجلسة فقط 15 دقيقة، فراح نركز 10 دقائق.
أنا بتكلم الجلسة قد إيه؟ 14 دقيقة. هايل.
فإحنا الحديث
أنت عاوزة أينشتاين بقى عشان يقدر يتكلم في 14 دقيقة.
فالفكرة التركيز هنا هو الحكومات العربية والذكاء الصناعي، فنتكلم عن أداء الحكومات العربية. نواجه طبعاً أزمات سياسية، اقتصادية، تحولات، ولكن نفس الوقت التحول الرقمي متسارع والعالم يشهد هذا التحول الرقمي. أين الحكومات العربية من هذا التحول الرقمي، وخصوصاً فيما يخص الذكاء الصناعي؟
شوفي، يعني طبعاً لا أزعم أن أنا خبير في الذكاء الاصطناعي، بل على العكس، أنا مجرد متابع قارئ وبتخذ القرار للمساعدة. اللي أنا عاوز أقوله إنه العالم العربي فيه يعني قدرتين: قدرة نامية قادرة موجودة في عدد محدد من الدول، حطت الانفراستراكشر للرقمنة وللاقتصاد الرقمي وللذكاء الاصطناعي، وفي عالم عربي آخر ما زال يعني تحت عبء الضغط الاقتصادي والظروف اللي مرت بها المنطقة والفقر. طبعا المنطقة مرت بمأساة كبرى على مدى 10 15 20 30 سنة من لحظة غزو العراق للكويت، والمنطقة معرضة لتيارات هائلة، والتيارات دي عرقلت دول وأجهضت دول وضيعت دول، ولكن في دول أخرى قادرة ومتماسكة، هي دي اللي بنركز عليها النهاردة. ده عنصر أساسي. العنصر الآخر الأساسي إنه في تنظيم عربي. التنظيم العربي اللي هو ممثل في الجامعة العربية، ممثل في المجالس الوزارية المتخصصة اللي بتشتغل في هذه المجالات، مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي أو الرقمنة أو الاتصالات أو التكنولوجيا أو كل ما هو التدريب. وبعدين في بالإضافة للمجالس الوزارية في المنظمات المتخصصة في المنطقة العربية، وهي تابعة أيضاً وتحت مظلة الجامعة العربية، لها رئاستها ولكن موجودة دي في مجالس، في اجتماعات، وده كله بيجمعه ما يسمى المجلس الأعلى للتنسيق. المجلس الأعلى للتنسيق برأسه أنا، ولكافة المنظمات، بمعنى بنجتمع مرتين في السنة. كنا مرة وتحولناها لمرتين. احنا مضى علينا، ولعل الحضور مش رصيدها، مضى علينا 3 سنوات كل اجتماعاتنا لا تركز إلا على الذكاء الاصطناعي، وبالتالي في جهد بيبذل، وفي انفراستراكشر بيتحط، وفي تقدم هائل في بعض مناطق العالم العربي. يعني على سبيل المثال البسيط جدا، كوفيد، لما حصلت كوفيد المدارس قفلت. لو المدارس لما تقفل والأولاد ما يروحوش المدارس، لولا وزير زي ده، أهلا وسهلا، صباح الخير سيادة الوزير، وزير مصري، وفر الأرضية المناسبة إن كل طفل مصري أو ولد مصري يستطيع من بيته، من أوضة نومه، يشتغل على الأستاذ بتاعه. أنا ليا أحفاد قاعدين في البيت بيتصلوا بالمجتمع من جوه الانفراستراكشر اللي اتحط. ففي بقى في هذا المجال نشاط كبير جدا، لكن في مناطق عطلة لم تصل، وهي دي المناطق اللي احنا بنحاول نديها إمكانياتها وقدراتها. ولكن اللي أنا عاوز أقوله، وهو لا يعني ان انا برفض الذكاء الاصطناعي، انا ما برفضوش، لكن هي نقطة تحسب. يعني ايه تحسب؟ يعني النهارده الذكاء الاصطناعي تجاوز الرقمنة وبيساعد على خلق بلاتفورمز جديدة قد تتجاوز البشر في ذكائهم وقد تسبقهم. وهي الصورة اللي انتوا فرجتوها لنا دي، الفتاة الجميلة دي اللي هي نقول روبوتس، هذه الروبوتس بتقول ان انا بنمو في قدراتي وبنميها. فنقف فين ونحط الريجوليشنز ازاي، نحط الأطر والقواعد الحاكمة للأداء إزاي؟ لأنه بعض المجتمعات قد تتعرض لهزات هائلة، هزات بمعنى أنه الجريمة المنظمة تستغل هذا الذكاء الصناعي في نقل ملكيات البشر، في نقل أموال البشر، في تصرفات لا تستقيم مع واقع التقدم. تقدم مطلوب، وأي تقدم بيؤخذ بقدر من التحسب. فبس هي نقطة نظام هنا أو طلقة تحذيرية، إنه نحن مثل العالم الغربي، مثل الصين، يجب إن احنا بقدر ما نحدث التقدم بقدر ما نضع القواعد الحاكمة. في بعض الدول العربية تنبهت إلى أهمية الذكاء الصناعي بدرجة أنشأت كليات أو أفرع داخل جامعاتها للدراسات. الجامعة العربية يتبعها أو تحت مظلتها حاجة اسمها الأكاديمية البحرية للتكنولوجيا والنقل. عندهم كلية، هذه الكلية خرجت أول دفعة من 9 شباب متخصصين في الذكاء الصناعي، واتخطفوا من الشركات. الذكاء الاصطناعي بقدر ما له مزاياه، لكن بعض البشر بيقلقوا منه، لأنه بيقول لك مش بس يهدد البشرية، ولكن يأخذ فرص العمل من أيدي أولادنا. ولكن أنا شخصيا حضرت في هذا المدينة على الأقل 3 أو 4، لا يمكن في أبو ظبي 3 أو 4 مؤتمرات للرقمنة والاقتصاد الرقمي. فده ردي الموجز عليك.
ممكن أسأل حضرتك، تطرقت إلى موضوع هناك دول متطورة متقدمة قادرة ودول أخرى لظروف متعددة لا تواكب هذا العصر. كيف دور جامعة الدول العربية تمد الجسور بين الدول القادرة مثل هذه المنصات؟
ما هو المجالس الوزارية والمجلس الأعلى للتنسيق والمنظمات العربية شغلتها إن هي تمد يد العون، تنقل التجربة من هنا لهنا، تبحث عن الموارد، توفر الموارد. وفي دول فقيرة مؤكد، والواحد ما يحبش إنه هو يذكرها، لكن يفاجأ إنه عندها انفراستراكشر، عندها أرضية أو بنت أرضية أو ساعدها المجتمع الدولي إن هي تبني أرضية لتلقي النت. شيء جوهري، النت شيء جوهري، وبالتالي في غياب النت وبعدين الواحد فينا أصبح غير قادر إطلاقاً إنه يفترق عن ده أو عن الباد بتاعه، بدرجة لما بخش أي فندق، أي لوكاندا، أي بيت، أي مكان، باجي قايل فين الواي فاي؟ قولوا لي الواي فاي عشان أشتغل عليه. وبالتالي هو ده المفتاح. فنشر النت وتعزيزها وتأمينها ورفع كفاءتها والتطور من جيل لجيل لجيل هو ده اللي بيفتح الطريق للدول. لكن الالتزام علينا كجامعة عربية ان احنا نساعد الجميع.
الذكاء الصناعي يعتمد بدرجة كبيرة على البيانات، وكل اللي نراه يخلق اليوم من الذكاء الصناعي هو مبني على بيانات غالبها خارج العالم العربي، ولذلك هناك مخاوف من أنه بعض الأفكار أو ما يعتقد هو هذا الطبيعي هو يأتي من بيانات خارج العالم العربي. وعندنا هذه مشكلة من أولاً رصد البيانات، وأيضاً وضع مقاييس بين كل الدول العربية كي تكون البيانات متشابهة متطابقة، يمكن المقارنة، التعاون وغير ذلك. وهناك موضوع الشفافية. فلأي درجة ممكن العمل على زيادة الوصول إلى البيانات الدقيقة وأيضاً تبادل هذه البيانات بين الدول العربية حتى تكون هي أرضية للذكاء الصناعي؟
يعني هي نقطة محورية جوهرية، البيانات والشفافية والانفتاح. البيانات قد نستطيع أن احنا نضع يدنا عليها، كيف نستخدمها والأداء هو ده اللي يجب أن احنا نتطور فيه كعرب. طبعا بعض أوضاعنا تحتاج أن احنا نحركها. ليه؟ لأنه بس اللي أنا عاوز أقوله نصبر على نفسينا وإحنا بنتطور. ليه؟ لأنه اللي حصل فينا في 15 سنة الأخيرة أو في 30 سنة الأخيرة شيء مخيف، شيء مخيف. فقد الملايين من العرب حياتهم نتيجة إما للحروب الأهلية اللي حصلت أو التدخلات الأجنبية اللي حصلت. ننساش إن في اللحظة اللي احنا بنتكلم فيها دي، في اللحظة دي في قوات من الولايات المتحدة وقوات من روسيا وقوات من إيران وقوات من تركيا وقوات من حلف الأطلسي موجودة على أراضٍ عربية عديدة، مش دولة ولا اتنين. وبالتالي الشفافية والحساسية والتأمين والخشية يعني الإنسان بيتفهمها، لكن بيقول نتخلص منها. البيانات طبعا في الجامعة العربية طول الوقت في اجتماعات حول النقطة دي تحديدا، نقطة البيانات وتوفير البيانات وتأمين التواصل فيما بيننا لكي يكون هناك قدرة على تجميع البيانات. وبعدين الحكومات نفسها بتدرب خبرائها وموظفيها والعاملين فيها، وعندنا المنظمة للتدريب
نعم.
ولإعداد الكوادر أنها تتفاعل مع هذا. بصفة عامة الصورة العربية، احنا بنقترب من نهاية الحديث، الصورة العربية ليست بهذا السوء، ولكن لو اجتهدنا أكتر هنحقق نجاح أكتر. النهاردة على سبيل المثال، النهاردة المدارس في دبي وأبو ظبي مغلقة، فقال لك كان التعليم شغال لأن الإنترنت شغالة، وبالتالي قدرة كل طفل وتلميذ إن هو يتواصل مع المدرس بتاعه ده شيء أساسي.
صحيح.
وإن شاء الله الخير للعرب.
حضرتك طبعا تطرقت إلى الأزمات والأحداث اللي حدثت في العالم العربي، وأكيد لو كان الوقت يسمح نتطرق طبعا ما يدور في فلسطين وغير ذلك، ولكن التطور العالمي يحدث ونحن أيضا نعالج هذه الأزمات ونحاول أن نواكبها. كلمة أخيرة، نصيحتكم للوزراء العرب، المسؤولين العرب اللي معانا في هذه الجلسة، لو نصيحة واحدة إنه كيف ممكن يواكبوا هذا التقدم السريع على الرغم من المتطلبات اليومية وطبعا بعض الأزمات.
يعني شوفي، أنا مش فني وبالتالي مش هقدر أتكلم زي سيادة الوزير في مثل هذه المسائل، ولكن أنا أقول حاجتين واضحين بالنسبة لي على الأقل، هو التعليم والإرادة، ولكن الحرص. في قصة موجزة جدا، في انتخابات في الباكستان حصلت. هذه الانتخابات الطرفين بيتنازعوا وبيقول كل واحد أنا اللي كسبت. عمران خان طلع باسمه أو على لسانه بيان كامل هو بيقراه، فقلت الراجل ده في السجن جابها منين؟ ازاي عمل البيان ده؟ طلع ذكاء اصطناعي، وبالتالي الحذر، لأنه الذكاء الاصطناعي ده ممكن ياخد أي إنسان ويتملك شخصيته ويلبسه مش بس بقى بيان، يلبسه تهم بالقتل. فالحرص،
والحرص هو التعلم مثل ما حضرتك تفضلت به، التعلم حتى نعرف نواكب هذه التقنية. نختم الجلسة.
ما كسرتش والله كانوا محاسبوني عليها أصلهم.
نختم الجلسة بثلاث كلمات: التعلم، الإرادة، والحذر. شكرا جزيلا معالي.
شكرا.
معاليك أدعو معاليك للبقاء على المنصة لالتقاط صورة تذكارية. التقاط صورة تذكارية على المنصة.
معاليكم تفضلوا.
صورة
مع الوزراء. ندعو معالي الوزراء، وزراء التنمية الإدارية العرب، إلى منصة الفعالية لأخذ صورة تذكارية مع معالي الأمين العام. معالي الوزراء تفضلوا على الستيج. الدكتورة نجلاء. معالي الوزراء لو تسمحون لنا بهذه هاي الجهة يعني فارغة، تفضلوا بس. الدكتور حسن. انت تفضل. كل المصورين لو تسمحون لنا فقط تروحون لخلف القاعة، لو نجلس شوية، لو سمحتوا في خلف القاعة. تعال حسن، سير. لو سمحتوا بس نقعد عشان الصورة تؤخذ من خلف القاعة. الأخوة الحضور لو نجلس شوي، ندعو المصورين للتقدم، ندعو الأخوة المصورين للتقدم. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا. شكرا أصحاب المعالي.
Thank you, sir. شكرا لأصحاب المعالي. سادة الحضور، الشركات العالمية بدأت تستثمر وتجني ثمار الذكاء الاصطناعي. مايكروسوفت في اجتماعها الربع سنوي مع المستثمرين في عام 2021 ذكرت كلمة الذكاء الاصطناعي 8 مرات فقط، بينما في اجتماعها قبل أيام ذكرته 82 مرة. نحن نتحدث عن بزنس حقيقي، نتحدث عن فرص بدت، عن شركات بدأت توظف موظفين في الذكاء الاصطناعي وتدرب وتطبق وتجني ثمار استثمارها في الذكاء الاصطناعي. الآن سأترك زميلتنا ذكاء من الذكاء الاصطناعي أن تستعرض نبذة عن تقرير حالة الإدارة الحكومية العربية عن الذكاء الاصطناعي وتكنولوجيا البيانات.
تقرير حالة الإدارة الحكومية العربية في نسخته الثالثة بعنوان الذكاء الاصطناعي وتكنولوجيا البيانات. يقدم التقرير نظرة على الفرص التي يوفرها الذكاء الاصطناعي في تطوير عمل الحكومات العربية. اسمحوا لي أن أعرض عليكم بعضاً من أهم نتائج التقرير. 36% من الموظفين الحكوميين يرون تحديات أمنية بسبب الذكاء الاصطناعي. 40% من الموظفين يعتقدون أن الذكاء الاصطناعي مهم في الاستراتيجيات الوطنية. و43% يرون أنها ستقدم تحسيناً في أداء الحكومة. 27% من الموظفين جاهزون لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي لمعالجة البيانات وصنع السياسات. و88% من المسؤولين يعتبرون التكنولوجيا أحد أولويات الحكومة. والآن أدعو الدكتور يسار جرار عضو مجلس أمناء كلية محمد بن راشد للإدارة الحكومية قائد فريق تحرير التقرير ليعطينا نبذة عن أهم التوصيات الاستراتيجية المتعلقة بالتقرير.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا، وأشكر زميلتنا الافتراضية ذكاء على هذا التقديم. أنا اليوم حأستغل الوقت 10 دقائق نتكلم عن تقرير حال الحكومات العربية والتركيز على الذكاء الاصطناعي. لكن قبل ما نبدأ حابب أعطي لمحة سريعة عن التقرير. هذه إحنا السنة الثالثة بنقوم بعمل هذا التقرير اللي هو مسح للحكومات العربية. بيشارك فيه أكثر من 1800 موظف حكومي من الصفوف الثانية والثالثة حتى نستشف آرائهم على أرض الواقع، لنستشف حال الحكومات العربية بالتنفيذ وليس بالتخطيط. وهدف التقرير دائما البحث عن حلول لتحديات الفترة المرحلية. مرينا بالسنوات السابقة كنا نتكلم عن التحسين، الحكومات الإلكترونية، استخدام التقنيات الحديثة، ودائما نخرج بتوصيات بتفاوت مراحل التنمية في الدول العربية المختلفة، بعضها مناسب لدول في مراحل مختلفة من التنمية والتطور. في هذه السنة ركزنا على الذكاء الاصطناعي، لكن التركيز على الذكاء الاصطناعي ليس مرحلة ثالثة من التقرير. ما نراه اليوم بعالمنا يمكن منذ لقائنا الأخير قبل سنوات، الذكاء الاصطناعي وكل ما يتبعه من تغييرات في المجتمع اليوم هو أكثر من تغيير، ليس هو إضافة للحكومة الإلكترونية، ليس طبقة جديدة من حكومة الجوال وآليات تقديم الخدمة. هذه جائحة عم بتغير كل شيء. زميلنا مصطفى سليمان اللي هو أسس ديب مايند وكانت في جوجل اشترتها، كتب كتاب ذا كامينج ويف اللي هي الموجة القادمة. هذه موجة ستغير كل شيء في مجتمعاتنا. نحن في اليوم الأول لنقتبس من جيف بيزوس، في الثانية الأولى، في الساعة الأولى، في اليوم الأول من هاي الجائحة. فنحن لسه لا ندرك تبعياتها، ومطلوب جدا مثل ما تفضل معالي الأمين العام الحذر. نحن لا نوصي بالوقوع في فخ الانبهار بالذكاء الاصطناعي، لكن أيضا العالم بيتقدم بسرعة الآن بتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. شركات اللي دخلت بالذكاء الاصطناعي بدأت تنمو. سمعتم امبارح CEO انفيديا أصبحت أكبر من أمازون، أصبحت أكبر من ألفابت بقيمتها السوقية، وهي بتسوي رقائق اللي بتغذي الذكاء الاصطناعي. فمعناها نحن على أعتاب مرحلة ستظهر فيها شركات جديدة لم نسمع فيها، ستظهر فيها ثروات جديدة من مصادر مختلفة، ستظهر فيها دول جديدة لم تكن موجودة في السابق بالتنافسية، وستختفي دول اللي كانت تعتمد على التطبيقات السابقة. يعني مرحلة ليست أقل أهمية ولا أقل مفصلية من ما حصل بإعادة بناء الاقتصاد العالمي بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية. في هذه المرحلة هناك أسئلة كبيرة للحكومات. بخلال 2030 سيتم إضافة 15 تريليون دولار لاقتصاد العالم بسبب تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي بشكل أو بآخر، وستستغلها بعض الدول، وفي دول أخرى حتكون تخسر فيها. سيتم خلق حوالي 97 مليون وظيفة، كلها تقديرات طبعا هذه، لكن التوجه واضح، سيتم خلق وظائف جديدة وستختفي أكثر من 85 مليون وظيفة. نحن نسمع دائما مثل ما تفضل معي الأمين العام وسمعتوا عن الوظائف التي ستختفي، الوظائف المانية واليدوية، الوظائف اللي بحاجة لعمل، حتى الوظائف اللي فيها تصميم، شفتوا وظائف التقديم، ستختفي الكثير من الوظائف، لكن مقابلها سيخلق مجموعة كبيرة من الوظائف، لكن هي ليست نفس الوظائف وليست لنفس الموظفين. فالتركيز على التعليم بكل مجتمعاتنا مهم جدا الآن للدخول بالوظائف الجديدة. فهناك تحديات الآن، الحكومات تجد نفسها في تحدي، تسأل نفسها كيف سننافس في هذا العالم؟ كيف سننوع اقتصادنا؟ نحن لا نزال عندنا خطط نحن نعتبرها الآن من ما قبل عصر كوفيد. قبل كوفيد ودخول الذكاء الصناعي كان عصر مختلف تماما. الآن دخلنا بعصر جديد، كيف سننافس؟ كيف سننوع اقتصادنا؟ ما هي القطاعات الجديدة التي سنبنيها؟ إذا كل المصانع سيتم أتمتتها، والآن نتكلم على التصنيع الذكي. اليوم شفنا مخازن في المنطقة العربية وفي دول الخليج وليست في أوروبا، ونتكلم على كوريا ليست فيها أي موظفين، مخازن كاملة تديرها اللوجيستكس بالروبوتات. شفنا مطاعم بدأت تطلع في أمريكا ليس فيها موظفين. فمعناها خلق الوظائف للحكومات في المستقبل ليس عبارة عن في السابق لما كنا نعمل اندستريال بوليسي وخطط صناعية. فتفكر الحكومات كيف سنطبق الذكاء الصناعي ونتعامل معه، كيف سنطبقه في الحكومة. نحن على يقين بأن حجم الحكومة سيكون أصغر في المستقبل، نحن والموظفين الحكوميين اللي تم مسحهم على يقين أنه سيقل عدد الوظائف الحكومية. يمكن تزيد تعقيد الوظائف الحالية لكن سيقل العدد، لأنه سيتم أتمتة الكثير. كلكم زرتونا زوار دبي والسكان دبي، وشفتوا في المطار الوظائف اللي اختفت لأنكم تتعاملوا مع البوابة الإلكترونية. هذه كانت عشرات الوظائف في السابق لختم الجوازات مثلا، مثال بسيط جدا في الحكومات، وهلم جرة سيكون فيها. كيف سنطبقه في التعليم، في الصحة؟ ما هي أخلاقيات استخدام الذكاء الصناعي؟ أسئلة كبيرة كبيرة جدا على الحكومات. والفجوة التي نراها الآن وظهرت عندنا في التقرير أن الفجوة أصبح عندنا 3 فجوات لابد الحكومات تعالجها. هناك فجوة ما بين المجتمع والقطاع الخاص. شفنا شركات اليوم اللي بتستخدم تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي بدأت تستخدمها في كافة التطبيقات. ابتدأنا نتكلم الآن على طلاب بيعملوا الهوم ورك، الواجبات المنزلية بالذكاء الصناعي. كيف نقننه؟ كيف نتعامل معه؟ إذا أنا وزير تعليم كيف أتعامل؟ أمنعه ولا أشجعه؟ أدرب الطلاب يستخدموه ولا أمنع استخدامه؟ بالطب شفنا استخداماته، هل إحنا عايزين طبيب يكون الذكاء الاصطناعي مساعد لهذا الطبيب ولا نمنعه؟ لأنه إذا صار في بكرة مشاكل طبية ولا أخطاء بالتشخيص لمين نلوم، الطبيب ولا الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ أسئلة كبيرة على الحكومات. وأهم هذه الأسئلة وأهم من هاي الفجوة ما بين القطاع الخاص واستخداماتها. لكن المجتمع بدأ يستخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي. الطلاب، الأولاد، 60% من العالم العربي تحت سن ال30، تفضل معالي الأمين العام، كل واحد في جيبته سوبر كمبيوتر. عندنا الآن سوبر كمبيوتر، نحمل تليفونات قدرتها الحاسوب التحليلية أكبر بملايين من السابق في حتى الكمبيوترات الكبيرة. إذا كل مواطن حامل سوبر كمبيوتر ولديه أكسس على الذكاء الاصطناعي وقدرة على استخدامه، كيف نتعامل معه كحكومات من عدة نواحي؟ كيف نحميهم؟ كيف نساعدهم يكبروا في هذا المجال؟ كيف نساعدهم يتعلموا ويكسبوا المهارات؟ لما سألنا الموظفين، وحتقرأوا التقرير إن شاء الله بنهاية العرض، ممكن نضع الQR كود أو نرسل لكم إياه، غالبية الموظفين ما عندهم شك، فوق 80% ما عندهم شك أنه المستقبل الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات في الحكومة، ولا بد الحكومات تصرف. لكن أقل من 30% يعتقدوا بجاهزية حكومتهم من ناحية الأنظمة والقوانين. الحكومة هي المحرك، لأن الفجوة الكبيرة اللي أصبحت الآن، نحن نعمل في مشاكل وتحديات وقطاع خاص القرن 21 بأنظمة إدارية وقدرات بنيت في القرن 20، وأنظمة حكومية وقوانين يمكن بنيت في القرن 19. وهذه الفجوة، الدول التي رح تسكر هذه الفجوة بشكل سريع هي الدول اللي حتسبق. من الفرص أمامنا في الدول العربية أنه ليس هناك رائد في هذا المجال. مثل ما طلعت بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية بعض الدول أخذت دورات صناعية قوية. اليوم ممكن دول كاملة، لأنه عندنا البنية التحتية موجودة، الانفراستراكشر موجود، كل الناس متصلة، من أكثر دول العالم استخداما للموبايلات نسبة لعدد السكان بدولنا العربية. فالبنية التحتية موجودة، السؤال كيف نتعامل معها. فبعض المقترحات اللي قدمناها بهذا التقرير بعد ما شفنا مرئيات الموظفين في القطاع الحكومي. أولا الموظفين في القطاع الحكومي أكثر تحديات اللي بواجهوها موضوع البيانات، الولوج للبيانات، استخدام البيانات. بيواجهوا أيضا تحدي المهارات، قدرتهم على بناء مهاراتهم. من أكثر النقاط اللي ذكروها أن الحكومة في المستقبل ستواجه صعوبة كبيرة في تعيين، توظيف والمحافظة على المهارات المطلوبة لإدارة الذكاء الصناعي، لأنه هاي في كل العالم المهارات محدودة. الأجهزة التعليمية لسه مش جاهزة تخرج المهارات بالأعداد المطلوبة، وكلها ستذهب للقطاع الخاص. فبداية الحكومة ستواجه تحديات في القوانين والتشريعات اللي تسمح بالتطبيقات. يجب توازن ما بين السرعة في استخدام هذا القطاع الجديد وتطويعه لكل مصلحة المجتمع، والمحافظة على المجتمع من أضراره. فهناك مخاطر كثيرة، منها الأمن السبراني اللي هي الاختراقات، منها المعلومات الزائفة. ولكن الحكومة أيضا اللي ما بتطبقها الآن وما بتستغلها وبتبني الشركات وتبني هذا القطاع ستجد نفسها تتأخر بسرعة لتصبح مثل حقل الصناعة. في عندنا صناعات متقدمة الآن، والصناعات القديمة اللي هي صناعات الألبسة راحت لدول فقيرة وصارت هاي الدول الفقيرة تصنعها. فهاي الجاب نفسها الآن بنشوفها في عالم التكنولوجيا. التحدي الأكبر أمامنا، وحأتكلم بآخر دقيقة الآن عن النصائح. عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي الجديد الذي نعيشه، وهو عالم جديد، هذه ليست طبقة للحكومات، هذا عالم مجتمع سدخلنا فيه وبدأ، لا نعرف نهايته، لا نشجع على الانبهار فيه، لكن لازم نتعامل معه. أساسه السرعة، المرونة، والمهارات العالية. 3 كلمات غير مرادفة للعمل الحكومي: السرعة، المرونة، والمهارات العالية. الحكومات نحن بنيناها لتكون بطيئة، بنيناها لتكون حذرة، بنيناها في البيروقراطية حتى تحافظ على المال العام. ليس هذا شيء سيء، كانت مطلوبة هذه الحكومات في الفترات الصناعية، في الفترات اللي كان فيها التنمية، اللي كان معنا مجال نضع خطط ل5 سنوات 10 سنوات. المطلوب اليوم أو ما ينصح، كل حكومة لابد يكون لها اليوم قانون بيانات. شريان الذكاء الاصطناعي هو البيانات. إذا الحكومة ليست لديها قانون لإدارة البيانات، ويجب معاملة البيانات كأصول حكومية، هي أهم من المباني الحكومية، أهم من المال العام في هذا العالم. أكبر شركات العالم الآن ليست شركات فيها موارد ولا نفط، هي شركات بيانات. فالبيانات يجب معاملتها كأصول حكومية ويكون لها قانون. ننصح الحكومات بالتقرير بإنشاء وحدات مركزية لإدارة خطط الذكاء الاصطناعي. هذه لا يمكن أن تكون موجودة في وزارة صفية مثل الوزارات الأخرى. هاي بحاجة لرأس الهرم لإدارتها بكل القطاعات، هذه ليس قطاع واحد. لابد يكون في مجالس وطنية نشرك فيها القطاع الخاص. القطاع الخاص اليوم في فجوة كبيرة وسابق الحكومة بمراحل. كيف نتعاون مع القطاع الخاص؟ حتسمعوا اليوم في جلسة القطاع الخاص 80% من البيانات في العالم يملكها القطاع الخاص اليوم، ليست الحكومات. وهناك أيضا مقترح أخير مهم جدا نذكره: التعاون العربي. نقترح أن يكون في مرصد بين الدول العربية لتبادل الخبرات. السرعة المطلوبة في التعلم اليوم لن تكون قادر عليها حكومة واحدة، لابد كل الحكومات تطوع كل قدراتها ونتبادل الخبرات حتى كل المنطقة يكون عندها القدرة على التنافس. وطبعا أخيرا وليس آخرا، الاهتمام بالأمن السبراني. في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي هناك عالم جديد من المخاطر، مثل ما بنينا الجيوش والشرطة اللي يعتنوا بأمننا في حياتنا الطبيعية، في الحياة اللي شفتوها اللي تعيش فيها ذكاء وأولادنا كلهم عايشين فيها اليوم. الأمن السبراني سيكون أساسا، فلا بد من بناء منظومات دفاعية قوية جدا، واللي أيضا بتحتاج مهارات. وجزء كبير من 97 مليون وظيفة التي ستبنى في المستقبل ستكون بالأمن السبراني. فإن شاء الله أكون اختصرت بشكل سريع جدا في عالم السرعة هذا التقرير، وإن شاء الله تستمتعوا بقراءته. وأشكركم لحسن استماعكم.
السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، أهلا بكم في اليوم الثاني للقمة العالمية للحكومات 2024.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the World Government Summit 2024. Distinguished guests, our next session is a conversation with Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, and His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, UAE Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Applications.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure being with all of you here today. Sam, good morning.
Morning.
I'd like to start off, Sam, by proposing an idea that I had last night while being asleep. I'm looking to raise $7 trillion. If you're interested in joining.
If you figure out how to do that, please let me know. I'd be very curious.
Yeah, sometimes you read the news and you really feel how audacious people can be. But I think if we're just going to come into the here and now and the topics that really matter for humanity, let's talk about large language models and AI systems and ChatGPT more specifically. I want to start off, Sam, by asking you, what drives you to create these systems? Why did you embark on this journey? And why are you doing what you're doing?
Look, we have a long way to go and a lot to prove. But I think if we can fulfill our mission, if we can even get close to it, the benefits to humanity of making intelligence broadly available, inexpensive, and sort of as a tool to let humanity build the future, I think is quite remarkable. I think abundant intelligence and closely related to that, abundant energy, can unlock a future that is sort of difficult for me to even imagine how good it could be. And I think right now we don't realize how limited we are by the limits on intelligence and how expensive it is and how difficult it is. But if you imagine a world where everyone gets a great personal tutor, great personalized medical advice, we can use these tools to discover all sorts of new science, cure diseases, help the environment, discover new physics, who knows what else. I think that's pretty remarkable. And also, just speaking personally, I think this is like the most exciting frontier I can imagine being on.
And how close are we to the vision? If you're going to talk about the drug discovery, curing cancer, using not ChatGPT, but large language models to try to solve some of the biggest physics questions, chemistry questions, biology questions of our lives. How far off are we?
So the honest answer, of course, is we really don't know. This is new science. We're discovering new things all of the time. The rate of discovery is incredible. The rate of change is incredible, but it's sort of hard to know exactly how far we have to go. What I will say, though, is we hear all the time from scientists who say that our tools make them much more productive. And they don't have an easy way to quantify that, but they say it's substantial. We also don't know how much that difference, if you could make every scientist on Earth twice as productive, what that would mean for the rate of scientific discovery, because this is all so new. This is like, a little bit more than a year old, but we'll find out.
So I'd like to just touch upon the UAE's experience here, because we did talk about this when we were together in person a few weeks ago. We've seen that the deployment of large language models and ChatGPT in specific actually did not increase cheating rates in universities. It was actually a great enabler for students, for professors. We've seen as well that when the government embraces these systems and talks about them positively, the public utilizes them in the right way. So we launched a guide to help people understand how to use these tools effectively and how to be more productive with them, as well as probably put some guidelines against what they shouldn't be used for. What is the best government application that you've seen? What's something that you think is a model for other governments to follow in this domain?
So, first of all, you touched on something that you sort of glossed over, but I want to spend a second on it because I think it's informative to what's happening, which was about education and cheating in schools. And when ChatGPT first came out, the whole world had a moment of adjustment. But the first thing that happened is, at least in the United States, in my experience, school districts were falling all over themselves to ban ChatGPT the fastest and declare it this existential threat to education. And other people got concerned later, but it really started with education. Education was also the place it reversed the quickest. Teachers and school districts embraced it and said, you know, hey, this is part of the future. This is something that we all want. This is going to help our students learn better. And I really believe this will be the most, this already is, and certainly will be, one of the most transformative technologies for education we've had in recent times. And I think that leads into your question well about governments, because there are all of these things that people were afraid of or maybe are still afraid of about large language models and AI. But governments who embrace it and say, let's find ways to help this deliver services for our citizens better. Let's think about ways we can reform how the government does its job, how people fill out forms or do whatever they need to do, how the government helps provide education, healthcare, as we discussed earlier. That seems to be working really well. And the governments that are saying, let's lean in, let's experiment with this, let's embrace it, let's, you know, make it available to our government, to our citizens, that I think is the best thing to do right now. And just say like, hey, we're all figuring this out together, we're all writing the rule book together, but let's lean in and try it.
There's a thought that says you have ChatGPT-3, which blew people away. You had 3.5, which was a huge improvement. You have GPT-4, that also took us to the next level. And now you're working on GPT-5. The proliferation of this technology is still limited. So we're still using it in a very specific domain, very specific use cases. We haven't really seen the proper applications that are world-changing. Why are we continuing to push across the bigger, the better, the larger models that we're seeing right now? What's the logic behind that? Can you explain that to us?
Well, I think for that exact reason. As you said, we have not yet seen as much world-changing application as we'd like. Maybe we've seen some. There are a lot of people who use these services and get value out of them, but not as much as we'd like. And I think the reason is the current technology that we have is like, I mean, it's like that very first cell phone with the black and white screen that can only display those like numbers, and you know, it just didn't do much. But there was enough in there. You're like, I can make a call. That's cool. And at the time, that seems great. And then it took us, I don't know how long from that, but many decades from that to the iPhones we have today. And the thing we have today is incredible. And it took a massive amount of scaling in all these different ways to get there. But we have now is like unimaginable at the time of those like first primitive cell phones. And I think that's why we have to push forward. We're at this barely useful cell phone. But people still like making phone calls, it turns out. And if you can make a better way for them to do it so they can go walk around the world while they do it, sure, that's great. But that's not what we want to deliver. We want to deliver the iPhone 16 or 15 or whatever the current one is.
And what's the timeline to reach the iPhone 16 from the current Motorola that we have?
You got to be a little patient. That's like it took the world a while to do that last time around. So give us some time. But I will say, I think in a few more years, it'll be much better than it is now. And in a decade, it should be pretty remarkable.
And if we're going to compare GPT-4 to GPT-5, because you're at the cusp of this, you're actually seeing it at the forefront, what is the difference? Like, if I'm excited about GPT-5, what should I be excited about?
I was sort of laughing a little bit because this is going to sound like an annoying answer, but I think it is the important part. It's going to be smarter. There are all of these other things, we can talk about. It'll be better at these kind of tasks. It'll be multimodal. It'll be faster. Who knows what. But the thing that I think really matters is it's going to be smarter. And this is a bigger deal than it sounds, right? Because what makes these models so magical is that they're general. And so if it's a little bit better, if it's a little bit smarter, that means it's a little bit better at everything. And the thing that I think is most exciting is it's not like this model is going to get a little better at this task and not really better at these, or, it's not that. It's because we're going to make the model smarter, it's going to be better at everything across the board.
Have you watched the movie Freaky Friday, where these two people switch places?
I've heard of it, but I haven't watched it.
So the thesis or the idea of the movie was two people switched places. They moved into different bodies, and they lived each other's lives. Let's assume today is Freaky Tuesday, and you become the Minister of Artificial Intelligence of the UAE. If you were going to take one regulatory decision for this country, knowing what you know, seeing what you see, what would you do?
Does that mean you have to take my job for a day?
I would love to do that, just for a day.
You have fun with that. It's not as easy as it looks.
No, I know it's very hard, but I'd love to experience it.
That'd be great. Anytime you want to switch, I will greatly look forward to that. What I would do,
that was a curveball, by the way.
No. It's a really thoughtful question. I'm trying to give a thoughtful answer. I think what I would do is try to, and I know you've done some work in this direction, and I really appreciate it, but I would try to find a way to create more of a regulatory sandbox where people could experiment with this technology and be able to figure out sort of like dream, imagine, whatever you want to call it, what the world could look like. And then I would try to see what makes sense and what doesn't, and write the regulation around that. I think it's very hard. I think we have to try, and we're going to anyway, but I think it's very hard to get all of the regulatory ideas right in a vacuum. And if there was a sort of a contained way that I could find a way to like give people the future and let them experiment with it, and then see what made sense, what went really wrong, what went really right, and write the regulation around that. That seems like an interesting experiment.
So I have great news. We already have a platform here called the Reg Lab that does that. The only issue is, I think it hasn't proliferated yet to be truly global. One thing that I think we should do is actually look at how we can take it to the next level and use a specific use case there for AI rather than just broad technologies, right?
Can I change my answer? I thought more.
You can change your answer 100 times. Go on.
I still think that's a good thing to do, but since I only have one day, a better thing to do.
Okay.
One thing that I have been thinking about, so the world is going to try all of these different regulatory approaches. There will be your sandbox. I think it's awesome that you have that. Other people do other things. But we are going to, and I think that's actually really good, but we are going to need, I believe at some point, some sort of global system. The example that I've given in the past is the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, for what happens with the most powerful of these systems, because they will have truly global impact. And what sort of auditing, what sort of safety measures do we want in place before you can deploy like a super intelligence or however you want to call an AGI. And I think for a bunch of reasons, the UAE would be so well set up to be a leader in the discussions around that. I would like host a one-day conference with leaders from around the world to brainstorm about that.
Consider it done. We'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd love to come.
I'd like to just move on to the regulatory issue. So I remember the first time we had this conversation on artificial intelligence, or regulating AI, the dangers, the opportunities was, if I'm not mistaken, was it 2017 that we met in LA when
yes.
you hosted that?
Or 16.
Either 16 or 17, one of those years. And we were having a discussion, and you actually put forward a vision for AI that's going to change the world, alongside Elon Musk and a few others. And you also mentioned some of the dangers. There are a lot of efforts today on regulation. There are efforts by the UN, there are efforts by the G20, by the G7, and others. In terms of these efforts, are they hitting the mark, you think? Is there something else that we need to do? We have a lot of people here that represent international organizations and that represent governments. What more should we do? And if it's doing well, how can we make it even better?
Frankly speaking, I think we're still in the stage, and this is not necessarily bad, but we're still in the stage of a lot of discussion. So there's, everybody in the world is having a conference, everybody's got an idea, a policy paper, and that's okay. I think we're still at a time where debate is needed and healthy. But at some point in the next few years, I think we have to move towards like an action plan with real buy-in around the world.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Like exactly what is necessary to make that happen?
I honestly don't think that is for OpenAI to say. I mean, we have a lot of ideas. We've tried to contribute them to the discussion. I think a lot of other people have a lot of ideas. This is a big thing. Like, this is going to touch all of us, and this is going to, I am very high conviction that we can manage our way through this, but it's going to take a great deal of collaboration, and it's going to take our leaders of the world coming together. And, that's, I think, not for us to set.
Maybe another thing that we can just jump to quickly. If we're going to talk about governments that do not have the resources of a company like OpenAI or a country like the UAE, countries that are limited in their resources and the, let's say, directions that they can take on these things, what advice do you have for them on the LLM race right now? What should they do? Should they use, in your opinion, closed source or open source tools? Should we choose sides, or should we just go for the best application and the best utility? How would you go about this?
We're giving this a lot of thought. We're trying to, we want to have like an offering that makes sense for countries that want to offer AI services. But in the meantime, I think what people are doing right now, which is just sort of use these APIs or run open source models, I think that'll make sense.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, you guys open source GPT-3. Is that correct?
GPT-2 we did, I don't think 3.
GPT-2, okay. Is there a sense that you guys are going to open source the models as you launch new ones? So, for example, as 5 comes along, you're going to open source 3. Is that something that you guys are thinking about, or is that not on the table?
I think you should expect us to open source more things over time, but exactly what and when and how we're trying to figure out. There are like great open source models, open source language models out in the world now. And, I don't think what the world needs is like another similar model. So we'd like to do something that is helpful and new, and we're trying to figure out what that might be.
I'd like to now just jump into something that the fearmongers and the opportunists talk about. What is the most thing that you fear when it comes to the deployment of AI, and the most thing you're optimistic about? Like, if I'm going to tell you what keeps you up at night and what keeps you going in the morning, give me one reason for that and one reason for the other.
The keep up at night is easy. It's all of the sci-fi stuff. I think sci-fi writers are a very smart bunch, and in the decades of sci-fi about AI, there have been unbelievably creative ways to imagine how this can go wrong, and I think most of them are like comical, but there's some things in there that are easy to imagine where things really go wrong. And I'm not that interested in like the killer robots walking down the street direction of things going wrong. I'm much more interested in the like very subtle societal misalignments where we just have these systems out in society, and through no particular ill intention, things just go horribly wrong. But the thing that wakes me up in the morning with energy every day is what I actually believe is things are just going to go tremendously right. We got to work hard to mitigate all of the downside cases. They are, I think, very significant and real potentials to confront. But the reason that we go think so hard about how to deploy this technology safely is the upside is remarkable. I think we can easily imagine a world in the not super distant future where everybody's got a better life than people have today. I think we can raise the standard of living so incredibly much if everybody has access to abundant amounts of really high quality intelligence, and they can use those tools to create whatever they want to do. That's like pretty amazing. This is like kind of how I think about it, but people are like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to say it anyway. If you think about everybody on Earth getting the resources of a company of like hundreds of thousands of really competent people, and what that would do, if you have like an AI programmer, AI lawyer, AI marketer, AI strategist, and not just one of those, but many of each, and you get to sort of like decide how to use that to kind of create whatever you want to create, we're all going to get a lot of great stuff. The creative power of humanity with tools like that should be remarkable. So that's, I think, what gets us all up every morning.
My final question. Let's imagine that you're sitting right now in front of a teenager in Turkey, another teenager in the Middle East somewhere, like let's say Qatar or the UAE, and someone that's in Africa or Asia. And they're all asking you, what should we do in the future? How can we ensure that this doesn't take our jobs? How can we ensure that we are relevant in the AI age? How can we be part of this future that you just laid out that's very optimistic, that's extremely exciting? What would you recommend they do? Should they study something as a specific domain? Should they take a certain course? Should we just play with the technology? What advice do you have for them?
The first thing I would say is you are unbelievably lucky. You are coming of age at probably the best time in human history. You understand this technology. Young people are always the early adopters of technology, almost always, but certainly in this case. And you will be able to use these tools to do things that the people in the generation before you couldn't even imagine. You will have your entire career flooded with opportunity and the ability to do amazing new things. You'll be able to start companies that are phenomenally more impactful and successful than people the generation before you could. You will live in this incredibly expansionary opportunity, like just flooded with time of like massive opportunity, and you can kind of go do whatever you want. I think the ground under us all is shifting, the rules are changing, but the amount of value that'll be created and the ability for an individual to express their creative vision and will, it's a great time.
Thank you so much, Sam, for your time, for your insights. And we look forward to seeing you here in person in the coming cycles. Thank you.
Look forward to coming back soon.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, our next session is titled, Will AI Lead Us to Our End? With Dr. Jan LeCun, Turing Award Laureate, Vice President, and Chief AI Scientist at Meta. This session is moderated by Nate Langston from Bloomberg.
Good morning, everybody. It's my very great pleasure to be here moderating this session with one of the world's foremost AI pioneers, Dr. Jan LeCun, Chief AI Scientist at Meta. And as a slight spoiler alert to answer the question posed by this session's title, the answer will be no. That is what I anticipate this is what we'll probably be concluding. Now, interestingly, on this stage yesterday, the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, said that one of, if not the most significant moments over the last year in AI was the release of Llama 2, the open source model from Meta, and also Falcon family developed here in the UAE. So can you talk to us, Jan, about open source AI? Why is open source the way forward from a security and innovation perspective?
So there's going to be a future, not very far in the future, where all of our interaction with the digital world are going to be mediated by AI systems. We already see this with companies putting out basically replacement for search engines that are backed by AI systems. And so in this future, if all of our digital diet is mediated by AI systems, there's going to be a need for a very wide diversity of AI systems that cater to different languages, different cultures, different value systems, different centers of interest. And it can't be produced by a small number of companies on the west coast of the US or any single country. So essentially, AI tools, assistants, will become kind of a repository of all human knowledge. And it's going to be a kind of infrastructure. And the history shows that infrastructure software always ends up being open source because it's more secure, it's more customizable, it enables the creation of an ecosystem on top of it. And so the entire infrastructure of our communication systems, the internet, even our cell phones, software stack for the communicating with cell phone towers, it's all open source for very good reasons. It's not by design, it's really that the market forces that push it. So there's a similar phenomenon which is definitely happening now in the last few months that Llama 2 has been available and more open source LLMs have been available, that people are using those open source models and customizing them for vertical applications in businesses, but also training them for particular types of languages or cultures. And so it's a necessity. We need it. We need free and diverse AI platforms for the same reason that we need free and diverse press. So we don't have a single opinion coming to us from AI.
Yeah. And how do you manage the expectation of stakeholders? Obviously at Meta, I imagine there was at least one serious conversation that revolved around should we make this open source or should we not? And I'm curious, how did you manage that? Was there resistance?
Well, there was a lot of conversations over several months of whether to open source and how to do it best. And what happened is that we did it in sort of multiple stages. So we released the first Llama in early 2023. And it was not really open source. You had to apply to get the model and sort of give your email and promise that you were a researcher and things like this. And then we got flooded essentially with requests from startups and large companies and NGOs, all kinds of people who wanted to use Llama for commercial applications or for whatever, things that were not purely research. So to us, it felt like basically another internet, like the kind of frenzy that happened in the early and mid-90s around the internet. And clearly, this was going to be a platform. And of course, there is only a small number of companies in the world today that can train those high-power frontier models. And at Meta, there's been a long tradition of practicing open research first, but also open sourcing infrastructure software, going back to the beginning of the company. And certainly, when it comes to AI, I think we've open sourced on the order of 1,000 different projects over the last 10 years. So that tells you the volume of production. Probably the most popular one is called PyTorch. It's a software platform that's almost universally used for research and development in AI. We just heard from Sam Altman, ChatGPT is built with PyTorch. And PyTorch was built at Meta and is now actually the property of the Linux Foundation. So Meta transferred the ownership because it's become too big of a thing for a single company to really manage.
I mean, getting towards the title, Will AI Lead Us to Our End, how specifically does being open source not lead us to our end? Is there something fundamental that makes it easier to secure?
Yes. So it's certainly been the case historically that open source software has been more secure, simply because there's more eyeballs on it, right? So the entire world today runs on Linux. Maybe not your desktop, but probably more than half of your phones run on Linux. Whatever is not an iPhone runs on Linux. The web servers around the world run on Linux. All the cloud services run on Linux. Your car has several microcontrollers that probably run Linux. The helicopter on Mars runs Linux. I mean, Linux runs the world. And the reason is because it's open source, so you can port it to anything you want, and you can make it more secure. And so, there's kind of a similar story to be made for AI base models. More eyeballs, more ways to make it safe, etc. Now, the only reason why you might think that it's not a good idea to open source is if you have this belief that somehow AI is so powerful that it's going to take over the world at some point. Okay, and this is not happening. So first of all, we're still very far, despite all the wonderful things that AI can do today. We're still very far from matching human and animal intelligence and learning capacities with AI systems. We're very far. It's not just around the corner. It's not going to happen in the next 2 years. We still need some scientific breakthroughs to get to the type of learning abilities that we observe in not just humans, but even your cat. Your cat has a much better understanding of the physical world than the most powerful AI systems that we have.
And you've seen my dog run into the glass door in my house. I debate that, but yeah.
Sure, but you know, I've run into glass doors. So here is an interesting statistic. So first of all, before we get to human-level AI, we're going to need some breakthroughs that allow machines to understand how the world works, which they can't do at the moment, can remember facts, which they can't really do at the moment. They don't really have persistent memory, at least LLMs don't. They can reason, and they can plan. And those are characteristics that are essential to intelligent behavior. Current large language models cannot do any of those things, at least not to the level that we'd like them to do. And the reason is relatively simple. If you look at how much data is used to train those LLMs, it sounds staggering. It's typically 10 trillion tokens, right? A token is like a word. So it's 10 to the 13, right? The one with 13 zeros, words or word equivalents. Each word or each of those tokens is stored on 2 bytes. So that's 2 10 to the 13 bytes. It seems staggering. If you evaluate how long it would take for humans to read this, it would take anywhere between 150,000 and 200,000 years for a single person to read this, reading 8 hours a day. Enormous. So the conclusion is those systems are incredibly smart, right? Because they are capable of digesting this enormous amount of knowledge. And then you talk to psychologists, and they tell you a 4-year-old child has been awake for 16,000 hours total. And you try to put a number on how much information gets into the visual cortex through vision. It's about 20 megabytes per second going through the optical nerves. So do the math, and that's 10 to the 15 bytes. In 4 years, a child has seen 50 times more data than our biggest LLM that have been trained on the entire public internet. So what that tells you is that we're never going to get to human-level intelligence or even cat-level intelligence by just training our AI systems on text. Text is a very poor source of information, very low bandwidth, and only reflects a tiny portion of human knowledge. Most of human knowledge comes from our interaction with the real world and with each other and with other entities in the world. But it doesn't come from language. And so we keep running into this paradox that roboticists have known for a long time, the Moravec paradox, or computer scientists, that things that we take for granted, like grabbing an object and manipulating it and planning a sequence of actions to arrive at a result, we don't think of this as being an intelligent task. It's kind of too easy. And that's fiendishly complicated to do for AI or for a robot. And that's the reason why we don't have self-driving cars yet, right? I mean, we have LLMs that can pass the bar exam, but we don't have self-driving cars. We don't even have domestic robots that can, clean up the dinner table, fill up the dishwasher, clean the house, mow the lawn, all those things. All tasks that a 10-year-old can learn in one shot. So that tells you we need some breakthroughs before we make real progress in AI.
Where do you think that breakthrough is going to come from?
Well, it's going to come from science. It's not going to come from just scaling up the current architectures that we have and training them on more data. First, because as we increase the amount of data with LLMs, the performance is saturating, and we don't have more data. We're already using all the public data on the internet, so that's not going to work. And so it's going to come from scientific breakthroughs, not just from more GPUs and more data. This is not sufficient. And 16,000 hours of video corresponds to about 30 minutes of YouTube uploads. So we have more video than we need to be able to, if we had the techniques to get a system to learn how the world works by watching, like babies. For example, it takes about 9 months for babies to learn about intuitive physics, the fact that objects that are not supported fall because of gravity. Before that, babies haven't really kind of understood that. And what type of learning do they use? You know, that's really kind of a big puzzle. We're working on it. We're making progress, but it's going to take a while.
You speak to a lot of business leaders, a lot of government representatives around the world. I'm curious to get your perspective on how the rhetoric has changed over the last year, let's say, particularly as it relates to the security and the safety concerns associated with generative AI in particular. How has that evolved, and where are the concerns currently coming from?
Yeah, so there is good news and bad news in that respect. I mean, some of us certainly have a very positive view of the potential of technology. We just heard from Sam Altman. You know, we wouldn't be working on this if we didn't think that was beneficial for humanity. And in fact, my opinion is that AI systems will essentially amplify intelligence of humanity as a whole. You know, we'll have AI assistant working for us. They're not going to take over the world because they'll be working for us. We'll be setting goals for them. You know, AI might be dangerous if it sets its own goals, but if we set their goals, then they just work for us. It's like having a staff of really smart people working for you, which I think most of the leaders in this room are familiar with the concept. I think of working with people who are smarter than them. Certainly I am. So we shouldn't feel threatened by this. And I think more and more people are realizing that this could bring a new renaissance to humanity, basically, by, you know, similar to what happened in the 15th century with the invention of the printing press, which really allowed the dissemination of knowledge. So it's a bit of the same effect. So what I've observed over the last 6 months, roughly, is there was a lot of noise around existential risk, and a lot of discussions about this. And those have somewhat been more muted over the last 2 months or so. And now people are more interested in, like, how do we do it right? So, you know, I think it's very similar to a lot of technologies that have been developed over the last century or so, where, you know, the first models were perhaps not very reliable and safe. And eventually, because of good engineering and market forces and everything, they became reliable. You know, a lot of us here probably came here through long flights on twin-engine airplanes. Turbojets have become incredibly reliable because of careful engineering over decades. But that wasn't the case early on. It's going to be the same for AI. We're going to start with, you know, not so powerful AI systems, but still systems that are capable of understanding the world, planning, remembering, reasoning, you know, maybe at the level of a cat, and then we're going to progressively turn on, you know, increase the level of sophistication of those systems, all the while kind of implementing guardrails to keep those systems under control, you know, basically fulfilling our objectives and working for us.
And to pick up on the comparison to the jets there, you are right, you know, the jet technology is very safe, but every now and again, as we've seen recently, a door on a plane will blow out mid-flight and causes everyone quite a great degree of alarm. And I suppose the question is, how do we avoid that equivalent happening with AI? You know, we didn't expect that. You might expect an engine failure, but you don't expect the door to fall off a plane while it's in midair. So, you know, is there confidence that the equivalent of that isn't being posed here?
Well, so, you know, every powerful technology comes with risks. And that, I mean, despite the fact that commercial flights are unbelievably safe in terms of statistics, mishaps happen, as with every technology. They're incredibly safer than cars, and people drive cars, right, everywhere. So it's going to be the same for AI. There's going to be, you know, good ways to deploy AI, bad ways to deploy AI. We're going to learn as we go, the way we've learned how to make cars safer, you know, with seat belts and crumple zones and bumpers and you know, automatic braking systems and things like that. So there's going to be this process, but I think what caused people alarm is the idea that comes out of science fiction that somehow if you get it wrong once, humanity is doomed. And that scenario is just preposterous.
I mean, it's a big year for elections around the world. I mean, do you think, are we prepared? Have we done enough?
So sadly, no. That's a real short-term risk. This is not particularly attached to sophisticated AI, by the way, because the ability to produce, fake content, images, or even video has been around for a while, the ability of generative AI to do this on a big scale is scaring a number of people because of elections across the world in the coming year. Now, what the industry has been working on is standards to authenticate or to essentially label authentic content. So this requires the buy-in from camera manufacturers, image manipulation software providers, distribution channels like social networks. And so the entire industry basically sort of agreed on a standard called C2PA, which would propagate sort of marks of authenticity, if you want. Simultaneously, some companies, social networks in particular, Meta in particular, sort of watermarks generated content. Now, the thing is, it's better to watermark and authenticate real content than generated content, because journalists have an incentive, people who actually want to disseminate true information have an incentive to preserve that mark, whereas people who want to just disinform don't have any incentive. So it's probably a better idea to mark authentic content.
So trust your journalists. As a journalist, I'm very pleased to hear that. That's excellent. We're at the risk of running out of time here, but just in a final word, if there's sort of one piece of advice you would give people out here who want to take something away from this to make sure their AI systems are robust and will not lead to the end of us all, what would that be?
Well, so the short story is open source based models are a necessity and will happen regardless of what governments think they should do. And so a good recommendation for governments around the world is do not legislate open source AI out of existence.
Dr. Yann LeCun, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان التخطيط العمراني ومدن المستقبل. نستضيف معالي مطر الطاير، المفوض العام لمسار البنية التحتية والتخطيط العمراني وجودة الحياة، المدير العام ورئيس مجلس المديرين لهيئة الطرق والمواصلات في دبي.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Urban Planning and Future Cities. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Matar Al-Tayer, Commissioner General for Infrastructure, Urban Planning and Well-Being Pillar, Director General and Chairman of the Board of Executive Directors of the Roads and Transport Authority in Dubai.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أتواجد معكم في هذا اللقاء العالمي لمناقشة بعض القضايا والأفكار للوصول لمستقبل أفضل. نحن نتحمل مسؤولية جماعية لصياغة ملامح حكومتنا المستقبلية التي يقع على عاتقها أدوار رئيسية تشمل أولاً تطوير اقتصادات مستدامة قادرة على مواكبة المتغيرات العالمية وقادرة على الصمود والاستدامة. ثانياً توفير الفرص وتعزيز رفاهية العيش لكافة السكان. ثالثاً دعم الحلول التقنية المبتكرة لبناء مدن المستقبل وتعزيز جودة الحياة. رابعاً إعداد وتنفيذ خطط حضرية متكاملة وإنشاء بنية تحتية مرنة تواكب المتغيرات. ومن أبرز التحديات التي تواجهنا اليوم كيف نسخر جهود التخطيط الحضري وتطوير البنية التحتية للوصول إلى مدن ذكية ومستدامة ذات اقتصادات مرنة. ويسرني أن أشارككم وجهة نظري وبعض الدروس المستفادة والنتائج حول موضوعين رئيسيين هما أولاً مدن واقتصاد المستقبل، وثانياً دور التخطيط العمراني والبنية التحتية الذكية في تمكين المدن. من خلال تجربة دبي تعلمنا أن اقتصاد مدن المستقبل يجب أن يتسم بالقدرة على الصمود في وجه التحديات والأزمات، ولتحقيق ذلك يجب على الحكومات وضع استراتيجيات تحولية برؤية متجددة للتنمية. ومدينة دبي تعتبر مثالاً للقدرة على الصمود، وستواصل تعزيز موقعها العالمي كمركز عالمي للتجارة والتميز من خلال خطط متعددة تشمل أولاً خطة دبي الحضرية 2040 التي تهدف لتحقيق تنمية عمرانية واقتصادية مستدامة من خلال التنمية والاستثمار في 5 مراكز حضرية. ثانياً أجندة دبي الاقتصادية D33 والتي تتضمن إطلاق مبادرات ومشاريع تحولية تهدف لمضاعفة حجم اقتصاد دبي ورفعه إلى 32 تريليون درهم خلال 10 أعوام. نحن نفتخر بمسيرة دبي الاقتصادية التي تتسم بالمرونة والتنوع الاقتصادي والتحول إلى اقتصاد قائم على الخدمات، حيث وصلت مساهمة قطاع الخدمات لحوالي 54% من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي. كذلك حققت دبي نمواً لافتاً في الناتج الإجمالي متوسط يتراوح بين 3.5% إلى 5% سنوياً. وعلى المدن التي تطمح لتعزيز مكانتها العالمية أن تقوم بما يلي: تبني تعريف أكثر شمولية للنجاح الاقتصادي يتضمن مفاهيم الرفاهية الاجتماعية والسعادة وجودة الحياة، ولا يقتصر على المقاييس التقليدية مثل الناتج المحلي الإجمالي والاستثمار الأجنبي المباشر وأداء سوق الأوراق المالية. وتعزيز كذلك القدرة على الصمود والتعافي خلال الأزمات المالية والجوائح والاضطرابات في الصناعات وسلاسل الإمداد. إعطاء الأولوية للاستدامة والسعادة ورفاهية السكان. معالجة التحديات السكانية والبيئية. هذا الأمر طبعاً يتطلب التحول إلى الاقتصادات المشتركة والتجارة الإلكترونية والمشاريع الريادية وبيئات العمل الرقمية. وقد حققت دبي خطوات ملموسة في هذا المجال، وفيما يلي بعض الأمثلة: استقطبت دبي حوالي 49,000 شركة جديدة خلال الفترة من يناير إلى سبتمبر 2023 بنسبة نمو 43% مقارنة مع 2022. وصل عدد الشركات التقنية الناشئة في دبي لحوالي 300 شركة. بلغ إجمالي إيراد الشركات الناشئة في دبي أكثر من 2 مليار دولار أمريكي في العام الماضي، أي أكثر من الضعف مقارنة بالسنة السابقة. تهدف دبي إلى إصدار 40,000 تصريح للوظائف الافتراضية بحلول عام 2030. ومن هنا نستنتج أنه ينبغي على اقتصادات المستقبل استيعاب وتمكين الشباب بالإضافة إلى احتضان مهاراتهم. وكذلك فلا بد أن تستفيد مدن المستقبل من الابتكارات التقنية لتحسين جودة الحياة وتقديم خدمات أفضل للسكان. طبعاً هذا يتطلب أن تقوم الحكومات بدورها لتطوير مدن المستقبل الذكية من خلال: أولاً إعداد سياسات وتشريعات مرنة تدعم التحول نحو المدن الذكية وتشجع الاستثمار فيها. ثانياً الدخول في شراكات فعالة مع مراكز البحث والتطوير وشركات التقنية ودعم البحوث والابتكار. ثالثاً رعاية التحول نحو الاقتصادات المرنة القادرة على التكيف مع المتحديات المستقبلية. ورابعاً ترسيخ التكامل والتعاون ما بين جميع القطاعات الخدمية. وفي دبي تم إطلاق عدة مبادرات لدعم مسيرة دبي الرقمية للتحول لمدينة ذكية، وهي مبادرة دبي للبيانات، خارطة طريق الذكاء الاصطناعي في دبي، استراتيجية دبي للبلوكتشين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، سأتكلم الآن وباختصار حول دور التخطيط الحضري، التخطيط العمراني والبنية التحتية الذكية في دعم مدن المستقبل. حتى يكون التخطيط العمراني ناجحاً فلا بد من دراسة العديد من العناصر، ومن أهمها حوكمة ومرونة التخطيط الحضري. ثانياً تخطيط وسياسات استخدامات الأراضي. ثالثاً تخطيط البنية التحتية الذكية وتعزيز الخدمات اللوجستية المتقدمة. رابعاً تخطيط النقل المبتكر والمستدام. وأخيراً سياسة إسكان تضمن التنوع في الخدمات لكافة الفئات. ويعتبر مفهوم التطوير العمراني متعدد الاستخدام اللي هو الميكس يوز عامل مؤثر في تشكيل مجتمعات ديناميكية تتسم بالشمولية، كما أنه يعزز مجالات مختلفة. تعظيم الاستفادة من المساحات المتوفرة لرفع إنتاجية وكفاءة القوى العاملة. تحسين جودة الحياة من خلال سهولة وسرعة الوصول للخدمات. على سبيل المثال فإن نجاح تخطيط سنغافورة الحضري يتمثل في الاستخدام الفعال للأراضي والبنية التحتية المستدامة. وكذلك فمدينة برشلونة تعد من الأمثلة المعروفة بدقة التخطيط الحضري وإعطاء الأولوية لتوفير مساحات كافية للمشاة. وفي دبي تتضمن الممارسات المتميزة في التخطيط الحضري على سبيل المثال تطوير المدن التخصصية مثل مدينة دبي للإنترنت، مدينة دبي للإعلام، ومدينة دبي الطبية، ومدينة دبي الصناعية، حيث تضم هذه المدن حوالي 7000 شركة. لدعم استمرارية النتائج التي حققها التخطيط الحضري في تعزيز اقتصاد دبي، فقد أطلق سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله الخطة الحضرية دبي 2040 التي تسعى لتحقيق أهداف رئيسية أذكر منها 168 كيلومتر مربع مساحة الأراضي المخصصة الأنشطة الاقتصادية والصناعية. 55% من السكان سيعيشون ضمن 800 متر من محطات المواصلات. 25% زيادة في المساحة المخصصة للمنشآت التعليمية والصحية. 134% زيادة في المساحة المخصصة للفنادق والأنشطة السياحية. ويعتبر نجاح القطاع العقاري من أبرز الأدلة على فعالية التخطيط العمراني في المدن، ويمثل قطاع العقارات في دبي قصة نجاح مبهرة، حيث رسخ مكانته المتميزة بين الأسواق العالمية الرائدة، وأصبحت دبي من الخيارات المفضلة للمستثمرين المحليين والدوليين. شهد قطاع العقارات تحولاً مذهلاً بعد جائحة كورونا، وحقق نمواً سنوياً مستمراً. وفيما يلي بعض الحقائق لعام 2023: ارتفاع قيمة المبيعات العقارية في دبي لتصل إلى 412 مليار درهم بنسبة زيادة 55% مقارنة بعام 2022. زيادة عدد التصرفات العقارية بنسبة 36% مقارنة بعام 2022. ويعود هذا النجاح في هذا القطاع لعدة أسباب تشمل الشفافية والمصداقية. ثانياً سهولة الاستثمار وحركة رؤوس الأموال. ثالثاً توفير الخدمات المتميزة للمستثمرين. ورابعاً المستويات العالية للأمن والسلامة. كما أن قطاع الخدمات اللوجستية وبفضل التخطيط الفعال يقوم بدور حيوي في دعم اقتصاد دبي، حيث يبلغ حجم قطاع النقل التجاري البري في دبي 8 مليار و4 من عشرة، ومن المتوقع أن يتضاعف بحلول عام 2030. تعد البنية التحتية الذكية عنصراً رئيسياً في تطوير مدن المستقبل، ولا يمكن التقليل من أهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي وأنظمة النقل ذاتية القيادة وأنظمة البيانات الضخمة وأنظمة السلامة والأمن في تطوير البنية التحتية. وفي دبي قمنا بالاستثمار في الأنظمة الذكية، مما أسهم في تحقيق وفرات اقتصادية وتحسين الكفاءة التشغيلية. وفيما يلي بعض الأمثلة: بلغ إجمالي القيمة التراكمية للتوفير في الوقود 290 مليار درهم، مقابل إجمالي تكاليف البنية التحتية للطرق والنقل في دبي 140 مليار درهم بين عامي 2006 و2023. مشروع مترو دبي حقق التعادل بين التكاليف والفوائد بعد 7 أعوام من تشغيله، ومتوقع أن يصل معدل الفوائد إلى التكاليف أكثر من 4 في عام 2030. ولتحقيق رؤية دبي في الريادة العالمية في التنقل، تواصل دبي تطوير شبكات وخدمات الطرق والمواصلات العامة حسب متطلبات خطة دبي الحضرية 2040. ومن أهم المشاريع التي تم إطلاقها مؤخراً الخط الأزرق لمترو دبي. يصل إجمالي الخط حوالي 30 كيلومتر و14 محطة. سيخدم المشروع مليون نسمة في 2040. سيقلل الازدحام المروري على بعض المحاور بنسبة 20%. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، نواجه تحديات متزايدة مصاحبة للنمو العالمي، وفي الوقت الذي ينصب في تركيزنا على تطوير المدن لتحسين جودة الحياة بكافة أبعادها، أود أن أنهي حديثي اليوم ب3 نقاط رئيسية، وهي: أولاً، لم تعد المسؤوليات التقليدية للحكومات كافية. علينا تولي زمام القيادة من خلال إعداد التشريعات اللازمة للتحول إلى مدن ذكية، أخذ زمام المبادرة في دعم وتبني التطورات التقنية، الاستشراف الاقتصادي وتطوير اقتصادات قادرة على الصمود في وجه الأزمات. ثانياً، حتى تتمكن الحكومات من أداء دورها لا بد من بناء الكفاءات والاستثمار في تطوير القدرات الجديدة، لا سيما في المجالات التالية: التخطيط المتكامل، استراتيجية المناخ، الابتكار والبحث والتطوير، البيانات الضخمة والتقنيات الحديثة. ونؤكد على أن التحول الجذري في الكفاءات أصبح ضرورة وليس خياراً. ثالثاً، تعزيز التعاون والعمل المشترك على مستويات الحكومات والشركات والأفراد لمواجهة التحديات السكانية والبيئية. وأخيراً، أود أن أختم حديثي بكلمات لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله: المستقبل سيكون لمن يستطيع تخيله وتصميمه وتنفيذه. المستقبل لا ينتظر، المستقبل يمكن تصميمه وبنائه اليوم. شكراً لحسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أيها الحضور الكريم، رؤية إقليمية للفرص والتحديات المستقبلية هو عنوان الجلسة الحوارية التالية. رحبوا معي بمتحدثي هذه الجلسة، يحاورهم الكاتب والإعلامي عماد الدين أديب.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a dialogue on regional challenges and future opportunities. This session is moderated by Imad ad-Din Adib. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شرف عظيم لي أن تتاح لي فرصة إجراء هذا الحوار مع عقليتين من أهم العقول، يعني كل منهما يتولى مسؤولية مهمة جدا لمنظمة إقليمية ذات أهمية كبرى. معالي الوزير أحمد أبو الغيط أمين عام جامعة الدول العربية، معالي السفير والخبير العربي جاسم البديوي أمين عام مجلس التعاون الخليجي، كل منهما سوف يدلي بدلو في قضايا مهمة جدا في المنطقة: الفرص والتحديات. السؤال الأول مباشرة، معالي أحمد أبو الغيط، سيدي السؤال في دقيقتين: أهم تحديات موجودة أمامنا الآن في المنطقة العربية كما تراها بترتيب الأولويات.
يعني هم يمكن أن الإنسان يقول هم تحديين أساسيين ومجموعة تحديات ثانوية، لكن التحدي الأول في تقديري هو لملمة الوضع العربي الحزين الذي جاء نتاجا ل 15 سنة أو 20 سنة من الأخطاء. حدث في ال10 سنوات الأخيرة ما سماه العالم الغربي ظلما الربيع. هذا الربيع أنا سميته من اللحظة الأولى خريف التدمير. فده تحدي إزاي نلم الوضع العربي ده تاني لتجاوز هذا العقد أو العقد والنصف. دي التحدي الأول، وله سياسات كثيرة. التحدي الثاني هو المأساة الفلسطينية اللي احنا بنشوفها في هذه اللحظة في غزة. ليس فقط ان احنا نوظف كل جهودنا لإنشاء هذه الدولة اللي أخيراً يبدو أنه العالم الغربي شافها زينا، رغم أنه الغرب أيضاً كان ظالم جداً للفلسطينيين ومؤيد جداً لإسرائيل على غير وجه حق. فدول التحديين الأساسيين اللي الإنسان يركز عليهم بداية.
نفس السؤال لأمين مجلس التعاون الخليجي.
شكرا أخي عماد. أعتقد التحدي الأول بالفعل اللي ذكره معالي أحمد أبو الغيط هو التعامل مع تداعيات ونتائج الحرب البربرية التي تقوم بها سلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في غزة، هنالك العديد من النتائج السلبية التي حدثت وستحدث إن لم تتوقف هذه الحرب البربرية. وهذا النداء التي يناديه دول مجلس التعاون والدول العربية الحقيقة كلهم، بأن هذا التحدي الأول يجب أن يكون هنالك تعامل وتعاطي وإياه بشكل كبير. إذا جيت بشكل عملي أخي عماد للتحديات، هنالك تنويع مصادر الدخل والاقتصاديات الدول، التعامل مع انتشار مع الأسف مشكلة المخدرات في العالم العربي، التعامل مع التكنولوجيا الحديثة، التعامل مع المناخ، توفير فرص للشباب بالمستقبل. هنالك العديد من التحديات تتعامل معها. راح أترك الأخ أحمد يتكلم عن الشق العربي، لكن دول مجلس التعاون تتعامل مع هذه التحديات بجدية. هناك تحديات جيوسياسية، فهنالك تحديات فعلا عظيمة يتوجب أن يعني نرسخ جهودنا للتعامل معها. التحدي خفي ولكنه ظاهر، هو الأجندة اللي تفرضها بعض التجمعات الدولية وبعض الدول، أجندات اجتماعية معينة، أعمال، حقوق ليست من عاداتنا ولا تقاليدنا. كل هذه نحن نراها كتحديات يتوجب علينا أن نتعاطى وياها.
معالي أحمد أبو الغيط سيدي، إيران، إسرائيل، ظهر في أحداث غزة الأخيرة أن كل منهما تريد أن تأخذ المنطقة إلى صدام وإلى صراع. كيف يمكن للعرب أن يتعاملوا مع حالة الشد والجذب الإيراني من ناحية من خلال وكلاء، والإسرائيلي من خلال جنون اليمين الإسرائيلي؟
وفعلا هي ظاهرة مضى عليها يعني 30 سنة، هي مش ظاهرة اليوم. الحل في تقديري هو منع التدخلات الإيرانية وعدم استغلال القضية الفلسطينية من أجل تعميق المواجهة. هي إيران لها صفة ثورية لكن المفتاح في رأيي هو الملف النووي الإيراني. الملف النووي الإيراني بيستثير العالم الغربي، وإيران تندفع في مواجهة إسرائيل لحماية هذا الملف. فالمقصد ينبغي أن يكون تأمين شرق أوسط خالي من أسلحة الدمار الشامل بالكامل.
الدمار الشامل الذي تشكله إيران هل هو نووي فقط مع الأمين؟
ما في شك العلاقات الخليجية الإيرانية علاقات مهمة جدا. تتعاطى دول مجلس التعاون مع إيران حسب علاقاتها الثنائية، كل على حدة حسب علاقاتها الثنائية. التطبيع وتطور العلاقات السعودية الإيرانية في شهر مارس من 2023 أخذ بالعلاقات الخليجية الإيرانية إلى منعطف جديد. جميع دول مجلس التعاون رحبت بهذا التطور وترى فيه عنصر أساسي لضمان أمن واستقرار منطقة الخليج، وتأمل أن يكون له انعكاسات إيجابية عديدة على العديد من الملفات الإقليمية. نحن نتعاطى مع إيران بكل صراحة وحوارنا مفتوح، ونتحدث وإياهم على ضرورة وأهمية عدم التدخل في شؤون الدول، احترام القوانين والأعراف الدولية، والعمل على أمن وضمان أمن واستقرار المنطقة. الإيرانيين متواجدين بالدول، يعني أنا مواطن كويتي أقدر أقول لك في على الأقل 50,000 مواطن إيراني يعيشون في الكويت، وهم يعيشون من سنوات عديدة ويعملون ويحولون فلوس ويعني عايشين بأريحية. هنالك إيران جار، وإيران جار تاريخي ويجب أن يتم التعامل وإياه عبر حوار واضح وصريح، ويجب أن يكون هنالك اتفاق بين الطرفين حول أهمية ضمان أمن واستقرار المنطقة. دول مجلس التعاون دول مصدرة للأمن والأمان والاستقرار، نحن نسعى مع جميع دول العالم للتوصل إلى هذا الشيء.
هذا كلام جميل ويطربني وبيطرب كل اللي موجودين في القاعة، لكن ماذا تقول لصواريخ الحوثيين اللي في البحر الأحمر؟ ماذا تقول للي بيطلع من سوريا؟ ماذا تقول لحزب الله؟ ماذا تقول للحشد الشعبي في العراق؟ ماذا تقول حتى لبعض التفسيرات إن ما حدث في غزة كان مدفوع من جانب إيران؟ يعني نحن لدينا دولة إقليمية هي ليست عربية، لكن تتخذ من العالم العربي مسرح عمليات عسكرية لابتزاز المنطقة لمصالحها الشخصية. رأيي معليك ورأيي معليك في النقطة دي إيه؟
يعني هو ليست برضو المرة الأولى، بما يعني أنه في 2008-2009 في معركة غزة الأولى كان واضح جدا أنه الدولة الإيرانية بتستخدم كروت أوراق عربية لمنازلة الولايات المتحدة وإسرائيل، ولكن المقصد هو الملف النووي. المرة دي نفس الشيء، كلها كروت ومضى عليها عقدين. أعود إلى أن الملف النووي هو المفتاح لكي ينهى هذا الملف ولا يصبح نزناز دائم في استهلاك طاقات المنطقة. يجب أن المنطقة دي كلها تخلى من أسلحة الدمار الشامل بما فيها الأسلحة النووية.
معليك، هو المشكلة المشروع السلاح النووي الذي يحضر الإيراني أم الفكر النووي الإيراني الذي يريد تسميم المنطقة؟
كلاهم.
أرجع إلى سؤالك الأول يا أخي عماد. أول شيء أقوله أنه يتوجب على دول مجلس التعاون، وهي هذا ما تقوم به الآن، توحيد مواقفها من هذه الملفات. هناك سياسة واضحة وسياسة متفق عليها ما بين الدول الست للتعاطي مع هذه الدول. ثاني شيء أعمله أني أتواصل مع حكومات الدول التي تطرقت لها وأحاول أن أقدم لهم يد العون والمساعدة من أجل أن يصلحوا حالهم، من أجل أن يقووا وحدتهم ولحمتهم الوطنية. هذا ما يجب أن يتم العمل فيه. يجب حل ملف اليمني، يجب التوصل إلى إنهاء الصراع في سوريا، يجب مساعدة الأشقاء في لبنان، يجب الأخذ بيد العراق والمضي فيها قدما. هذا ما تقوم به دول مجلس التعاون، حوارات
إذا كان هناك طرف
وعمل دؤوب مع هذه
سيدي الدول. إذا كان هناك طرف هدفه ليس الحل، ولكن في علم السياسة ما يسمى بدور السبويلر أو المفسد الإقليمي، كيف نتعامل مع مثل هذا الدور؟
تتعامل معه من خلال وحدتك أنت ككتلة خليجية، تتعامل معه من خلال ضمان أن ينفذ القرارات، ضمان أن تصل معه إلى حوار مستمر. الحوار هو الحل أخي عماد. ما عندنا في منطقتنا
طبعا
شيء غير أن نحن نتحاور ونتباحث ونتحدث. نحن تكلمنا عن تحديات، حوارنا الآن بالجلسة هذه تحديات، لكن هنالك فرص عديدة وعظيمة في منطقة الخليج والعالم العربي. نستطيع أن نتكلم ساعات للأرقام المذهلة التي توفرها دول مجلس التعاون كفرص لإيران ولغيرهم للاستفادة منها.
مع الأمين العام لجماعة الدول العربية، الخطر الأكبر الآن نراه يأتي من غزة، من عند إسرائيل، من هذا جنون اليمين الإسرائيلي. لو أنا شخص طول عمري كنت مؤمن بالسلام ودافعنا عن السلام، كيف يمكن لهذا السلام على الطريقة الإسرائيلية الذي يمارس الآن، إن سواء كنا دولة من الدول التي أسست السلام مصر والأردن، أو الدول التي دخلت في السلام الإبراهيمي بحسن نية وبرغبات عظيمة، أو كنا دول معروض علينا مشروع سلام زي المملكة العربية السعودية، كيف يمكن أن نثق السلام الآتي من إسرائيل؟
الجانب الإسرائيلي، وهذا تصريح مني شخصيا، وقد أمضيت ما يقرب من 60 عاما في متابعة السياسة الخارجية والوضع الإقليمي وسياسة إسرائيل. إسرائيل بتصرفاتها الحالية أصبحت تهدد استمرارية الاتفاقات التي وقعت معها، وبالذات من دولة مثل مصر ودولة مثل الأردن. التفكير الإسرائيلي في فرض نقل الفلسطينيين خارج أراضيهم سواء في غزة أو في الضفة الغربية، وبالتالي إخلاء هذه الساحة للشعب الإسرائيلي، هذا معناه مواجهة ل1000 عاما قادمة، وبالتالي عليهم أن يعقلوا وأن يتراجعوا عن هذه السياسات. وأتصور أنه من الضروري والحيوي إن لم يكن أصبح الأمر اليومي أن الولايات المتحدة تأمر إسرائيل بالتوقف عن هذه السياسات، وإلا فإن الشرق الأوسط سيلتهب بشكل غير مسبوق.
معالي الأمين، هل إدارة بايدن في هذا العام الانتخابي قادرة كما قال معالي الأمين أن هي تأمر إدارة نتنياهو بأن توقف هذه الأعمال الإجرامية؟
هذه عاد سؤال the $1 million question.
Yes sir.
ما في شك احنا نعول بشكل كبير على الولايات المتحدة أن تستخدم نفوذها وتستخدم علاقاتها وتستخدم تواصلها مع الحكومة الإسرائيلية من أجل أن ترفع يدها وتوقف هذه الحرب البربرية، ما في شك. ويعني ممكن معالي الأخ أحمد إذا في متسع بالوقت يشرح لنا، كونه كان أحد الأطراف اللي كانت ضمن اللجنة التي زارت الولايات المتحدة مؤخرا. للولايات المتحدة مصالح كبيرة مع إسرائيل، ونحن نأمل بأن تتضح الصورة من قبل الولايات المتحدة والشركاء الآخرين الذين يعملون مع إسرائيل حول المخاطر التي ستنعكس على المنطقة والعالم أجمع من استمرارهم في هذه السياسة. هم متعنتين، الغضب أعماهم والانتقام أعماهم، ولا يرون المستقبل
والكراهية أخ جاسم، والكراهية
ولا يرون المستقبل.
مع الأمين، أنتوا كنتوا في نيويورك وشفتوا بلينكن، ماذا قال لكم بلينكن في إمكانية البحث عن حل لما يحدث؟
أنا هقول لك.
تفضل.
في الأسابيع الأولى التي تلت 7 أكتوبر كان واضح جدا ويعني مؤذي جدا لنا كعرب أن نستمع ونرصد اتجاه أمريكي أوروبي، العالم الغربي ككتلة، يعطي إسرائيل الحق في الدفاع الشرعي عن النفس ولأبعد الحدود، أبعد الحدود. وطبعا الطرف المحتل ما بيعترفش أنه محتل، والعالم الغربي لا يرغب أن يعترف أن إسرائيل دولة محتلة للأسف، وبالتالي بيعطوا حق الدفاع الشرعي عن النفس لمن هو محتل. بعد ذلك عندما قامت إسرائيل بعملياتها العسكرية ابتداء من 27 أكتوبر، 20 يوم بعد 7 أكتوبر، وأنا لست من يعني الذين أمتعهم ما حدث في 7 أكتوبر، لأنه كان هناك أيضا أوضاع غير صحيحة في هذا اليوم. بدأوا يتنبهوا إن هم ادوهم كارت أبيض وإنهم سمحوا لهم بطريق، وهم لا يعلموا حجم الكراهية الموجودة في مجتمعهم وحجم الرغبة في التوسع على حساب الفلسطينيين وإذلال الفلسطينيين، فبدأوا يتراجعوا. وبعدين تبينوا أيضا الغرب إنه العملية دي قابلة للتكرار مرة واثنين وثلاثة على مدى العقد القادم، العقدين القادمين، هي مش هتتوقف، المقاومة لا تتوقف. وهذا ما أقوله دائما لهم، أقول لهم هو في فرنسا المقاومة ضد النازي توقفت، هو في روسيا وفي أوكرانيا توقفت المقاومة ضد ألمانيا، هو في هولندا والنرويج وبلجيكا توقفت المقاومة ضد ألمانيا، كان في مقاومة. فالفلسطينيين هيقاوموا. بدأوا يتنبهوا في العالم الغربي أنه لا، يجب أن احنا ندي فرصة لإنهاء هذا النزاع، فتحولوا إلى تأييد فكرة الدولة. لأول مرة الليب سيرفيس اللي كانوا بيعملوها تحولت إلى مصداقية معقولة. الأيام كفيلة بقى، الأيام كفيلة. هل هذه المصداقية حقيقية ولا خداع زي ما حصل؟
أنا للأسف وقتي خلص، بس السؤال الأخير لمعالي الأمين. سيدي، حتى إذا استيقظنا غدا ولقينا طرف إسرائيلي راغب في مشروع الدولتين وطرف فلسطيني، رغم أن ما عندناش لسه طرف فلسطيني جاهز للتفاوض سواء سلطة أو حماس، لكن لو افترضنا أنه إن في عالم مثالي في طرفين جاهزين وفي رعاية أمريكية والعالم كله مهيأ لذلك، لما تنظر على خريطة الاستيطان، هل هناك مساحة جغرافية قابلة بامتداد جغرافي واحد لإقامة دولة فلسطينية فايبل؟
أعتقد من الصعب بمكان أنك أنت تنشئ دولة متقطعة، يعني غزة من جانب والضفة الغربية من جانب، يعني لا يمكن أن
يخلوا المستوطنات.
بالضبط
يخلوها.
هذا
ما أنشأ يخلى.
هو دور المجتمع الدولي. بالفعل هنالك مؤسسة اسمها الأمم المتحدة ومجلس الأمن، يجب أن يفعل مجلس الأمن، يجب أن يلعب مجلس الأمن دوره في فرض هذه الحلول على إسرائيل.
عندك دولة عظمى اسمها أمريكا عملت فيتو مرتين ثلاثة ضد إيقاف إطلاق نار، وكأنهم بيقولوا لو سمحتوا استمروا اقتلوا في الفلسطينيين. إيه المنطق ده؟
نحن دائما نتكلم عن ازدواجية المواقف، ازدواجية المعايير. نحن نأمل من جميع الشركاء لإسرائيل وأعضاء مجلس الأمن وبالأخص الدائمين أن يتولوا مسؤولياتهم، هي مسؤولية دولية كاملة.
في النهاية للأسف التحديات تقتل صورة الفرص القادمة، رغم أن الفرص ما أكثرها وعظيمة كما تفضلت حضرتك، لكن التحديات الحالة علينا. حفظ الله الأمة العربية، وشكرا لحضرتكم.
شكرا.
الحضور الكريم، نستكمل باقي الجلسات في هذه القاعة ظهر هذا اليوم. إلى حين ذلك يمكنكم حضور الجلسات الأخرى المنعقدة بالتوازي في القاعات المخصصة لها. شكرا لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our sessions in this hall this afternoon. In the meantime, you may attend other breakout sessions taking place at the dedicated halls. Thank you.
So, to enable some time for questions and answers as demanded by our imperious chair, let me finish by giving two assessments. I said at the beginning there are risks. There are these uncertainties. I guess many of you will remember what Don Rumsfeld said about unknown unknowns and all the rest of it. So we have all of this. But the second part of this is also worth bearing in mind. Opportunities exist. We need to take these opportunities, find ways of regulating them, and that puts the onus on global political leaders to lead and not to pander to populism or other sorts of things. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Roosevelt quote is that we have nothing to fear but fear itself. I looked it up and found it originated with the French philosopher Montaigne, who said, "He who fears he shall suffer already suffers what he fears." Shukran.
I like Montaigne's quote very, very much. Why don't you stay there so you have the microphone. Do you have any questions from the floor for Professor Beg? One that comes to mind, and please go ahead and raise your hand. We have 2 microphones from each side, and we only have 5 minutes, so don't be shy.
There's one in front here.
Where's the hand, please? And just be very direct, please. Thanks.
Thanks for the great talk. I'm a scientist, and I wonder, science requires financial and social stability in any country for it to keep progressing. And I guess what's your outlook for the next century in terms of economic and social stability in different regions in the world, and how that might impact scientific advancements?
Yeah, maybe I can frame it into, we have this period of disruption, and we had almost a unipolar world for the last decade. With this much disruption taking place, how do we collaborate in a very different way economically and pull society along, Professor?
I think there's 2 straightforward answers. Some is bottom-up. Science reacts to what's going on, hence my assertions about war sometimes being good for science. But the other is cooperation of various sorts, which you see in some of the attempts to respond to climate change. So I put together the 2 channels and hope that at least one of them might be successful. Stability isn't everything.
Stability is everything, but it doesn't feel so stable. It seems like the...
Yes, but it's not everything, I don't think. Instability fosters change.
Oh. And stability can foster complacency, in your view?
Yeah.
I want to pick out one subject before we let you go on this, and that's climate. UA hosted COP28 here. And I'm wondering why we cannot collaborate almost for a global moonshot to deliver action against climate change. We're moving in the right direction. We know the targets have now been laid out, better than $4 trillion a year needed in spending. We have a global south to take care of. Why can't we rally countries at a much more rapid pace if we know there's a real threat out there? What's your view laying out? Because that was one of the 5 issues you put forward in your presentation.
Well, the cynical view is that the interests of different groups do not coincide. And if you're a coal producer, like Poland, why would you be excited about dealing with climate change, knowing that even if you abandon all your coal, it may make no difference to the global total? So that's one cynical answer. But the way you can try to collaborate is simply by education, by convincing people time and time again this is the right thing to do, and dealing with those who are naysayers in the process.
Great. We have a question here. It'll be the last question before we close out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this enlightenment presentation. If we decided to take option that there is no fear, and we will follow and explore all the new changes in the AI, what is the most important social issues that we have to take it into consideration or put it within our frame in the, in our way when we are proceeding to do all the changes? The most important social issues or challenges or impact of this, for example, AI or whatever.
I don't think there's a single answer to that. The social issue is going to vary from context to context. In some parts of the world, emancipation of women is part of the social priority. In other parts of the world, it's going to be dealing with the elderly, and the advantages that you can get from some technologies is that they can find solutions to the challenges of dealing with the elderly. Yet other places, maybe just that you're using technology to help to educate, because if you think of the parts of the world where there is a shortage of education, using technology to deliver that education can be the potential big social change answer.
There's a subject I wanted to bring up in the next panel, but I'd love to get your thoughts and then we'll close the session. Small governments, I'm thinking of Singapore, we're going to raise it with Austria or Greece, but the UAE as a hub for energy, finance, trade, tourism that we're seeing today, AI. Is it an advantage to be small? And what is your perception of how the UAE, is navigating this landscape? If small is in, nimble, quick to respond to these global challenges that you laid out, please.
In some cases, yes, and you've instanced some of them. But Singapore's case, I think it was a very charismatic leader in Lee Kuan Yew who pushed an agenda very, very, very long term. In Austria's case, well, Sebastian, of course, can give his own answers to this, but I think Austria has a particular growth model that worked for a long time and situated Austria in a certain position. Plus, Austria is non-aligned, also helps. In other cases, small isn't necessarily great. I can think of plenty of small countries that are just as badly run as big countries.
But this is not one of them. Can we give a nice round of applause to Professor Ian Begg? Nice to see you. Thanks very much for the LMC. Sit tight in your seats and let's be cognizant of our next speakers. And it's nice to see a full room. We're going to look at the geopolitics of this change, and we have two excellent speakers. Let's give a warm welcome to the former Chancellor of Austria, Sebastian Kurz. You'll take the seat right here. Can we give him a warm welcome? And George Papakostantino is the former Minister of Finance, former Minister of Climate and Energy for the Republic of Greece. Thanks. And again, both my panelists, we had a chance to chat before we sat down, pledged to keep very direct answers because we want to take some questions from the floor. I thought Ian Begg's presentation was good because he laid out 5 central themes. Just to be the devil's advocate here, and we want to kind of stretch the limits at the World Government Summit, this is a very challenging time because there's both conflict and rapid disruption on the way with artificial intelligence. And what we're trying to examine here is how governments can prepare their societies for doing so, because there's a lot of misinformation. And Sebastian, you laid out this idea about an issue that's often overlooked, but at the World Economic Forum, where I saw you in January, one of the top 5 threats for 2024 and 2025 was cybersecurity and cyber threats and misinformation. So how do you prepare your society to be aware of what's around the corner during an era of disruption? Do you want to start there?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I think that we are living in times of change and challenging times, probably starting with the geopolitics you mentioned at the beginning. I grew up in a world of globalization, and now we have a totally different landscape. From my perspective, we have a quite divided world. There are only a few places in the world, like here in the United Arab Emirates, where everybody is able to meet, but the world has become very divided, and especially for us Europeans, of course, the conflict in Ukraine changed a lot. Second, I think there are also new threats. I think we are all aligned that digitalization is very positive. It changed the way how we work, how we interact, how we experience and learn, and this is, from my perspective, an extremely positive development. But on the other hand, of course, it also creates new risks like cyber attacks. And if you saw the director of the FBI, for example, a few days ago, he said the #1 risk for the US is not a terror attack or a war or whatever, it's a cyber threat. And if you look at the targets of cyber terrorists, it's more and more not only companies, it's especially critical infrastructure that is in the focus. And the last issue you mentioned is, of course, the question how people get their information. And I think in the past it was in a very traditional way. It was through newspapers, media, classical media, which gave them a lot of power. But on the other hand, it was also in a very controlled way. Social media, I think, is a huge chance to get information. It's a huge chance for everybody to share information, to share your opinion. But of course, there is also a new threat now, and this is disinformation. I think that if you have the manipulation of pictures, for example, this is a threat. But if now videos are even manipulated, this can be a real risk to our societies, to our public debates, and of course to how people get information and inform themselves.
Yeah, you laid out very central themes for the discussion as well. For a board seat that they were holding in Abu Dhabi, they asked if they could use my voice and still picture, and they did a 45-second board presentation opener, and I didn't do the voiceover. So just with the audio that it does exist outside the world, you would think I did the track. So yeah, that's the first stage of this.
To be honest, I think pictures and articles, of course, that was the first step. The next one was audio, and it's already pretty strong. But if you see a video of yours where you give a speech, to be honest, probably for everybody, it's something they easily can believe in. So from my perspective, this is really a huge change and a huge threat to how information can spread.
Yeah, it was that ranked number one on that WEF survey. Minister Papakonstantinou, good to see you again. We had a chance to chat before, and I wanted to address what Professor Beg made in his opening presentation. He's pretty optimistic, but I'm wondering if it has to get nastier before it gets better. And the other twist that you and I talked about over coffee was, I'm quite surprised how resilient the world is today. If you think about what it's been thrown with the pandemic, preceding that with the financial crisis in the region with the Arab Spring, Russia, Ukraine, and energy shortage, they find solutions. But the combination of disruption and resilience, can it be sustained at this sort of pace that we're seeing today? George?
First of all, many thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here. I liked very much Ian's optimistic take, and I think we need to keep, at the end of the day, two big lessons. One, yes, we find solutions, and this resilience is the second element. But having said that, I don't think we should be downplaying the enormous challenges that we're facing at the moment. I think there is one fundamental issue that sort of acts as an umbrella for everything else, and this is that we are in a position of the greatest ever economic interdependence globally that we've ever had. At the same time, we are facing more fragmentation than we have ever faced. The geopolitics is absolutely terrible. There is weaponization of financial markets and of trade in global economic relations. And there's a real danger that this creates conflict. And this creates conflict not just in areas such as trade and finance, where we've been seeing it. We've seen, for example, how the trade friction around China are poisoning international economic relations. We've seen how, following the sanctions around the Ukraine war, this has disrupted the international financial system. But there is a real danger that this kind of fragmentation that we're seeing spills over into other areas that are fundamental for humanity's well-being. Climate is a classic one. Will we see the kind of fragmentation also spill into climate negotiations? We haven't yet. Health is another one. We've come out of a global pandemic where we surprised ourselves at our resilience. We were incredibly good at coming up with a vaccine. We were very bad at rolling this out around the world. But yes, we were resilient. But we are not seeing really learning the lessons from that pandemic. We're not seeing the World Health Organization being given the powers that it needs. So my big worry here, and I say this as an eternal optimist at the same time, is that there is this disconnect between the level of challenges that we're facing and the degree of interdependence that we are, and the inability to come up with collective solutions and to cooperate internationally. This is a problem which I'm afraid is going to get worse before it gets better.
Let me follow up on climate then, because I presented that to Ian as well. They fought very hard to get that final communique, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, and we have this orderly transition away from hydrocarbons. But the investment in renewables today is $1 trillion. They need to triple it, and they're trying to hit that target by 2030 and reduce emissions by half in that time frame. And they're trying to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. Sometimes I think we set unrealistic expectations, which then society feels like they have no control over. How would you manage this to, you know, if you could put a man on the moon and we're going to Mars today, why can't we collectively do a common good on climate, George?
I think there's two post-developments and one disruptor here. The two post-developments are, one, we have seen that private business has completely changed its attitude, and becoming green is now profit-making, and they're investing massively, and governments are following that. The second post-development is that civil society around the world, and especially the younger generation, is very much into climate change, into the green transition, and is pushing everyone, government and business, to adapt. The disruptor has been the fact that because of Ukraine, we just realized that the kind of the fuel that was the transition, which was gas, can no longer play that role. So we need to rethink. We need to redo the math, and the math involves some still adherence to the older hydrocarbons. We've seen a number of places around the world sort of rethinking strategy. We need to rethink nuclear, which we had a number of countries in Europe, you know well, Germany had taken out, for example, of the calculus. And we need to push much faster and make renewable cheaper, quicker. So it's a difficult equation to solve because the parameters keep changing, but fundamentally, I think, even though we're behind where we should be, we're moving in the right direction.
And if you allow, let me just add two short points. First is, I think, of course, you're right that managing expectations is important. But I think there's also a need for big visions and goals where everybody can contribute. And second, I think that there is a lot of innovation. So what I especially liked at the COP was the strong involvement of the private sector. To be honest, from my perspective, this will be the biggest and the best driver in the next few years. The involvement of the private sector will drive innovation, and I think this will be the big game changer for me.
Good. I'm glad you said that, because there was a lot of criticism that there was too much business there. No, but they're the private sector has to put private capital up to make things happen, is what you're saying?
Yeah, to be honest, only having politicians to discuss and NGOs to criticize, this is not enough, and it will not change anything. So from my perspective, the strongest driver is always the private sector. And the biggest change, no matter in which area, a disruptive change can only happen with innovation. And for that, you also need the private sector. So from my perspective, the strategy at the COP was absolutely right. And I think it was super successful. And I think that the leadership of Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber and also his team was phenomenal.
I want to dig in. Go ahead.
Just one more small thing, because I think that Sebastian is making a very good point. What can governments do here? And that's important in that we are seeing climate finance becoming much bigger than it used to. We're seeing international institutions funding the green transition in a way they did not do before. So there is a shift in terms of how we treat the legacy assets, and that's very important to make it even more profitable for business to innovate and move faster. So there is a regulatory aspect of this transition. Business is moving by itself as well, but there is a regulatory connection that needs to be made.
Okay. There's an elephant in the room, because we could have Donald Trump back into power. And I talked about the unipolar world. That has definitely changed. We see the expansion of the BRICS, for example, and Russia, Ukraine getting China, somewhat India on the fence. The Middle East are trying to engage with Saudi Arabia and the UAE in the expansion of those BRICS. Many people don't want to take sides and want to stay neutral, which makes perfect sense. But in the last 24 hours, one of his advisors said that he'd like to come out of NATO, and he wasn't a supporter of the climate agreement in Paris. So like many steps forward in COP28, you have a threat of going many steps back if the US pulls out. Can the world survive another term with Donald Trump? Let's go with you, Sebastian.
So the world will always survive. I'm an optimist. And to answer your question, I think nobody knows the outcome of the elections in the US yet. Yeah. So let's wait and see. But what you mentioned before is quite interesting. I think that the world has changed in a way that there's not only the West in the lead. Yeah. We live in a totally different world today. So the US and Europe together are less than 1 billion people. If you compare it with other parts of the world, that's nothing. If you look at where is a lot of growth happening, yeah, where is a lot of dynamic. You talked about efficient countries before. I think Greece and Austria are small countries, more efficient than others. I think that the government of Mitsotakis is doing a phenomenal job, but I think there are not many countries in the world you can compare to Singapore and Abu Dhabi. So the world is changing, and this is something which is not easy for the West and especially for us Europeans.
Yeah, in fact, the next century should be an Asian century if you just look at growth today. China's slowing down, but India's rising,
and
Southeast Asia's rising.
Also, if you look at
Africa
demographics,
rising.
Yeah, it's a question of efficiency. It's a question of course, how well countries are governed. It's a question of innovation, but it's also a question of numbers when it comes to the numbers of societies, and there I think the demographic development is very clear.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on modernizing post-World War II architectures.
I want to have a quick reaction to your question.
On Donald Trump.
Yes.
I was going to see if you wanted to come back in.
I can't resist the temptation, especially because, no longer being in politics allows you to be, more free to speak about certain things. So
without being singled out the next morning as well.
My quick reaction to that is that, of course, every country makes its decisions in elections, right? But the US is a particular country, given the dominance of the dollar in global economic transactions and given the US's geopolitical role. So I don't think that we can, and if I understood Sebastian's very careful answer, I think there is a concern there. And the concern is that we do not know what the next day is going to be in terms of global economic relations, in terms of the role of NATO, and Europe needs to wake up to that, in terms of a more transactional way of going about international trade and further frictions there. So yes, there is in terms of climate and pulling out again of climate negotiations. So there are some pretty disturbing signs there, which I hope will not be, we won't see them in practice.
Good.
Let me also add one
Finish
point.
up, and let's see if we can get some questions. Go ahead, Sebastian. Just put your hands up, because we only have 3 minutes left. If you want to get the microphone, please.
So just one sentence. I think the main problem from a Western perspective is how the debate has changed in the US and in some Western democracies like countries in Europe. So if you look at the US at the moment, it's a very divided country, and I think this is something which is the most problematic point, because I think when I'm 37 now, but when I became politically engaged and when I started to travel the world, I had the impression that many countries, many people in the world were looking towards the US and saw it as a role model. And I think if you travel the world now and ask people in other places in the world now, if they want to copycat that model, if they think it's still the role model, if it's still that what they aim for, what they wish for, that has changed, and I think that's the main issue for me.
Okay, that leads me to the final question for Professor Papakonstantinou. The cradle of civilization is Greece in terms of democracy and Western civilization. Is democracy overrated, to Sebastian's point, where people don't feel it's vital in the future of this era of disruption, and they like continuity and they like a 5, 10, 50-year plan all mixed into one, which not at the whims of elections? It's a big question, but what are your thoughts?
It's a big question. You have 1 minute and 43 seconds to answer.
We'll give you a little bit more for that, yeah?
I'm a Greek and a European, and therefore I believe in liberal democracy as being the cradle of what we stand for. So not just because, I come from the country that invented the term. But democracy is in retreat around the globe. Different countries interpret it in different ways, and that's fine. But there is a danger of when it retreats around the world and it poisons international economic relations. Because, again, I don't want to enter this question from a national standpoint. I want to enter this question in terms of what it implies for global cooperation around the kind of problems that we need to be addressing all together. And there is a clear connection there that is problematic. So if you see democracy going back, and the US could be one such example, then we will no longer be able to solve the global problems that need a collective understanding.
Good. Take the one example, Sebastian, because you're a young leader, the youngest, I think, in history of Austria, which says something. The European Union, and some would argue it's an amazing expansion. After the fall of communism, which I had a chance to cover, Humpty Dumpty stayed glued together, but either modernization or growing a spine. I mean, many think that the European Union should be firmer, more cohesive, and ready to stand up to the challenge like Russia, Ukraine, without the US having to step in a big way. Please.
Well, I think the EU is a success model, and at the same time there are some challenges. So first, of course, when it comes to security, I think there's a need for a better cooperation within the EU. Of course, most of the member states of the European Union are members of NATO, but some, like Austria, are not. So from an Austrian perspective, my perspective, I think there's a need for a stronger cooperation when it comes to issues like security. At the same time, I think that it would be good to have a European Union based on the principle of subsidiarity, because especially with the enlargement, now having 27 member states, probably even more in the future, I think we still have to remember that it's not like the United States. It's not one language and a similar history. It's 27 different member states, yeah, with different culture, different languages, and so from my perspective, that would be the right approach.
Okay. I want to open the floor for just 5 minutes because we have a bit of breathing room. If there's any questions from the floor, we don't need to force it, but any questions from the floor? One here. We can get a microphone. Can you stand up and we'll get a mic to you, please? And one other question if you want to, and one right here in the second row. And we'll just pass the mic to him. Just be very direct, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My question goes to Mr. Sebastian Kurz. Since we are talking about the world leaders and the politics, I was wondering, well, certainly there is no doubt that you became one of the youngest world leaders in the world while serving as the Chancellor of Austria. And the question is, what you sacrificed to become the one Chancellor in the young age? And secondly...
What was the question?
Yeah, we didn't get the question. You have to be super clear. And just one question, please.
What you sacrificed to become youngest Chancellor of Austria?
Okay, interesting question. Thank you. What did you have to sacrifice, or was it a sacrifice? We've known each other for about 5 years.
No,
I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
No, it was, to be honest, it was not. I was interested in politics at a young age. Started to get involved on a voluntary basis in a youth organization at the age of 17. And yeah, when I went to university, I became more and more involved and became the leader of our conservative youth organization in Austria. And I think then by accident entered the government at the age of 24, which was quite young. So to be honest, of course it was a lot of work, and of course it was a lot of responsibility, but I know many young people in the private sector or also in their private life as fathers or mothers who have a lot of responsibility. So I think politics and the political arena should always be a mixture of different people. I think it's good to have older people, younger people, people with more experience, people who are probably very fresh. You should have men and women, so I think diversity in the political arena is good.
Good. Very quickly, George, you learned it the hard way during the financial crisis. It's a pretty nasty game, is it not?
Yes, my shorter answer is private life. You lose your private life completely. But, you know, we have a word in Greek, which I'm sure, John, you know, which is hubris. When you go through a dramatic period, as I did in my country during our crisis, to say, oh, I wish I had not done this, is hubristic. I think that you're put in certain positions and you need to do the best, and then you know, feel good about what you've done and live with your conscience. And I think that's very important. If at the end of the day you feel that you've done your best, then you did a good job.
Good. We had a question here, and then we'll close out the session on time. Thank
you. Thank you very much. As many young people also following us online around the globe, it will be also interesting to know your opinions to our panelists. What are the future important values for the future leaders to have, especially when we are thinking about developing and shaping the future of the world? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. It's excellent. What sort of value systems do you have? There's a breakdown in religion in some parts of the West, for example. Nobody really identifies with a religious base, but what value systems should we be teaching? And in the West, we're not teaching civil service or civics anymore in the United States. It's kind of gone away. What do you think, Professor?
All right, I'll start. I'm sure Sebastian will have his own. I would use a few very simple words. I would start with empathy, understanding, tolerance. We live in societies, a lot of them are broken. There's a lot of inequality, there's a lot of social tensions. So you need to be able, when you go into politics or any leadership position, to understand that and work with it and work how to overcome it. Then, of course, the basic competence issues. But if you're talking about values, I think that's where you should be starting from.
I totally agree, and I think probably the main thing is that if you should get involved in politics if you really like to serve your country. Yeah, if you want to serve the people in your country, then I think that's the right starting point.
Good. I lived here for 10 years, and the level of tolerance with all the diversity you have here I was pretty astounded by. But I think in a post-pandemic world, I kind of simply went out of my way every time I take a train to reach out to somebody, or if somebody needs a seat, or if an elderly person needs a hand. And it sounds super simplistic, but I think we've lost that civility in many parts of the world because they're fighting inflation, which is hitting people in the pocketbook. They were cocooned for a couple of years because of the pandemic. And just taking pause to see that there's a human on the other side of the train seat or wearing a mask that may be struggling, I think is a pretty good way to finish off here. Thanks for all the questions from the floor. We have one more session on climate and energy and the geopolitics around it. 3 superb guests, but can we give our round of applause to Sebastian Kurz and George Papakostanasian. Great to see you. Thanks. Nicely done. Thanks again, George. Thanks. You're welcome. Thanks for the question. Yeah.
the founders of Joby Aviation, and also of Zipline. Hi, super nice to meet you. Do you want to come here in the middle? Oops, sorry, please go in the middle. Well, often at these conferences, you get told, why don't you bring something along that maybe shows a little bit of what you can do? You've brought the best show and tell I've ever seen at a conference, I think, the people gathering around your vehicle outside. Just tell us about what we can see outside.
Yeah, so we brought our electric air taxi. It's a electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that can carry a pilot and 4 passengers at speeds of 320 kilometers an hour. And we're so excited about the partnership that we've announced with the RTA here in Dubai, where they've brought together the 3 critical resources for bringing this technology to market. The regulatory and policy pieces that are necessary to launch the service, the Skyport infrastructure, and an aircraft to deliver a really exciting service.
And just tell us a little bit about your story to here, because it's an extraordinary story. You have the backing of some amazing companies, of Toyota, of Uber. Just tell us how you got to here.
It's been a lifelong dream and a spectacular journey. I founded the company 15 years ago, and we've now raised more than $2 billion and have a team of more than 2,000 people, or almost 2,000 people, and it's really fantastic to now have this partnership here in the region that really shows the world what you can do with this next generation of aircraft.
And you've been going through all of the testing processes. How long before we actually see them flying?
So our target is
in service for the public.
Yeah, our target is to launch the service here in Dubai before the end of next year.
Amazing. Now, Keller, you also are thinking about how we use the skies for a seamless way of mobility, but you're looking at delivery using drones. You started in Rwanda. We had the president here of Rwanda yesterday. Achim from the UNDP was saying he'd come to visit your site outside of Kigali and was amazed at what you've built there. Tell the audience a little bit about this extraordinary company that you've built.
Well, our backgrounds, when we started building Zipline, our backgrounds were in robotics and artificial intelligence and automation. We always really felt like it was going to be possible to build an automated logistics system for Earth. And the thing that really motivated us about that was the opportunity to build the first logistics system that serves all people equally. So we started by delivering blood to 21 different hospitals in Rwanda. Over the last 8 years, Zipline expanded to serving 3,000 hospitals and health facilities globally. We operate 22 global distribution centers, 24/7, 365. We've delivered about 16 million doses of a childhood vaccine, 2 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine. We deliver about 75% of the national blood supply of 2 different countries. And then this year, we received regulatory permission to fly at scale in the US. Zipline's the first company in US history to be given permission to fly beyond visual line of sight autonomously throughout the US airspace. And we're working with partners like Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, the VA hospital system, as well as Walmart, to enable instant teleportation from any hospital, store, or warehouse directly to customers' homes.
Obviously, we hope to get some nice things and maybe our dinner delivered by you one day, but I was struck by one of the things you said, which was on your website, that the number of people who die because blood doesn't get to them in a traffic accident, for example, because it takes too long, or medicine doesn't arrive to somebody who needs it critically. And you can cut these times down to a matter of minutes. How important was that to you in the building up of the company?
Yeah, because we've been operating globally at scale for the last 8 years, we now have a lot of data on these questions. So University of Pennsylvania published a study last year showing that Zipline has been able to reduce the maternal mortality rate by 51% at the hospitals that we serve. We've been able to reduce missed vaccinations by 42% and reduce zero-dose children by 21 percentage points. And so, a lot of people think of drone delivery as some crazy sci-fi technology that's 10 years away. It isn't. It's been operating at scale for 8 years now, and it's having a major impact on people's healthcare.
Joe Ben, one of the things that I think has been a big topic of conversation here has been this idea of equitable cities, of making places where everyone has access to. I think perhaps when people see your vehicle outside, they think it's going to be a little like Sao Paulo, a world of the super rich moving around above the poor in their helicopters. But you see this as like an SUV, like an Uber of the skies. How important, again, is that to embed that into it, to make it an acceptable solution for cities that they realize is not just an elite tool?
Yeah, so I think from the moment we founded the company, that was one of the critical values that we had, was to make air transportation accessible. And I think one of the incredible, I think both what Zipline's doing and what Joby's doing are showing that so much more is possible with aircraft than we had believed previously. And I think that Zipline and Keller's work is just a spectacular example of what can happen as you drive scale, and the price points that they've been able to achieve for delivering goods and services. And we want to drive that same economies of scale as we work through multiple versions of aircraft to move people around. And, you know, the cars that we were building in the late 1800s were built in small quantities. And it wasn't until you got to the point where they began getting mass produced in the early 1900s that they began to be manufactured in quantities that were sufficient to get the price points down so that everyone was using them every day. So my goal is that we move from a civilization that moves around on the ground to one that moves around in the air. I think that that's going to take time, it's going to take decades, but it is incredibly promising. We just had that last session on resilient cities. And I think this is an incredible example of a technology that can help with resilient cities, both for moving people around and stuff around. And I also think that the kinds of technologies that Zipline's developing for moving things around cities can also scale up in length. And I think there's profound things you can do on the logistics front if you have a unique product that you're making. Let's say you have an agricultural product that you're making in a farm in Africa, and you want to be able to get it to Dubai. Currently, if you're not close to a large airport, it's very difficult for you to get access to delivering your product. But we can again use the kinds of autonomous systems that Zipline has pioneered to move things not just short distances but long distances, and really rethink the global logistics. And so I guess what I'm saying is, I think aviation, we can open the aperture of aviation to what it can bring and how impactful it can be, you know, as we look into the decades of the future.
Yeah, people think of aerospace as being super expensive. It's only super expensive if you only rely on duopolists like Boeing and Airbus to build airplanes. Like, the problem is we don't have, you know, in 1920, there was a huge number of innovative startups building airplanes. Today it's just 2. And so if you want to know why airplanes are super expensive, it's really easy, you know, to understand. So I actually think what's going to happen over the next decade is kind of a big revolution, a renaissance of getting back to building new things in aerospace, agile aerospace.
And even to build on what Keller's saying there, even though we've got this duopoly and the cost of acquiring the aircraft is very expensive and the quantities of aircraft that we're building is relatively small, aviation is still our lowest cost mode of transportation. So it's an order of magnitude less expensive on a per passenger mile basis than driving in a car. It's also 3 orders of magnitude safer. So it's like between 1,000 and 10,000 times safer per passenger kilometer traveled to fly in an aircraft than it is to drive on the ground. And it's at least an order of magnitude faster. You're flying in a commercial aircraft at 500 miles an hour compared to driving on the ground at 20 to 50 miles an hour. So aviation is really remarkable when you think about it in that metric of it's faster, safer, and dramatically less expensive. And it can be even less expensive when you do the kinds of remarkable things that Zipline has been doing in scaling up autonomous aircraft.
And we can transition all of all of this industry to zero emission, which both Joby and Zipline are doing.
We'll come to that. Quick question, why did you start in Rwanda?
You know, when we were getting started, we knew that regulation was going to be the trickiest thing. No one had ever seen an autonomous aircraft really operating at scale in the way that we needed to operate. And so we wanted to find a country that was agile, forward-looking, technocratic, and Rwanda wound up being the perfect partner. You know, it's a small country, 15 million people, but really focused on investing in the future. They initially asked us to deliver blood to 21 different hospitals. We ended up delivering all medical products to every hospital and health facility in the country. Then we expanded to deliver animal vaccines, animal healthcare products. We're now the major deliverer of artificial insemination products for cattle and pigs in the country. We're now delivering e-commerce products. They're building a national postal service on top of the system. So it's been amazing to start in healthcare, but see the technology grow into broad national infrastructure over time.
And just going forward quickly on that. Sorry, yeah, go.
Just to build on that, I think the model that was employed there is like absolutely genius on Keller's part and genius on Rwanda's part, and it is a framework for innovation writ large. So you start with small scale and you iterate, and the iteration that Zipline has done, right? At Joby, we took the full frontal approach on certifying with the FAA. We began that process, that conversation 15 years ago. We've been now working on it in earnest for 9 or 10 years with the FAA. We began our formal certification in 2018. So we are doing the hard, heavy lifting of going straight at the problem of certifying our aircraft in one of the most regulated markets in the world. Whereas what Zipline did was find a sandbox in which they could rapidly iterate, which is much more of akin to the Silicon Valley ethos of being able to try and learn quickly.
Learn by doing.
And just quickly on that, as you iterate and as you go forward, obviously you have built the drones, you've run the drones, you've done the deliveries. As the model evolves, do you step out of some of that chain? Is it a drone system that you give to a city and they run it? Or how do you see the future of Zipline? It's
quite the opposite. I mean, I think one of the counterintuitive things about Zipline, people always look at us and they say, oh, it's such a cool aircraft. It's such a cool autonomous aircraft. I think the key thing to realize here is that when it comes to autonomous logistics, the vehicle is only 15% of the complexity of the solution. So, what we ended up learning over those 8 years was we also needed to build unmanned traffic management systems. We needed to build computer vision-based pre-flight checks, communication architecture, data logging. We had to figure out how to operate these complex logistics distribution centers. We had to build customer ordering interfaces and platforms. So none of our customers care about drones. This is kind of important. All our customers are buying is teleportation. They want something to go from point A to point B fast enough to save someone's life. And so our business model has evolved over the last 8 years by just taking more and more things internal and keeping all that complexity behind a curtain so that to our customers, this just looks like a logistics system that is 10 times as fast, half the cost, and zero emission.
When we look at regulation and we went to Rwanda with Zipline, you're going to be launching here in Dubai next year. What hope do you think, do you have that Paris will be 2027 or London will be 2026? Do you think those cities are open to the same regulatory changes and lobbying their citizens in a way to accept this technology? Or do you think that you will always, for the next few years, be in innovative cities which have an ability to change regulation and to be adaptive?
So I think the really exciting thing, both on the logistics side and on when it comes to moving people around, is now, after working on it for 15 years, we have in the developed world, in these markets which have a lot of existing regulation, we've built up the regulatory framework for, as Keller was talking about, the ability to, he now has the ability to fly his autonomous delivery system anywhere in the continental United States. So that's like a game changer. But it has taken 8 years. The amazing thing is that they've had revenue for those full 8 years because they went and began iterating on it and perfecting it in a non-regulated environment. With Joby, again, we took the full-on regulated approach, but we now also have a framework. We just had one of our last area-specific certification plans approved by the FAA. This means we've done the heavy lifting. We've been working on it for 6 years, and we now have our path to certifying along the existing channels. There are also there's a path that's been set up where a rule has been issued in the U.S. or a draft of the rule has been issued in the U.S. to apply a process that's much more akin to what's being used for Keller's aircraft for passenger carrying aircrafts that are small. And that's a game changer. That's going to allow a proliferation of really innovative new startups to come and build and try new things of aircraft, both for passenger carrying and for drone logistics at larger scale. And so, again, I think we are in this extraordinarily exciting time where aviation becomes dramatically more relevant to many more dimensions of our daily lives. And so I've never been so excited about the future.
We're talking about future cities. Just tell me, civic leaders, I presume they ask the same questions again and again, and I know what the answers are, but perhaps you could just tell the audience. So it's quiet, it's energy efficient. Just explain a few of the things that you built into it to make sure that when you got to this part of the story, there was probably a better acceptance of it.
Yeah, so our goal was to build an aircraft which was quiet enough to deliver you to where you want to go. We're very, very pleased with what we've accomplished. It's 100 times quieter on an absolute level, and the quality of the sound is dramatically better than a helicopter. That said, I want to continue to work and make it even quieter. So that's on the acoustics piece. On the environmental piece, I wanted to build an aircraft which was lower climate change inducing. That's the metric I use is grams of CO2 per passenger, grams of CO2 equivalent per passenger kilometer. So you're taking the entire life cycle emissions of the flight, not just the energy used during the flight, but also the energy used to make the battery pack, and then depreciating that, the energy used to build the airframe and all the components that go into it. So you look at everything that the environmental impact of everything that goes into manufacturing and operating the aircraft, and then you divide that by a passenger kilometer basis. And the really exciting thing is the aircraft we have today is dramatically better than any other aircraft or any of the large commercial aircraft. And it's also on the order of the environmental impact of driving in an electric car. Now, over time, I want to continue to improve that. We're doing aggressive work on hydrogen electric propulsion, which will improve that even further. So there's, again, this is a work in progress. We are in Gen 1 of many generations, and the opportunities are really, really exciting.
And Keller, just quickly for you then, these are all things that challenges you've faced as well, because I think in many cities people think as drones as that thing that the kid
darken the skies.
Yeah, the kid down the block has that's buzzing over your house and making you go crazy.
Yeah, everybody has this like apocalyptic vision, you know, of like drones darkening the skies. But I mean, the reality is, we don't have to guess at this anymore. You can go visit any of the 8 countries where Zipline operates at scale today, and the reality is, you know, the communities we serve love the technology. Most people know someone who is alive because the service exists. And, you know, there are going to be 5 billion instant deliveries, just instant deliveries done in the US this year alone. That's like using a 3,000 to 4,000 pound gas combustion vehicle driven by a human to deliver something to your house that weighs 3 to 5 pounds on average. This is insane. It's very expensive, it's very slow, it's bad for the environment, and it's causing tons of traffic in the cities that we live in that frankly don't have great options for building more highways. And so getting all of that traffic that is currently being used to do these small one-off courier deliveries for Instacart or DoorDash or GoPuff, getting all of that traffic off of the roads into a system that is zero emission and 30 times more efficient and 10 times as fast and half the cost is just an extremely obvious thing to do from a first principles perspective.
Well, I'm afraid that that's all we have time for. There's so many more questions I think that I would have loved to ask both of these amazing entrepreneurs. But thank you for joining this cities panel, looking at the future of our cities. And thank you to our two great panelists, to Kela and to JoeBen. Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Throughout history, our world has been shaped by visionaries who dared to dream beyond the confines of their time. But imagine a world where they continue to flourish and create with the tools we have today. How much more would we know if Al-Khwarizmi had access to a microprocessor? Where would we be if Ibn Sina took a look through a digital microscope? What would Albert Einstein accomplish with the benefits of machine learning? How far would Amelia Earhart dare to go with jet propulsion systems? They inspired us then, but who will inspire us now? Let's collaborate to define our destiny and shape the next chapter of human achievement. World Government Summit 2024. Join us in shaping the future. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a small blue world shines with possibilities. On it, every challenge is an opportunity waiting to be harnessed. But it all begins with a vision, a shared dream of a brighter future. Do we dare to imagine the unthinkable for a better tomorrow? What will it take to create a brighter future for the next generations? Are we ready to unite for global growth? Can we transform the way we power our world? How do we reverse climate change and build a sustainable future? We have the tools and we have the talent. Let's collaborate to define our destiny and shape the prompts of tomorrow. World Government Summit 2024. Join us in shaping the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our next session is Powering the Future, Pathways to Sustainable Global Change, with His Excellency Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. This session is moderated by Becky Anderson from CNN.
Great. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
You are just back from Ukraine, on your way to Russia at some point soon. We'll discuss that a little later in this session. I want to start, though, with the premise of this session. We have been talking a lot at this conference about the urgency of the energy transition. Right now, it does appear that nuclear is having somewhat of a moment. At COP28 here in Dubai, just December of last year, the final text, while non-binding, of course, recognized the role that nuclear energy plays in combating climate change, and 22 countries agreed to work towards tripling nuclear energy capacity by 2030. So I want to drill down a little bit and get your sense. Nobody better to talk about where we are at, the opportunities, the risks of nuclear power than you, Rafael. So thank you for joining us. Let's start with laying the table, as it were. Just how significant do you believe COP28 was in terms of the energy transition? And from those countries who signed up to what was a non-binding agreement, but an important one at that, and historic, where do you see the real investment?
Well, like you say, COP28 was important in so many respects, in terms of public policies, in terms of public discourse at the same time, and in particular for nuclear, because, you know, COPs, for those who have been following these events, was not a place where you would talk a lot about nuclear, if at all. And then not only you talk about nuclear, but you say that nuclear should be accelerated. And then you have countries that come to Dubai and say there in Dubai at that time, we will triple our nuclear effort. Okay, so these are statements, like you say, they may be not non-binding, but they signify, Becky, I believe, what I like to define as a return to realism, in the sense that how many real deployable tools you have to decarbonize energy mixes in the world, which are making a contribution right now and could be scalable. And then you have to, there may be a few, but nuclear is clearly one of those. And this is why we see you talk about the investment. This is why we see the investment in China, you see it in India, you see it in Russia, you see it in Egypt, you see it in Turkey.
And you see it here.
and we have seen it, and we see more. I think the Emirates is an example in this regard. 15 or 16 years ago, this country had zilch nuclear, and this is nuclear technology. It's a very sophisticated technology. And then, in a remarkable period of time, they were able to create the capacity, to create the institutionality that you need, and then to do it hand in hand with the IEA. And so now you have 25%, a quarter of the power that is powering us now, which is nuclear. And as I understand, in my conversations with the government, they are intending to do more. And we see in this very region also other countries that are very seriously contemplating the possibility.
So let's talk about the challenges. There's nobody better to assess the challenges as we talk about the opportunities. A long time lag between planning and operation, cost in and of itself, the worry about weapons proliferation, the risk of meltdown, the health and climate risks, and there are some. So when you think about those challenges, and we think about in the past the Chernobyls and the Fukushimas of this world, which had really dented both the appetite and ambition for nuclear, when you consider those challenges, and some of those are more real than others,
indeed,
where would you assess or put the role of nuclear in the energy mix going forward? There are some, the great advocates of nuclear, who will say, you know, we're going to have 100% nuclear going forward. We're not.
No.
There are others who are much more realistic, who will say, let's consider nuclear as a 20%, you know, a portion in the...
That is rather closer to the mark.
Right.
Because nuclear is more of a baseload kind of energy. It's the energy that will give your mix stability and continuity. Basically, you have a nuclear power reactor, you have energy for 100 years, more or less 70, 80 at the current levels that we are having. So nuclear energy does not have an aspiration to be a dominant, but is a stabilizing articulator in an intelligent, integrated energy mix.
Let's talk about some of those challenges then. Let me talk about the first two, because I think they're important if we are to see at least perhaps a 20% mix globally going forward. Long time lags between planning and operation and cost. These are swinging challenges, aren't they?
There is a conventional wisdom that, you know, a nuclear power plant would take you more than a decade or 2 decades or whatever. Well, look at the Emirates. Was that the case? Look at what's happening in China. What used to happen in the United States and France. So there have been projects that have been off mark in terms of, because of a number of reasons, which are project specific and not technology inherent, which of course took longer than expected. But in general, the average, and let me address another issue. Sometimes people say, people who don't like nuclear or consider that nuclear is not good in terms of climate change, that it's too late for nuclear. Well, let me say that 2050 or 2060 or 2070, whatever arbitrary target that you could put, is not an end station. You have to build networks and mixes that are going to keep our planet well, not simply, you know, check a box and say we made it in 2047. So you have to have something which is sustainable and which is going to take us to the next century in a healthy way.
And you use the term sustainable. There are climate and health risks associated with nuclear, which we oftentimes don't talk as much about these days. Can you address just how you overcome some of those? Because, you know, we often talk about nuclear as one of the cleanest energies in the energy transition.
Indeed.
So this needs to be addressed.
Well, absolutely. Everything needs to be addressed. But again, it's about public discourse and doing what we are doing now. Is explaining and talking to people. When you look at nuclear energy, and rightly so, you analyze the 2 major accidents that happened, which were basically Chernobyl and Fukushima, which were man-made accidents or accidents that occurred because of mistakes or negligence or whatever. It's overlooked the fact that we have 70 years of commercial nuclear operation without. So by any standard, by any parameter, the safety of the industry and the security of the industry is there. But granted, I think we need to explain, perhaps the nuclear sector has been opaque, has not been open to dialogue, which would present the case and always and present the arguments. In any case, for us, you know, the IAEA does not have a commercial interest whatsoever in this. So from our perspective, it's about having it in a safe way, in a secure way, and you mentioned in passing an important factor, which is non-proliferation, which is that by using nuclear energy or by having nuclear materials, you are not going to be creating a security or military danger in the future, and that evokes other cases.
Well, let's talk about other cases,
Yes.
because I promised we'd talk a bit about Ukraine, get an update from you on that, your message into Russia. We also should talk about Iran. You were recently reported as saying that Iran is galloping ahead with its uranium enrichment. You say it continues to put up barriers to inspectors, and you suggest Iran is the only non-nuclear weapon state which is enriching uranium at a very, very high level. Are you proposing? Go on.
All facts. We do not have political agendas here. If Iran wants to have a nuclear power program, as they have, they can, and rightly so, no problem with that. But they have to have a system of inspections which is commensurate with what they are doing, and they keep not giving the answers and the cooperation that they should be extending to the agency.
So the latest report found that Iran was increasing its production of highly enriched uranium. What do we know about the program at present? How concerned are you given the recent increased hostilities in the region?
Well, of course, this is an accumulation of complexities. So, because in a region, in the current circumstance, to have a country that it is presenting a face which is not entirely transparent when it comes to its nuclear activities. Of course, this increases dangers. There is loose talk about nuclear weapons, more and more, including in Iran. Recently, a very high official said, in fact, we have everything. It's disassembled. Well, please let me know, what do you have? Because you are an NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty party, so you're not supposed ever, by your own decision, to have nuclear weapons. We see this in this country. We see this in other countries as well. So I believe that the nuclear factor should be always within the well-established rules that apply to the vast majority of the 30-something countries that use nuclear energy without any problem.
Is this talk of nuclear weapons, is it being normalized? Because it is an incredulous narrative.
Yes, it's a good point.
Appears to be more credulous at this
That's the danger, Becky. That's the danger, that we normalize, that we get used to hearing these things. And look, let me give you an example. Look what happened in North Korea. Until 2006, we were in the same kind of situation. There were negotiations, 6-party talks, 4-party talks, conference here, conference there. One day, the line was crossed. So we don't want to see that in the Middle East. And this is why my plea and my work is to work together with Iran. We believe in diplomacy. We don't believe in bombing. We believe in diplomacy. But for that to happen, we need our inspectors to be allowed to do its work. History, and recent history, proves in this region that when you start curtailing the access of international inspectors, normally the story does not end very well. So I think we need to think twice, and we need to ensure that this cooperation prevails.
The IAEA effectively has a sort of, a civil nuclear power program for dummies. I mean, there are guardrails. Indeed. And there is a program which includes the IAEA's
Absolutely.
involvement?
It's called the milestones. It's like your user's guide for nuclear. And actually, it was the book that the Emirates first read when they decided they wanted to transform this country into one of the, beacons of peaceful nuclear energy in this part of the world, which means that we work with them, we give them the assistance, we help create the institutionality, density that you need to get it right.
Let's talk about Ukraine. As far as Ukrainian authorities are concerned, the latest inspector's report reveals no positive news at Zaporizhzhia. What's your sense? You're just back.
I'm just back. I crossed the front lines for the 4th time since the beginning of the war, and this is quite dramatic because this power plant is not in any part of the occupied part of Ukraine. It's on the front line. I cross a line and there is a Ukrainian soldier, and then a few meters down the line there is a Russian soldier. Okay, so it's there. So, of course, the volatility, the fragility of the whole thing is huge. And when the war started, there were attacks, direct attacks on the nuclear power plant. So we, in a way, imposed, if I can use the word, being a head of an international organization, I should never say that, but in a certain sense, we thrust ourselves, we plunged into the conflict, and now we have a permanent presence there, which is in and by itself a deterrent of sorts. People know, whomever this would be, that the international community is there. We are providing technical support, and most importantly, like you do, we are informing. We are telling, have you noticed that when it comes to Zaporizhzhia, there is no fake news? Why? Because the IAEA is there. If somebody says, well, Zaporizhzhia is in flames, or the contrary, is a kindergarten, no, the IAEA is there telling it as it is.
What's your assessment in a word? I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10 at this point, you were significantly and very concerned this time last year. Where do you stand on that?
You know what the problem is with Zaporizhzhia? You go to Zaporizhzhia on a sunny day and you believe that you are in a nuclear power plant here in Baraka. Everything is apparently calm. But then the next hour you can have a drone coming and attacking. So it is the uncertainty and the terrible fragility of war. I can be 0, I can be 10 within minutes.
You're on your way at some point to Russia. What
Yes.
will your message be there?
My message is cooperate with the IAEA. Remember that it's only working with us, avoiding a nuclear accident, that we will all benefit, because no one, whichever side of the conflict you are sitting, will benefit from a nuclear accident. And this is why I'm going to Russia. I will speak to President Putin, as I did last year. And this dialogue should continue. At the end of the day, it's about dialogue.
And I want to finish this on a positive note. The IAEA is an organization that's been around for, some 70 years.
Yes.
As we started this conversation about powering the future and discussed pathways to sustainable global change, which very definitely at this point includes the nuclear file. What's your message to this audience?
The message is that we are, in spite of all the challenges that we have discussed just now, I think nuclear is part of the mitigation of the real problem. And let me mention something we did not touch upon. Nuclear is also, and we are doing that, is about nuclear medicine, fighting cancer, radiotherapy in Africa, atoms for food, protecting, creating drought-resisting crops, managing water. So we hope to be, as I said, a force for good.
Rafael Grossi, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session. Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, under the esteemed patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, we are honored to present the 13th edition of the Dubai International Best Practice Award for Sustainable Development, organized by Dubai Municipality in collaboration with the United Nations Human Settlements Programme, UN Habitat. This award recognizes innovative global ideas aimed at improving the quality of life around the world and making a positive impact on the advancement of future cities. 10 shortlisted projects have been nominated and 5 winners will be announced today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to invite His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Deputy Ruler of Dubai, on stage to present the awards to the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our next session is, will our future economy still be fueled by oil? With His Excellency, Haytham Al-Ghais, Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. This session is moderated by Dan Murphy from CNBC.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around for our next conversation. I'm thrilled to be joined on stage by His Excellency Haytham Al-Ghais, the OPEC Secretary General, for a conversation about the outlook for fossil fuels in what has been said will be a challenging next few years to come. So, Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you, Dan.
So let's begin our conversation with a look ahead to the future. Fossil fuels, we know, and economic development are intrinsically linked, but at the same time, addressing climate change is now more crucial than ever. So to kick us off, Your Excellency, what role will oil play in a future economy, not just in the region, but around the world?
Thank you. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, first of all, allow me to start by just thanking the UAE government for hosting this lovely and wonderful, magnificent event. Really, it's my first time to be here, and what a great display, what a variety, what a wealth and richness of subjects. So congratulations to the UAE for this excellent setup. We are in the UAE, so it's only right to talk about oil. The UAE is a proud member of OPEC. We're proud to have such a member in OPEC, the United Arab Emirates, which has been able to balance that question, which you posed, if I may put it back to you, almost as a dichotomy. But in reality, I don't see why the two should be contradicting with each other. Oil-producing nations, whether they are OPEC members or other nations around the world, there are 100 countries around the world that produce oil today. It's not just the 12 members of OPEC, or the 22 countries within the OPEC Plus alliance, have been able to responsibly develop their resources in accordance with the Charter of the UN. Let me remind everyone that the 1992 Rio Summit Charter says very clearly, states have the right to develop and exploit their natural resources in line with the UN Charter and the principles of international law, to exploit these natural resources in their own, pursuant to their own environmental and developmental policies. So this is an inalienable right that is available to nations to exploit these resources for societal, economic development. But at the same time, that does not exist in a vacuum from environmental concerns. Again, there is no better place on this planet to showcase this than the UAE. The UAE has been successfully able to develop its oil production, its gas production, but at the same time, do it in a way that is environmentally friendly. We have ADNOC in Abu Dhabi, we have Masdar, all companies that are involved in making sure that the climate issues are dealt with and appropriately in line with the Paris Agreement, conventions and agreements and frameworks, but also at the same time catering for energy security and the way that the UAE is planning to invest to upgrade and upscale its production capacity. This is an example of how the two can be done and achieved successfully, striking that fine balance between making sure that the wealth and the rents and the revenues that come from the production of oil are used to the benefit of the nation and the development of the nation, but also to be used for the development of future fuels such as renewables and others. So I think it's important to be able to find that balance rather than to pose the issue as if there is a dichotomy between the two and the two are actually in contravention or contradiction with each other.
I think what we saw quite clearly coming out of COP28 here in Dubai was this call to transition away from fossil fuels. And only in the last 24 hours, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber also forming what he's called the Troika, which is a group of leaders coming together to ensure that that transition away is maintained through COPs to come. So in your view, Your Excellency, how do you expect that transition away from fossil fuels to look like? And what are the implications regionally?
Well, first of all, you mentioned COP28. I think it's important also, again, to congratulate the UAE for the global decarbonization charter that was achieved in COP28 in Dubai here, where 50 plus oil and gas companies, leaders from the world, many of whom actually national oil companies from OPEC member states, including the likes of ADNOC and Saudi Aramco, signed to this charter, which is a clear demonstration of the intentions, the plans, the forward-looking approaches to dealing with energy transitions. And I stress the word energy transitions because I always add an S to the end, because there is no single energy transition. We firmly believe and we always advocate for the right to every country having its own energy transition pathway in accordance with its own national circumstances. Therefore, going back to the charter, I mean, this charter clearly talks about reducing carbon emissions to net zero by 2050, ending routine flaring, reduction of methane emissions. So the industry is clearly playing a very active and proactive role, actually, in leading by example. The beauty of COP28, as you mentioned, is that everybody was included in this discussion. This is something very important. As we tackle future energy challenges, while oil, we believe, remains a cornerstone for economic development, for societal development, for progress that has been created by the presence of oil for the past 200 years. However, going forward, this approach has to be more based on inclusiveness, dialogue, and therefore this Troika example that you mentioned is a clear sign of continuity in the approach and moving from one COP to the other, making sure that the pledges are implemented in the right way as we move forward.
Total Energy CEO Patrick Pouyanné said peak oil demand will take longer than we think. So what timelines seem realistic for significantly reducing our dependence on oil in your view? And what does peak look like in terms of a timeline?
Well, I'm not going to profess to having a crystal ball, but let me put it the other way around and say, before peak oil demand, there was the episode one, I call it episode one, which was peak oil supply. You all recall peak oil supply. Now, where are those who were professing that peak oil supply would happen? We don't hear of that anymore. Now is the beginning of episode two, peak oil demand. Now, let's answer that by looking at how oil is so available and abundant in our everyday aspects of our life. Whether you come on a plane, whether you drive a car, whether you sit here, our dressing, everything we have today is a derivative of oil. For us in OPEC, again, we take the approach that all forms of energy will be required. No single source of energy will be able to replace another, especially oil. Today, oil represents over 30% of the global energy mix. It's a significant portion, 30%. When you add gas to that, we're talking about close to 60%. And 60% of the global energy mix, oil and gas, will continue to be a major component of the energy pie or the energy mix that continues to grow in the future years out to 2045. To give you a glimpse about our long-term outlook, we see oil demand rising to 116 million barrels a day by 2045. And that requires significant investments in oil in the industry, investments in the order of $14 trillion. That's over $600 billion a year. And it's for two simple reasons. You cannot just unplug from the current energy system overnight. We have to deal with energy transitions with pragmatism, with realism, taking into account that 30% of this energy mix is massive. It is not simple to just replace overnight. Today, when we talk or we hear talk about peak oil demand, it's almost like a zero-sum game discussion, that one form of energy will simply replace the other overnight, or that renewables are here to compete with oil. We believe this is totally incorrect, it's misguided, and it's not constructive either, for two simple reasons. Number one, when we look at renewables today, as an example, I'm not picking on renewables, let's take solar panels, or let's take wind turbines, for example. Even the batteries, lithium-ion batteries for electric vehicles, somehow, some way, some form, they are all linked in the end to the production of raw materials that come from oil derivatives, whether it's the calcined coke for the lithium-ion batteries in EVs, whether it's the plastics, the resins, the fibers, all the synthetic materials that go into solar panel construction or wind turbines. So they will actually complement each other. You cannot have all these materials that will be required for renewable energy without actually having the raw materials that come from the petroleum. That's number one. The second reason is the sheer growth in the size of the global economy, which is expected to double compared to what it is today by 2045, and the massive growth in global population, where we expect in our forecast that the global population will rise by almost 1.5 billion from now to 2045. And most of that growth will be in non-OECD developing parts of the world. Add to that another element which is very important is the rate of rapid urbanization around the world. Our forecast shows that around 582 million people are expected to move into new cities all around the world from now to 2030. 2030 is only 6 years away from today. And let me add another number there just to put that number into real context. 582 million people by 2030. We are here in Dubai today. The population of Dubai is, give or take, 3.5 million barrels, sorry, not million barrels a day. I'm used to that term, so 3.5 million people. That's about 160 new Dubais around the world from now to 2030. Can you imagine the sheer size, the magnitude of the energy that will be required to fuel another 150 or 160 cities around the world? So it's not simple just to say we can say there's going to be peak oil tomorrow or in 5 or 10 years. I don't like to give a time horizon, to go back to your question, Dan, because nobody has a crystal ball. But I can say the discussion based on data, driven estimates, which we do in OPEC very well. Everybody has been complimenting our long-term outlook from independent sources, whether it's media as well. We don't go on the basis of ideological concepts to derive our numbers, as some others may do. We look at hard data, raw data. We do a bottoms-up approach analysis. We have global access to information in consuming countries, producing countries, and that's how we estimate our forecasts. And I think talking about peak oil demand is probably something way far out, to put it in as simple a way without committing myself to a timeline.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think it's just fascinating when you talk about the increase that we're going to see in global oil demand, specifically looking at a country like India, for example, and to use your point, it adds the equivalent of one Los Angeles every single year, just in terms of population growth in India. So India needs all of the energy it can get and all of the energy sources possible. But the problem that we see is that the political pressure on energy suppliers is ramping up. And I think it's become increasingly controversial to be a fossil fuel producer. So if the world needs all of this energy, how do you also incentivize investment into clean energy to ensure that it's politically palatable? And ultimately, how do we ensure that it benefits the environment as well?
Well, that's a great question. And talking about India, just briefly before I answer the question, I was in India last week. And to your point, we heard the Honorable Prime Minister Modi talking about how India's economy is going to become the third largest economy in the world. India has overtaken China in terms of population growth. The cities, the technologies, the investments that are happening in India are unprecedented. And to your point, that's going to require a lot more energy. And it's not all going to be oil. It's going to be all kinds of energy, everything they can get their hands on to help develop and sustain that development. Back to your point, I mean, for us in OPEC, we have a mission. Our mission has been, since the creation of OPEC in 1960, sustainable, stable flows of oil, energy to the world. We will continue with that mission. That's why our member countries, including the United Arab Emirates, continue to invest in oil production, continue to develop refining capacity, midstream, petrochemical, the whole value chain. It's an integrated value chain because we believe this is our mission and objective to supply the world with all the energy it will require for future growth. We don't look out 5 years ahead or 10 years ahead. We look much further out. We will continue to do this. As I mentioned, the numbers are staggering, $14 trillion of investments required in the oil industry alone from now to 2045. It is a challenge with some of the pressures that we face on how people look at the oil industry. But I think what has happened here in COP28, what will happen, inshallah, in COP29 and in COP30, is that all players are coming to the table. And this is a successful method to deal with these issues. The UAE has started and led by example by bringing everybody to the table here in Dubai, COP28, and we saw the results of that. Positive results where people are included in the discussion. So we always emphasize that when energy transitions occur, they have to be just, they have to be orderly, they have to be inclusive, and they should leave nobody behind. When we talk about transitioning and the pressures that you mentioned, rightly so, Dan, these pressures sometimes fail to take into account that we have over 650 million people around the world today without access to basic electricity. I have seen these people. I have been to some countries and I have seen these villages where people don't have access to switching on the light. They don't have access to taking a bike or a car to the nearest village. They have to walk 100 kilometers or so. People still using wood as cooking fuels in certain parts of the world. Over 2 billion people, that's almost a quarter of the population of this planet. So when we talk about not investing in conventional sources of energy, hydrocarbons specifically, also part of the equation has to account for energy transition. We talk about energy security, we talk about energy affordability, energy availability, but nobody really touches on the word energy poverty. And that's another critical element of this discussion that must not be left behind.
We only have a couple of minutes left, so I'll ask you a few rapid-fire questions. This is a question that was asked to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz in Saudi Arabia just yesterday. He was in conversation about the current state of the market, and I want your assessment of market balances right now. Do you see the current range that we're in as being a Goldilocks environment in terms of oil pricing? I know you don't talk about pricing, but where do we stand in the market right now with regards to balances?
Well, we're going to issue our monthly oil market report today, later on the day, so it will have a very clear answer to your question, Dan, but for the benefit of the audience, again, yes, you rightly mentioned, we don't talk about prices, we don't forecast prices. We see demand rising by over 2 million barrels a day for this year, year-on-year growth versus last year, healthy. We are seeing positive signs of good revisions to some parts of the global economy, most notably the United States, where GDP has been revised upwards. We're seeing a lot of bullish statements, even from some of the speakers we heard yesterday here talking about the US economy. China is, although there are question marks about China, we still feel very robust about China, and we are seeing the Chinese government stepping in to take corrective measures. All of this with the fact of the phenomenal economic growth we're seeing in India, all of this, I think, leads us to believe that we will have a strong economy this year with positive implications for oil demand. Non-OPEC supply, US and others, we're seeing good production coming out of Guyana, out of Brazil, Canada, maybe a potential slowdown in the United States from the shale patches, yet to be seen because it's resilient and we keep seeing a surprise in shale production year on year. So overall, we feel that the market is in a good state right now, rather stable, but we cannot predict. That's why we in OPEC Plus with our partners, we continue to be very preemptive, proactive, and our joint monitoring ministerial committee meets every 2 months, and we reevaluate the market conditions. We cannot really tell from now what's going to happen, but I think we will keep doing what we do best, which is being proactive and united as a group, and making sure that the market remains healthy and stable.
And OPEC is a pretty exclusive club, but it is getting bigger. What can you tell me about Brazil's membership? Do you have an update for us?
Well, exclusive not, actually. We are open to any oil producer that has a common interest, which is the stability of the market, to join. Brazil has joined what we have signed in 2019, which is called the Charter of Cooperation. It's a platform that encourages more dialogue, broader, comprehensive dialogue between oil-producing nations around the world. Of course, Brazil is a significant player with phenomenal growth in production over the past years. They are in the BRICS, of course, and they are a member. They are the head of the G20 this year, and will be hosting COP30 next year. So it's important for us that Brazil has made this step and come closer. And we believe there are other countries that are also interested to come closer to cooperating with OPEC and OPEC Plus in this wider framework for preserving oil market stability.
Your Excellency, I know you have a plane to catch, so we better let you go. Thank you so much for joining me on stage today. And ladies and gentlemen, please again make him feel welcome, His Excellency Haitham El-Ghais.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session.
أصحاب المعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان التحولات العالمية في مستقبل قطاع الطاقة مع معالي سعيد الطاير الرئيس التنفيذي والمدير العام لهيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Global Energy Transitions with His Excellency Saeed Al-Tayr, Managing Director and CEO of Dubai Electricity and Water Authority. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في القمة العالمية للحكومات 2024 التي تعقد تحت شعار تشكيل حكومات المستقبل، حيث أصبحت القمة فعالية عالمية مميزة تجمع قادة الفكر والخبراء العالميين وصناع القرار من جميع أنحاء العالم للمشاركة والمساهمة في تطوير الأدوات والسياسات والنماذج التي تعتبر ضرورية في تشكيل الحكومات المستقبلية. وتعقد القمة هذا العام تحت الرعاية الكريمة لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وتوجيهات سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله، حيث استشراف المستقبل حاضر في فكر القيادة الرشيدة ومكون أساسي في الخطط والاستراتيجيات الحكومية. فالرؤية السديدة للقيادة الرشيدة كانت ولا تزال العامل الرئيسي في ريادة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في مختلف المجالات، بما في ذلك التحول العالمي في قطاع الطاقة من خلال الاعتماد المتزايد على مصادر الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة. ويرتكز هذا الاتجاه على ضرورة حماية البيئة ومواجهة التغير المناخي، وعلى ضوء انخفاض تكاليف تقنيات الطاقة المتجددة مما يمكنها من منافسة الوقود الأحفوري التقليدي في نفس الوقت.
الحضور الكريم، من منظور سياسات هناك تركيز متزايد على إزالة الكربون وتعزيز العمل المناخي، حيث تضع العديد من البلدان والمناطق أهدافاً طموحة للحد من انبعاثات غازات الدفيئة وزيادة حصة الطاقة المتجددة في مزيج الطاقة، مما يشجع الاستثمار في مشاريع الطاقة المتجددة والطاقة النظيفة، ويخلق مجالات جديدة للابتكار وفرص عمل جديدة في هذا القطاع. ومن منظور به يعد التحول إلى الطاقة المتجددة خطوة حاسمة في الحد من انبعاثات الكربون والتصدي لتغير المناخ، ويساعد التحول على الوقود الأحفوري في التخفيف من تأثير ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري والحد من تلوث البيئة. من المهم ملاحظة أن تحول الطاقة لا يخلو من التحديات، حيث تمثل الطبيعة المتقطعة لمصادر الطاقة المتجددة تحديات أمام إنتاج وتخزين الطاقة، هذا بالإضافة إلى عدد من التحديات الرئيسية الأخرى كضمان استدامة التعاون الدولي وتوفير التمويل الأخضر وتحسين سلاسل التوريد والتغلب على احتكار التقنيات والالتزام بالحوكمة الرشيدة والتأكد من التحول الأخضر الجميع وغيرها من التحديات. ومن المهم تحويل تلك التحديات إلى فرص سانحة لتحقيق المزيد من التحول الأخضر والتنمية المستدامة وتعميم الفوائد على الجميع. ومن الناحية الجيوسياسية فإن الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية آثار بعيدة المدى على كلا البلدين وعلى المشهد الجيوسياسي الأوسع، وللحرب تأثير عميق على أسواق الطاقة وخاصة في أوروبا، حيث تعتبر روسيا مورداً رئيسياً للغاز والنفط إلى أوروبا، وأدت الحرب إلى عقوبات اقتصادية متبادلة مع روسيا في مختلف المجالات بما في ذلك قطاع الطاقة، حيث أدى الصراع عملياً إلى وقف معظم إمدادات الطاقة، كما أدى إلى بذل الجهود لتنويع مصادر الطاقة في أوروبا. ومثال على ذلك فبعد أن كانت أوروبا بعض الدول الأوروبية رائدة في التخلص من مصادر الطاقة الأحفورية والحد من انبعاثات الكربون، فإنها تراجعت بسبب وقف إمدادات الطاقة الروسية والسياسات الأوروبية بإقفال وإعادة تشغيل بعض محطات الطاقة النووية والفحم الحجري القديمة. إن التحول إلى الطاقة المتجددة يعيد تشكيل ديناميكيات القوى العالمية، إذ تكتسب البلدان الغنية بموارد الطاقة المتجددة مثل الدول الغنية بالطاقة الشمسية في الشرق الأوسط والدول الغنية بالرياح في شمال أوروبا أهمية استراتيجية في مشهد الطاقة العالمي، وسيسهم في خفض تكلفة الطاقة للمستهلكين، ويعد تخزين الطاقة أيضاً اتجاهاً رئيسياً في تحول الطاقة، ويدعم هذا الاتجاه التقدم في تكنولوجيا البطاريات والتوافر المتزايد للبيئة التحتية للتخزين، مع تزايد حصة مصادر الطاقة المتجددة المتقطعة في مزيد الطاقة. أصبحت الحاجة إلى حلول فعالة لتخزين الطاقة أكثر إلحاحاً، ويلعب التقدم في تخزين الطاقة البطاريات فضلاً عن التقنيات الأخرى مثل تخزين الطاقة المائية بالضخ وتخزين الطاقة على نطاق الشبكات دوراً حاسماً في تمكين دمج الطاقة المتجددة في الشبكات. ووفقاً لتقرير الطاقة 2023 الصادر مؤخراً عن وكالة الطاقة الدولية، فإن اعتماد سيناريو تحقيق الحياد الكربوني 2050 سيؤدي إلى خفض أسعار النفط مقارنة مع أسعار 2022 بأكثر من 50% بحلول 2030 و75% بحلول 2050، وأسعار الغاز والفحم بأكثر من ذلك. كما بلغت القدرة الإنتاجية لألواح الطاقة الشمسية عام 2022 أكثر من 200 جيجا وات، والقدرة التخزينية حوالي 10% منها فقط، بينما يتوقع التقرير أن ترتفع القدرة الإنتاجية للألواح الشمسية وفق نفس السيناريو حوالي 4 أضعاف بعام 2030، بينما سترتفع القدرة التخزينية بضعف هذه النسبة حوالي 8 أضعاف. ومن المتوقع أن تتجاوز السعة التخزينية في العالم التي تتكون معظمها من تقنيات بطاريات الليثيوم 1 تيراوات ساعة بحلول عام 2030، وأن تنخفض تكلفة نظام التخزين بالبطاريات إلى أقل من $200 أمريكي لكل كيلووات ساعة بحلول عام 2030، وحوالي $130 بحلول عام 2050. ووفق التقرير نفسه فإن الاستثمار في الطاقة النظيفة ارتفع 40% منذ عام 2020، وتوقع التقرير إضافة أكثر من 500 جيجا وات من الطاقة المتجددة في عام 2023 وحده. ونتيجة لذلك فقد استنتجت الوكالة أن الطريق إلى الحد من ارتفاع حرارة الأرض ب1.5 درجة مئوية رغم الصعوبة البالغة إلا أنه ما زال متاحا. الحضور الكريم، تعتبر التقنيات المتطورة في قطاع الطاقة ضرورية لمواجهة تحديات الاستدامة والاعتماد على البحوث والتطوير ضروريا لدفع الابتكار في هذا المجال. وأحدى التقنيات الواعدة هي إنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر إلى جانب حلول التخزين المتقدمة. حيث يتمتع الهيدروجين الأخضر الذي يتم إنتاجه باستخدام مصادر الطاقة المتجددة بالقدرة على لعب دور مهم في إزالة الكربون من مختلف القطاعات، بما في ذلك النقل والعمليات الصناعية، ويصفه البعض بأنه وقود المستقبل. علاوة على ذلك تعد تقنيات التخزين الفاعلة أمراً حيوياً لضمان التوافر المستمر للهيدروجين، مما يجعله ناقلاً موثوقاً للطاقة. وقد حظي قطاع الهيدروجين الأخضر باهتمام كبير، حيث تقدر وكالة الطاقة الدولية أن قدرة إنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر يمكن أن تصل إلى أكثر 170 جيجا وات بحلول عام 2030، وهو ما يمثل زيادة كبيرة عن القدرة الحالية، ومن المتوقع أن يكون للصناعات المختلفة. ومن المتوقع أن تنخفض التكلفة المرتفعة حالياً لإنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر بشكل كبير في السنوات المقبلة. ووفقاً لمجلس الهيدروجين من المحتمل أن تنخفض تكلفة الهيدروجين بنسبة 50% عن عام 2030، كما تؤكد نشرة الهيدروجين العالمية لعام 2023 الصادرة عن وكالة الطاقة النووية أنه يمكن إنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر مقابل $1 للكيلوغرام بحلول عام 2030، مما يجعله أكثر تنافسية مع طرق إنتاجه حالياً، حيث تتراوح تكلفة الإنتاج بين $3 و $6.5 للكيلوغرام. فيما يتعلق بالتخزين، يجري تطوير تقنيات متقدمة مثل تسييل الهيدروجين والتخزين في الكهوف الملحية ومواد تخزين الهيدروجين الصلبة المبتكرة، مما يضمن تخزين الهيدروجين بكفاءة وموثوقة. وتعتبر هذه التطورات حاسمة لتمكين اعتماد الهيدروجين الأخضر على نطاق واسع كناقل للطاقة، وتؤكد الأرقام والتوقعات على الأهمية المتزايدة للهيدروجين الأخضر مع الاستثمارات الكبيرة والتقدم التكنولوجي الذي يقود تطوره السريع ونشره. وفي ذلك السياق يعد الاندماج النووي من المصادر الواعدة باعتبار مصادر الطاقة النظيفة غير المحدودة تقريباً، على الرغم من التحديات التكنولوجية الكبيرة التي لا يزال البعض يتعين التغلب عليها. وفي حين كان الانشطار النووي مصدراً مؤكداً للطاقة المنخفضة الكربون لعقود من الزمن، فإن جهود البحث والتطوير الجارية تركز على تعزيز السلامة وإدارة التخلص من النفايات المشعة وفعالية التكلفة. الحضور الكريم، أعلن سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله تمديد مبادرة عام الاستدامة لتشمل عام 2024 بهدف البناء على ما تحقق من نجاح خلال عام 2023، حيث رسخت دولة الإمارات مكانتها الريادية على المستوى العالمي في مجال الاستدامة بأبعادها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية والتحول في قطاع الطاقة النظيفة. وأطلقت الدولة المبادرة الاستراتيجية للحياد المناخي 2050 لتسريع وتيرة تحول الطاقة إلى اقتصاد أخضر ودائري مستدام. وفي هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي شريك الطاقة المستدامة للقمة لدينا مشروعات خضراء رائدة على مستوى العالم، أبرزها مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية، أكبر مجمع للطاقة الشمسية في العالم وفق المنتج المستقل بقدرة 5000 ميجاوات بحلول عام 2030، بالإضافة إلى عدد من المشاريع الرائدة كمشروع إنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر ومحطة حتى الكهرومائية بتقنية الضخ والتخزين وغيرها. وقد أوقفنا منذ عدة أعوام إطلاق أي مشاريع جديدة لإنتاج الطاقة من الوقود الأحفوري، وقمنا بحصر المشاريع الجديدة لتحلية المياه على تقنية التناضح العكسي باستخدام الطاقة النظيفة. وخلال العقد الماضي انخفضت تكلفة الطاقة الشمسية في مشاريع الهيئة من 11 سنت لكل كيلووات إلى 1.6 سنتا فقط، وتضاعفت كفاءتها من 11 إلى 24%. كما حققنا نتائج عالمية رائدة في مختلف جوانب أعمالنا، حيث تتصدر الهيئة الأولى عالميا في أكثر من 10 مؤشرات أداء رئيسية في مجال عملها، كخفض نسبة الفاقد في شبكة الكهرباء إلى 2% وفاقد شبكة المياه إلى 4.6%، ومتوسط انقطاع الكهرباء لكل مشترك سنويا دقيقة فقط. مع تحقيق هذه الإنجازات الهامة فإننا مستمرون في رحلة الريادة والاستدامة. فكما قال سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله أن دولة الإمارات تراهن على المستقبل وتعمل على تسخير الجهود والعقول والموارد والإمكانات لاستشرافه وتصميمه وصنعه. الحضور الكريم، ندرك بأن التوقعات المستقبلية تتفاوت بطبيعتها وأهدافها وأرقامها ودقتها، وهي قابلة للتغيير مع مرور الوقت، لكن الثابت هو أمل البشرية الراسخ أن تبقى الحكومات والشعوب متعاونة وملتزمة بالتصدي لمختلف التحديات والمخاطر المصيرية التي تهدد البشرية، والحفاظ على كوكب الأرض لتحقيق الازدهار المستدام لنا ولأجيالنا القادمة. وأخيراً أود أن أشكر القائمين على تنظيم القمة وأتمنى للجميع التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة رجب طيب أردوغان رئيس الجمهورية التركية، ضيف الشرف لهذه الدورة من القمة العالمية للحكومات. يرجى ملاحظة أن هذه الجلسة ستكون باللغة التركية، يرجى استخدام السماعات للترجمة الفورية.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, the guest of honor for this edition of the World Government Summit. Please note that this session will be in Turkish. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri Devlet Başkanı Sayın Şeyh Muhammed bin Zayed El Nahyan, Devlet Başkanı Yardımcısı Duva-i Emiri Sayın Şeyh Muhammed bin Raşid El Maktum, saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, kıymetli misafirler, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle geçirilen zirvenin, siz değerli misafirler, Selamun Aleyküm, bizim 100. yıl dönümüyle birlikte hayata geçirdiğimiz Türkiye 100 yılı vizyonumuzla geleceğin Türkiye'sini inşa ediyoruz. Doğru değerlerle yola çıkıldığında büyük dönüşümlerin nasıl başarıldığını bugüne kadar gösterdik. Özellikle son 21 yıllık iktidarlarımız döneminde Türkiye'yi her alanda 3 kat, 5 kat, 10 kat büyüterek ileriye taşıdık. 20 yıl öncesinin Türkiye'sini hatırlayanlar ile bugünün Türkiye'sini görenler, ülkemizin kısa sürede nasıl büyük bir başarı hikayesi yazdığını, nasıl sessiz bir devrim gerçekleştirdiğini kabul ve takdir ediyor. Bugün büyüyen ekonomisiyle, güçlü altyapısıyla, uluslararası alanda artan etkinliğiyle, diplomasi kulvarında elde ettiği başarılarıyla, savunma alanındaki atılımlarıyla kendinden söz ettiren bir Türkiye gerçeği var. Böyle bir Türkiye'yi inşa etmekten gurur ve heyecan duyuyoruz. Çevremizde yıllardır devam eden sıcak çatışmalara, terör ve istikrarsızlık dolayısıyla maruz kaldığımız göç baskısına, ülkemize hedef alan envai çeşit terör eylemlerine rağmen istikrar, güven ve kalkınma yolunda asla sapmadan bugünlere geldik. Biliyorsunuz, geçen yıl 6 Şubat'ta tarihimizin en büyük doğal afetlerinden birini yaşadık. Yoğun yerleşime sahip 11 ilimizi ve 14 milyon insanımızı doğrudan sarsan depremlerde 53 binden fazla canımızı toprağa verdik. Depremi üzerinden daha bir sene bile geçmeden enkazları kaldırdık. Vatandaşlarımızın acil barınma ihtiyaçlarını giderdik. İnşası tamamlanan 31 binden fazla konutu depremzedelerimize teslim ettik. Her ay 15-20 bin konut teslim ederek yıl sonuna kadar 200 bin konutun teslimatını yapmayı hedefliyoruz. Tam bir yıl önce asrın felaketini yaşamış bir millet olarak dost ve kardeş ülkelerin de desteğiyle hamdolsun yaralarımızı süratle sarıyoruz. Buradan bir kez daha milletimizle dayanışmasını esirgemeyen, başta emirlikler olmak üzere tüm dostlarımıza yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Tüm bu adımları atarken dünyanın farklı köşelerindeki milyonlarca ihtiyaç sahibine yardım elimizi uzatmayı da ihmal etmiyoruz. Yaklaşık 3,5 milyonu Suriyeli olmak üzere 4 milyonu aşkın sığınmacıya yıllardır ev sahipliği yapıyoruz. Kıymetli misafirler, etrafı adeta ateş çemberiyle kuşatılmış olan ülkemizin bugünkü konumuna gelmesi şüphesiz kolay olmadı. Türkiye'nin son çeyrek asrına mührünü vurmuş bir hükümet olarak hiçbir zaman dikensiz bir gül bahçesinde yürümedik. Elde ettiğimiz her bir başarının, kazandığımız her bir zaferin, hayata geçirdiğimiz her reformun arka planında çok büyük bir emek, sabır, gayret, tecrübe ve dirayet vardır. Türkiye'yi takip edenler bu zorlu sürecin kilometre taşlarını çok iyi biliyor. Önümüzdeki engeller ne kadar büyük olursa olsun, yılmadan, yorulmadan Türkiye'yi hedefleriyle buluşturma mücadelemizi azimle sürdürdük. Bugün de sarsılmaz bir inanç ve kararlılıkla yürüyüşümüz devam ediyor. Burada çok samimi bir hissiyatımı sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. Şahsen 40 yılı aşkın bir süredir siyasetin içinde olan, halkına siyaset yoluyla hizmet etmeye çabalayan bir kardeşinizim. İlk gençlik yıllarımızda sivil toplumda başladığımız mücadelemizi, daha sonra siyasetin çok farklı kademelerinde görev üstlenerek yürüttük. 1994 senesinde henüz 40 yaşında bir siyasetçiyken Türkiye'nin en büyük şehri olan İstanbul'un Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanlığı'na seçildim. Yaklaşık 4,5 yıl sürdürdüğümüz bu vazifemiz sırasında bugün bile takdirle konuşulan çok önemli hizmetlere, eserlere ve yatırımlara imza attık. Okuduğumuz bir şiir nedeniyle hapse atılmamız sonucu siyasi hayatımız bir süre kesintiye uğradı. Ama buna rağmen İstanbul'daki başarımız önümüzde yeni kapıların açılmasına, çok daha büyük bir başarı hikayesinin yazılmasına vesile oldu. 2001 senesinde artık hiçbir şey eskisi gibi olmayacak şiarıyla bugün genel başkanlığını yürüttüğümüz AK Parti'mizi kurduk. Partimizin kuruluşundan sadece 15 ay sonra girdiğimiz ilk seçimlerden açık ara birinci çıkarak Türkiye'yi yönetme sorumluluğunu üstlendik. Hapse girdiğimizde kimi gazeteler muhtar bile olamaz manşetleri atmıştı. Ama biz insanımızın teveccühüyle önce başbakan, sonra Cumhurbaşkanı sıfatıyla yaklaşık 21 yılı aşkın süredir milletimize hizmetkarlık ediyoruz. Bu döneme sadece ülkemize çağ atlatan eserleri, hizmetleri ve reformları sığdırmadık. Aynı zamanda 17 seçim zaferini de sığdırdık. Son olarak Mayıs ayında %90'ları bulan katılım oranıyla gerçekleşen ve oldukça çekişmeli geçen seçimlerde tarihi bir başarıya daha imza attık. Şimdi de 31 Mart mahalli idareler seçimlerine hazırlanıyoruz. 48 gün sonra Allah'ın izniyle bu seçimlerde 18. zaferimizi elde edeceğiz. Çünkü biz geçmişte olduğu gibi şimdi de insan için ancak emeğinin karşılığı vardır inancıyla çalışmalarımızı çok yoğun ve çok sıkı bir şekilde sürdürüyoruz. Burada bir noktayı da özellikle vurgulamam gerekiyor. Tüm bu süreçler boyunca hükümet işlerinde daima insanı yaşat ki devlet yaşasın prensibini kendimize rehber edindik. Biz insanı yaşatarak, insana dokunarak, insanı yücelterek, insanların kalbini kazanarak devleti yaşattık, büyüttük, güçlendirdik. İnsanımıza sahip çıktıkça, insanımız da devletine ve bize sahip çıktı. Halkımızın gücü ve desteği olmasaydı, bunların hiçbirini başaramazdık. Bugün de aynı çizgide yolumuza devam ediyoruz. Bizim siyasette varlık gayemiz, geride hayırla, şükranla ve hayır dua ile yad edilecek güzel bir miras bırakmaktır. Türkiye 100 yılı vizyonumuzu hayata geçirinceye kadar inşallah durmadan, dinlenmeden, zorluklar karşısında yılmadan koşturacağız. Değerli kardeşlerim, bölgemiz ve ötesinde adil ve kalıcı barışa hakim kılmak bu vizyonumuzun temel yapı taşlarından biridir. Nasıl dünya 5'ten büyükse, daha adil bir dünya da mümkündür. Buna gelecek nesiller başta olmak üzere tüm insanlığın ihtiyacı vardır. Ancak dünyamız değişim, gerilim, krizler ve kimi yerlerde çatışmaların birbirlerini tetiklediği bir alacakaranlık kuşağından geçiyor. henüz bir krizi çözmeden yenisinin patlak verdiği sancılı bir tabloyla karşı karşıyayız. Hatırlanacağı üzere COVID-19 salgınında bunun sağlık boyutuna şahitlik ettik. Tam tünelin sonundaki ışığı gördüğümüzü düşündüğümüz anda Rusya-Ukrayna savaşıyla sarsıldık. Bu savaş zaten ciddi belirsizliklerle boğuşan küresel ekonomi ve siyaseti çok daha büyük bir girdabın içine sürükledi. Enerji fiyatlarından gıda krizine, silahlanma yarışından düzensiz göç baskısına geniş bir alanda ilave sorunlarla yüzleştik. Türkiye bu meydan okumaları en iyi yöneten ülkelerin başında geliyor. İlk günden itibaren hep barıştan, adaletten, diplomasiden ve dayanışma halinde sıkıntıların üstesinden gelmekten yana olduk. Rusya-Ukrayna savaşında ateşkesin sağlanması ve ardından kalıcı barışa giden yolun aralanması için elimizi taşın altına koyduk. İstanbul süreci tarafların bir araya gelip asgari noktalarda buluşabildiğini gösterdi. Karadeniz girişimi gıda krizinin daha da derinleşmesinin önüne geçti. Daha bunun gibi ateşi körüklemek yerine yangını söndürmeyi amaçlayan pek çok siyasi, diplomatik ve ekonomik hamle yaptık. Akan onca kana, yıkıma ve acıya rağmen adil bir barışın mümkün olduğuna dair inancımızı halen koruyoruz. İnşallah bunun için çabalarımızı yoğunlaştırarak yola devam edeceğiz. Değerli kardeşlerim, çözüme kavuşturulamayan her mesele zamanla büyümüş, çetrefilleşmiş, adeta bir körüm haline gelmiş olarak karşımıza yeniden çıkmaktadır. Halının altına süpürülerek sorunların çözülemeyeceğini yaşadığımız her hadiseyle bir kez daha görüyoruz. Bunun en son ve acı örneği Gazze'deki krizdir. Geçen yılın 7 Ekim'indeki hadiseden bağımsız olarak bugünkü krizin kaynağı Birleşmiş Milletler kararlarına rağmen Filistin topraklarındaki işgalin artarak devam etmesidir. Kendini uluslararası hukukun üstünde gören İsrail 10 yıllardır işgal, gasp, yıkım ve katliam politikalarından vazgeçmemiştir. Filistin halkının nasıl bir adaletsizlikle karşı karşıya kaldığını anlamak için çok uzağa gitmeye gerek yok. 1948 tarihinden bugüne İsrail, Filistin haritalarına bakmak bile meselenin vahametini göstermeye yeterlidir. Biliyorsunuz, tedavinin yarısı teşhisin doğru konulmasıdır. Burada da sorunun kaynağını doğru tespit etmezsek çözüm yolunu da bulamayız. İsrail bölgede kalıcı barış istiyorsa yayılmacı hayaller peşinde koşmayı bırakmalı, 1967 sınırları temelinde bağımsız bir Filistin devletinin varlığını kabul etmelidir. Gazze'deki insani trajedinin de giderek bölgeye yayılma riski taşıyan çatışmaların da sona erdirilmesi her şeyden önce İsrail'in Filistin halkının en temel haklarını tanımasına bağlıdır. 1967 sınırlarında başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan bağımsız, egemen ve coğrafi bütünlüğe sahip bir Filistin devleti vücut bulmadan atılan her adım yarım kalacak, sorun çözüme kavuşturulmuş olmayacaktır. Dolayısıyla bölgemizde barış, huzur ve ekonomik kalkınmaya giden yol Filistin devletinin kuruluşundan geçiyor. Bu çerçevede bir barışın tesisi ve temini için diğer bölge ülkeleriyle birlikte garantörlük dahil sorumluluk üstlenmeye hazır olduğumuzu dile getirdik. Bunun yanında çoğu çocuk ve kadın, 28 binden fazla masumun hayatına mal olan 70 bine yakın sivilin yaralandığı, 1,5 milyondan fazla insanın göçe zorlandığı Gazze'nin büyük bir enkaz yığınına çevrildiği trajedi karşısında her türlü çabayı gösterdik, gösteriyoruz ve göstereceğiz. Şimdiye kadar 34 bin tonluk insani yardım malzemesini Gazze'ye ulaştırılmak üzere bölgeye gönderdik. Toplam 380 hasta ile 344 refakatçi Türkiye'de misafir ediyor, tedavilerini sağlıyoruz. Gazze'li kardeşlerimize yönelik işlenen savaş ve insanlık suçlarının takibi için uluslararası hukuk kulvarında atılan adımlara destek veriyoruz. Güney Afrika Cumhuriyeti nezdinde hak ve adaletin tecellisi için inisiyatif alan tüm ülkelere, özellikle de Afrikalı kardeşlerimize teşekkür ediyorum. Aynı şekilde Ekim ve Aralık aylarında Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda kabul edilen kararlara destek veren ülkelere şahsım, milletim adına şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Filistinli kardeşlerimizi asla sahipsiz, çaresiz ve yalnız bırakmayacağız. Son dönemde Birleşmiş Milletler Filistinli Mülteciler Ajansı'na yönelik dozu artan itibar suikastlerini de esefle karşıladığımızı belirtmek isterim. Bu kritik dönemde ajansa yaptığımız katkıları artırmamız önemlidir. Vicdan sahibi tüm ülkeleri, Ürdün, Suriye, Lübnan ve işgal altındaki Filistin topraklarında yaşayan 6 milyon mülteci için can damarı olan ajansa sahip çıkmaya davet ediyorum. Bakınız, tüm bunları sadece nüfusu Müslüman bir ülkenin cumhurbaşkanı olarak söylemiyorum. Aynı zamanda 5 asır önce Engizisyon zulmüne maruz kalan Musevilere kapısını açmış, 4 asır boyunca İbrahim Halilullah düsturuyla Kudüs-ü Şerif'e hizmet etmiş bir milletin evladı olarak ifade ediyorum. Mevcut İsrail yönetiminin sorumsuz, pervasız ve acımasız politikalarının tüm dünyada antisemitizmi körüklediğini görüyor, bundan rahatsız oluyor, insanlık adına gerçekten endişe duyuyoruz. Daha fazla kan dökülmeden, daha fazla çocuk, kadın ölmeden, daha fazla gözyaşı akmadan, bölgemiz çok daha büyük tehditlerle karşı karşıya kalmadan bir an önce Gazze'deki katliamı durdurmamız gerektiğinin altını burada tekrar ifade etmek istiyorum. Değerli dostlarım, mevcut tehditler karşısında etkin küresel yönetişim, etkin işbirliği ve dayanışma dünyamızın geleceği bakımından belirleyici olacaktır. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin hayata geçirilmesi de bu sürecin önemli bir parçasıdır. Bu hedefleri ulusal kalkınma plan, strateji ve vizyonumuzun ana unsurlarından biri olarak değerlendiriyoruz. Bununla yetinmiyor, hedeflere ulaşmak için uluslararası çabalarda en ön saflarda yer alıyoruz. Ancak bu konuda da uluslararası toplum ne yazık ki başarılı bir sınav veremiyor. 2030 itibariyle sıfır açlığa ulaşma hedefinden giderek uzaklaşılmaktadır. Kapsayıcı ve sürdürülebilir bir kalkınma için yeşil dönüşümün gerekliliğini gün geçtikçe daha net görebiliyoruz. Ortak yuvamız olan dünyamızı çevre felaketlerinden, atık krizinden korumak da hepimizin sorumluluğudur. Aralık ayında Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nin ev sahipliğinde düzenlenen COP28 Dünya İklim Eylemi Zirvesi'ne bu bilinçle katkı verdik. Türkiye olarak belirlediğimiz 2053 yılı itibariyle net sıfır emisyon hedefimiz ve eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde başlatılarak yürütülen sıfır atık projesiyle bu alandaki mesuliyetimizi yerine getiriyoruz. 2026 yılında düzenlenecek Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği 31. Taraflar Konferansı'na ev sahipliği için adaylığımızı açıkladık. Sizlerin de adaylığımızı destekleyeceğinizden şüphe duymuyorum. Değerli kardeşlerim, yapay zeka gibi çığır açan teknolojiler çalışma hayatında ekonomiye, bilgiye erişimden uluslararası siyasete her alanı dönüştürüyor. Türkiye olarak dijitalleşmenin sunduğu fırsatlardan yararlanırken beraberinde getirdiği riskleri de başarıyla yönetmenin çabası içindeyiz. Adımlarımızı dijital Türkiye vizyonu temelinde atmaktayız. Teknoparkları yaygınlaştırarak, üniversite sanayi işbirliğini destekleyerek, Ar-Ge çalışmalarını, bilimsel faaliyetleri, genç girişimcileri teşvik ederek ülkemizde güçlü bir yenilikçilik ekosistemi kurduk. Yenilikçiliğin mimarı ve taşıyıcısı olan Teknofest gençliğinin yetişmesi için tüm imkanlarımızı seferber etmiş durumdayız. Elektronik devlet kapısıyla 65 milyona yakın kullanıcının 8 bine yakın kamu hizmetine ulaşmasını sağlıyoruz. Oluşturmakta olduğumuz Türkiye Dijital Devlet Stratejisiyle de devletin dijitalleşmesi için ana yol haritasını belirlemiş olacağız. Yapay zekanın gayri safi yurt içi hasılaya katkısını %5'e, bu alandaki istihdamı ise 50 bin kişiye çıkarmayı hedefliyoruz. Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri dahil Körfez ülkelerinin dijital dönüşüm, teknoloji ve yenilikçilik alanlarında gerçekleştirdikleri hamleleri de takip ediyoruz. Bu alanlarda işbirliği ve ortaklıklarımızı geliştirmemizde fayda görüyoruz. Kıymetli dostlarım, Türkiye'nin uluslararası barışın teorisine ve pratiğine katkısını pekiştirmek misyonuyla hayata geçirdiğimiz Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nun 3.'sünü 1 ila 3 Mart tarihlerinde düzenleyeceğiz. Krizler döneminde diplomasiyi öne çıkarmak temasıyla gerçekleştireceğimiz forum vesilesiyle sizleri turizmimizin başkenti Antalya'da misafir etmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyacağız. Dünya Hükümetler Zirvesi'nin başarıyla icra edilmesinde emeği geçen emirliklerdeki tüm kardeşlerime bir kez daha teşekkür ediyorum. Zirvenin ülkelerimiz ve tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Hepinizi şahsım ve milletim adına sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Allah'a emanet olunuz.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
and Mrs. Rosemary Leith, co-founder of the World Wide Web Foundation. Our next panel will explore how governments can integrate educational technology in its initiatives to improve education systems and make the public sector work better, thus help government leaders grow. Please join me in welcoming our guests. Hello. Please have a seat. Thank you both for being with us today. Dr. Kai, let me start this discussion with you. We know that Udacity is an online platform that offers courses in mainly data science and technology focused. And you offer something that is called nano degrees. Can you tell us more about your platform?
Yeah, no, happy to do so. So Udacity is now more than a decade old and was one of the early pioneers in the field of education technology. And as you described, we train many of the typical Silicon Valley skills, AI, data analytics, etc. We do this for individuals, we do this for companies, but we also do it for governments to upskill entire populations. So we've been here in the Middle East since 2017. We actually have 1/3 of our entire staff based here in the Middle East. And we work with, in Abu Dhabi, we work in Dubai, together with Dubai. One of the big successes that we've done was the initiative to create 1 million Arab coders. And we're also very proud to work with Jahiz.
So you collaborate with the governments for the students and even for the government employees?
Exactly. So we do both the upskilling of government employees and we do the upskilling of entire populations. So that can have different forms and different strategic goals that a country can have. For example, in Egypt, we have a large program where we train freelancers with the goal of especially bringing foreign currency into Egypt. So for example, we've trained more than 200,000 Egyptians, which now has brought more than 250 million US foreign currency into Egypt by these people becoming freelancers and then working for international corporations. In other countries, here in Dubai, also in Saudi Arabia, the goal is more focused on building a local industry and really bringing the talent here and using that to attract companies and to build ecosystems around it. So it's a little bit different the way the goals are for different countries, but it's a very important sector for us.
We can't have EdTech without having the internet. So tell us more about your foundation. What's the purpose of this foundation?
Thank you. I co-founded the Web Foundation 14 or 15 years ago with my husband, Tim Berners-Lee, who's the inventor of the web. And at that time, we felt that the web was getting stronger, but not more widely distributed. I think at that point, there was 20% of the world was on the web. Now, the number is about 62% or greater than 6 billion people. And I guess in some way we could claim victory and go home, but the web has become a very complicated place with a lot of its challenges.
Where is your focus of work?
Thanks. So we focus on 3 specific areas. We do a lot of work on gender rights on the web. We convene civil society, victims, corporates, and in fact, the year before last, we were able to get social media to change their behavior. So specifically, Twitter, Instagram, and one other, we were able to convene and put pressure on the companies to change the way they do technology. So, for example, on Strava, women were going for a run in Central Park, they would be followed because the data was open. We got them to close it. On Instagram, young women in perhaps developing countries, we have some specific cases where they posted pictures of themselves online without education and had serious impact to their life with 10,000 negative messages of feedback. And then Twitter, both politicians, high-profile women, I think the statistic is 85% of women either have or know people who've been abused online. So trying to switch that based on the technical specification, and the companies were very forthcoming, and we managed to get them to switch it.
You're an AI expert, and when you look at the services and the courses that are offered by companies like Udacity, do you think that they fill the gap when it comes to the skills that are needed by the workforce?
Well, I'm not specifically familiar with Udacity, but I think these courses are critical because government transformations then give rise to societal transformation. And I've spent a lot of time over this past day or two meeting with digital government leaders who all are interested in upskilling. AI courses can be short. I mean, one of the challenges, the technology is moving so quickly that the challenge is to keep updated. So it's very important that the courses are short and engaging. I think 87% of employees will stay longer if they're educated. So in fact, it's the reverse that you would think. They're very interested in having these online courses. But the speed of change is the biggest challenge.
Dr. Kai, the question is always, we are seeing a growing number of the big tech companies. They are accepting people, and they are accepting workers without an actual university degree. So do you think that a platform like Udacity can replace a university degree?
I think you have to look at this from two different perspectives. One is the education that we provide is very focused on the exact practical skills and capabilities that people need to be successful in a job. And those can be in addition to university degrees, or they can replace a university degree. IBM recently stated, and this is very much in line with what you just said, that the average time that you stay current with a skill is 2.5 years. Well, how does it work if you have a 4 or 5 year degree that you're doing? So kind of a number of those skills that you've learned might already be expired. So it's about making sure you build those skills, but then also you need to stay current as you move through your career. But there's also another challenge I want to highlight. If you look at open positions in the United States and job offers that are out, 80% of them require a college degree. 30% of people in the United States have a college degree. So what we also have to think about is we have to think about how do we close that gap of people that don't have a college degree but that want to get into a career. And I think that's also where we want to do our part in helping people fill that gap, get those exact skills they need to be successful in their career, and then get those jobs.
But to students that are taking your courses, are they accepted in the big tech companies? Can you give us examples?
Yeah, so our content is generally developed together with industry experts. So some of our content we're developing directly with large tech companies. You've mentioned Google, Amazon, and others. And some of our content we use experts from those organizations that are really top in their field, who we develop the content for. That's why ultimately the skills that are being built are exactly what those companies need and what you need to be successful in that field. And that's ultimately where we also see that our graduates get hired. I can also share an example with you of one of our B2B customers that I think is doing a phenomenal job in how they think about skills and skilling, and that's Shell. And what Shell has done is that they really look at capabilities that people build and skills, and they've turned that into a currency inside the company. So if you want to qualify for certain jobs and certain careers within the organization, they look at what capabilities and what skills do you have, and they see our degrees and as the ultimate currency to demonstrate that you have those skills, and that's then what qualifies people in to get the promotion, the next job, etc.
Rosemary, probably the biggest challenge in these degrees and whenever it is that you're learning online is keeping the student engaged or keeping the government employees engaged when they are trained with these courses. Which strategy can be applied so that you can benefit in a better way from such programs?
So I think there are a lot of challenges with EdTech that Kai's talked about. Sort of lack of familiarity with tech is one of them, comprehensive training and support. Hallucinations are also a big issue when you're using AI in training. And I think hallucinations, as you know, when you have large language models, you might have some data. For example, if you ask a large education model, how many people live on Mars, it might say 2 billion because it's read a science fiction book that says there are 2 billion people on Mars. So I work for a company called Sandbox AQ, which spun out of Google about 18 months ago. It's an independent company. Chaired by Eric Schmidt and Jack Hidary, the CEO. We do a lot of AI and quantum. We also have an education piece where we do some ed tech. It's pro bono work. We've created something called RAGs that go on top of large learning models for education. So a RAG is a retrieval augmented generator. And it basically, instead of when you have a large language model that searches the web, you can feed it 1,000 textbooks. So we've created for nurses and doctors specific training based on, with the copyright approval, actually this data, because you can't afford to have mistakes in some of these training models. So RAGs are a new technology that actually help focus for education. You can't afford to have doctors and nurses learning pieces of information that are similar to the Mars experiment.
I want to hear from you, Dr. Kai. How does a successful implementation strategy look like at a government level?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, and that's a key, and I think it's very closely connected to the question that you just asked about how you get learners through these programs. I strongly believe that education is not it's a means to an end, but it's not the end goal. So I think the key, what you have to do is you really have to look at what is the why for the learner. Why is the learner coming to you? Why is the learner learning? And what drives that person? So if you design a program, it's not enough to just say, I'm going to open my doors and here's a whole bunch of content, and it's, in the worst scenario, it's just purely passive content, some videos to watch. You're not going to get good outcomes out of that. But if you create content that's not only engaging and that's interactive, that's all table stakes. Everyone needs to do that. But the key is, how do you connect this now to what the learner is looking for? So if the learner is looking, I mentioned the Egypt example, right? Those are people that are looking for an income. They're looking for, this might be a woman in rural Egypt that's looking for a job that she can do from home, which then kind of showing that pathway into this freelancing career and how that works, helping to set them up and showing the examples and guiding them along that way is key. In other scenarios where it's about building ecosystem, building jobs, how do you connect this with jobs? Or in the example that I brought with Shell, how do you turn those skills that people acquire into a currency that then holds value for the learner, because it then gives them these projects, these ideas that they want to get into? I have maybe one example from a government organization. We work with the Department of Defense in the United States. And they had exactly this challenge. They came to us and said, hey, we have all these learning programs, but like, how do we get people engaged? How do we do it? So what our team came up with is they came up with the idea of having basically like a Shark Tank type of setting. So I hope everyone knows that, that TV show. I'm seeing a lot of people nodding, that's good. So where the learners then could go ahead and they had a conference where they could pitch ideas to senior leaders at the DoD. And what happened is they got exposure to senior leadership. They also were driving a ton of innovation because they came up with great ideas. And then senior leadership at the DoD took those ideas, got behind them, and turned them into a lot of real projects that now these learners could actually go run and get done. And this gave them exposure, it showed them there's a career path, and these stories then create a culture of learning and innovation that just keeps going. And just to give one example of the project that came out of this is they're now developing a system where they're using machine learning and AI to detect counterfeit spare parts. Again, that's probably something that would have never been, they never would have come up with this in the ivory tower.
And this can be applied also in the private sector, in your projects with the private
Yes.
sector. You have done something successful that you can share with us?
Yes, we've done this many times, and I just shared the example of Shell, with whom we've done many projects. And the key for us is always when we work with an organization is not to, it's not to come in and say, okay, you have learning needs, here's the capabilities, that's it. But we try to understand what is the strategic problem that our partner is trying to solve? And how can then these capabilities pay into solving these problems? And that connection is really what from my perspective, is key, both to drive value in an organization, to be strategic, but also to drive that value for an individual. So, and we've done projects where we also have a customer in the healthcare space who's using us to build their team up to use AI for skin cancer detection. And so there's many of these projects, but the key is to be strategic, both for the company, but also have that strategic relevance for the individual.
Thank you. Rosemary, as an AI expert, what kind of critical skills that you would like EdTech companies to teach that you don't see right now or you don't find right now on a university level?
I think, actually, just to finish the point that Kai was talking about, I think the culture of experimentation for leadership is really, really important. And that's a little bit about what you've given some great examples. And I think we need to encourage people who are here to go back and to be able to experiment a little bit. Often learning, it can be very rote. And I think as you bring in AI, first of all, we need to train, whether it's government sector, ed tech, train them about AI. So at Sandbox, we're developing a course of AI on AI so that there is an understanding, a clear understanding from the base up to what the benefits that AI can provide, how to go about it, how to weave it through. You know, we used to talk about a tech, have a tech division over here, a technology division, and then it became pervasive. I think it's the same for AI. AI will be pervasive, so it's very important for employees to understand exactly how AI is going to work across all departments and what benefits can come from it.
Thank you so much. One last word, Dr. Kai. What are the critical courses that you're looking to introduce, or you are introducing right now, that are essential for the current workforce to learn for the future?
Yeah, so we've just introduced a set of courses on generative AI, and they have already become kind of the highest, most in-demand courses on the platform. Those courses, and as you just highlighted, what we're doing is we have what we call discovery and fluency level courses, which are more entry level, We have the deep nano-degree level that really gets you to a practitioner level. And we have courses for managers in order to be able to manage teams that do it and do that translation work. But we also see, and it's interesting, with the rise of the AI courses, we've seen a similar uptick in a lot of basic courses such as Python, etc. And we still see that, especially in the B2B world, topics like cloud computing, data analytics are still absolutely essential.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your valuable insights today. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like now to invite Mrs. Helena Lurch, Vice President of TikTok, Mrs. Aparna Bawa, Chief Operating Officer of Zoom, and Mr. Matt Dalio, founder Endless, to continue these discussions. And our next panel will explore more the role that the private sector should play to foster the minds of the future. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. Hi, I think, yeah. Thank you and welcome. Helena, I would like to start with the impact of social media on education. When our kids are spending a lot of time on social media, what role is TikTok playing in pushing educational content to our kids? And what can you tell us about the educational content present on TikTok?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me and having me. I love coming to Dubai. I think people come to TikTok for very different reasons. Some come to TikTok to learn a language, some come to TikTok to learn how to cook, some come to TikTok to be entertained. I think there are a lot of different reasons to spend time on TikTok. But what I'm personally very excited to see is that there is a whole community on TikTok now, which you can find on a hashtag called Learn on TikTok, where we're seeing a lot of educational content that's created really organically. And I think on TikTok, you really can consume content in a very snappy, very short video, which helps you to memorize something or to helps you prepare for an exam maybe. And I think we can absolutely play a role in sort of fostering this type of content. And if I may, I want to share one example of how we do that. In Pakistan, we recently partnered with a nonprofit called Edkaza, as well as Lahore University. And we partnered on a project called Exam Ready. And so we worked on 500 videos with the university together. I think what's very important is we are not an educator. We really rely on experts to help us. And so we worked on these 500 videos to help students prepare for the year-end exams, which are really important. And then we saw the community in Pakistan develop 500,000 videos on this hashtag, on TikTok, to really help each other on how to prepare for the exams, how to prepare for tricky questions. And then we also, as part of this whole campaign, we actually gave out 20,000 scholarships to, again, help students be successful and finish the exam. So I do think we have a role to play. I also think that we are seeing a lot of positive educational content on TikTok, and again, we're very excited about.
But how are the views on educational content versus entertainment content, for instance?
I think it depends on what you come to the app to. I think if you want to use the search tool, you can actually very proactively look for this educational content or whatever you are interested in. I think we're an app that works on interest-based recommendations, so you're not getting the content just from your friends, but you can actually really deliberately also look proactively for this type of educational content.
Aparna, let's discuss Zoom now. We know Zoom was a major enabler to the education system during the pandemic. What can you tell us about the usage of Zoom post-pandemic in the education sector?
Thank you for having me. It is such an honor and a privilege to be here at the World Government Summit. You know, obviously, we have done a lot since 2019, since the pandemic, and education, you know, people may not know, but education has always been a key critical value and a pillar for us at Zoom. In fact, some of the first customers at Zoom when we launched in 2015 were universities in the United States. That has always been our operating model. Education has been a key focused vertical for us. So during the pandemic, it did become a no-brainer for us. I remember when we turned on K through 12 schools for free. It started in the East, traveled with the pandemic, of course, and then landed in the United States around March timeframe. And I think at that point in time, I know my own kids went home, and my own kids, friends, mothers, and fathers were finding like, oh, we know what you do now. You know, before that, Zoom was really focused on workplaces, but it became a commonplace verb with parents through the pandemic. Well, since then, we've gone back to school, but our focus on education remains. We've always felt that it is a key contributor for us to society. It also makes good business sense. So about 46 out of the top 50 universities across the globe still use Zoom actively in their education delivery model. We also have the top 25 US school districts around the country in the United States using Zoom as part of their active delivery model. I would say for us, it is really important to stay a part of that education vertical. There are so many ways in which education is delivered. You know, I'll tell you, part of the value system of Zoom, our own employee base, you know, you talk about Silicon Valley companies, you see, you hear a lot of folklore about all the benefits, the crazy benefits you get. At Zoom, one of the key benefits we get is we get unlimited books. Like, I can buy and read for me and my family unlimited books. So I'm telling you, it's a key pillar of value of Zoom. Post-pandemic, we are enabling the same applications, a hybrid environment where you have, you know, children, youth, college-age students, even adult students coming to class, maybe not able to coming to class, enabling a hybrid environment. It's the same platform that the technology that powers our enterprises that allows you to look in this classroom-style setting where there's a lecture, just like what we're seeing today, and the person remote can actually see you know, each speaker in a box. Those types of technologies enable a hybrid environment. We also enable a lot of schools to reach you know, kids that might not be a part of the system. For example, in the situation in Ukraine, we've enabled about 180,000 licenses for free to the Ukrainian government so that they can continue to provide school for Ukrainian children displaced all across the globe. We continue to make inroads like this. It's a key vertical for us. We focus on universities, but also K through 12. And provide an environment that fosters education.
Thank you. Matt, I would like to understand more about Endless. So you founded Endless 10 years ago with the aim of giving students laptops and making laptops more accessible, and also with the aim of teaching coding to students through games. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, thank you. So Endless has a vision, which is that every kid in the world has access to the skills and tools to live a better life. And we began on the premise that the smartphone supply chain was going to unlock the power of cheap computers for everyone in the world if you were able to use that same supply chain. Why computers? You know, if I were to ask everyone here who has a computer, everyone would raise their hand. It's the tool of work and study. If you just have a smartphone and your classmate has a computer, I'll tell you who's going to get better grades and who's going to get a better job, and therefore life opportunity. So I believe everyone in the world should have computers. And we went and we tried to build cheap computers. We built the cheapest computer in the world. The Wall Street Journal said the computers are now dirt cheap. And what we discovered was that even at that cheap price point, people needed financing. But the moment you unlocked financing, all of a sudden people would buy nice laptops. And we realized that the key to making computers available to everyone in the world is to make credit easily available. And the way to do that is to make it quite simply the same way our electricity, the moment you stop paying for your electricity, it stops working, so people pay. So the moment you stop paying for your cell phone bill, it stops working, therefore people pay. The moment you do that to a computer, all of a sudden you can go to people who normally wouldn't be creditworthy, in other words, banks normally wouldn't lend to them, and you can now make them bankable, which means that all of a sudden, quite literally, that little simple idea of financing for laptops, I believe can unlock 1 billion more laptops to 1 billion more people, and therefore unlock education. So that's the first half. The second half is really something from top to bottom is relevant, which is how do we prepare our kids for a world of AI? How do we prepare our kids for a world that's so digitally centric when our schools so often aren't doing it? There aren't enough teachers to teach all these skills. There isn't enough time in the classroom. And our answer is really simple. If you look at most people who learned, like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, like how did those people actually learn? So often the answer is, as kids, they discovered that they could hack their games. And the process of hacking their games was more fun than the process of playing the games. And all of a sudden, that got them hooked, and now they're Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And we found that so consistently across so many engineers. And so what we've built is a really simple model of we're going to help youth build their own video games. Why? Because that's where they want to spend their time. The average kid spends 10,000 hours playing video games. If you can take some of that enthusiasm and channel it towards making games, then they're learning how to make software. And if they know how to make one kind of software, whether they're a designer, a digital artist, an engineer, a manager, or they're taking it to market, the skills of entrepreneurship, they can learn those at a young enough age that they can then take that forward with them into their jobs and careers. And I was just having almost a spiritual moment a moment ago in the audience, because the president of the Central African Republic just spoke, and I had seen him at COP28, and I did some research on it, and the country is rated the worst country in the world to be youth, the worst country in the world for youth. And I got to speak to him afterwards, and there's a chance that we may be able to deploy laptops across his country and deliver this education that can upskill their youth. And you imagine if every kid in a country now had access to the skills to be able to create software, that creates jobs, that can lift up entire economies.
Absolutely.
And I believe that's as simple as finance laptops and teach kids to build games, and all of a sudden you can uplift entire countries.
Absolutely. So the kids, they spend their time playing games. They love to do that. And also they love to spend time on social media. So my question, in your opinion, do you think that governments should embrace social media in the education of kids, or on the contrary, they should limit social media?
I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, so I will probably have different opinions in the future. Our kids don't touch screens at all. I believe that when you get close to jobs, you need to know the skills and tools of jobs, and so that's why we mostly teach college and high school students. My opinion will be controversial on this stage, I'm sorry, but my understanding is that the CEO of TikTok doesn't let his kids use TikTok. And I think that's all I need to say.
I want to hear your opinion, Helena. Do you think that governments should embrace social media platforms? At the same time, it's interesting to see, for instance, Seattle public schools are suing social media platforms for causing a youth mental health crisis, making it hard for the school system to fulfill its educational mission. What do you respond to that?
Well, I personally,
as a social media representative.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, and I think it's a really important question. I think there is a huge opportunity actually to collaborate with governments and work on programs and work on the really vibrant platform and really vibrant community that we can reach on TikTok. Actually, just this morning and during this conference, I have worked with other governments trying to find new programs to work on. You've mentioned upskilling, which I think is very important. I think we run an upskilling program in the UAE with Injas, which is another nonprofit. We also do that in Egypt with the youth ministry. So I think there's actually a lot of excitement and a lot of opportunity to work together with TikTok. And I do believe that the topic of well-being and safety is incredibly important. We actually restrict the time that we want anyone under 18 to spend on TikTok to 60 minutes. We also set accounts for under 16-year-olds to private. We don't allow DMs to be exchanged between under 16-year-olds. I do believe that this is really an incredibly important topic, and we at TikTok really prioritize this. I don't think this is a job that's ever done, investing in this topic and working on this topic.
Thank you. Aparna, there are also some privacy concerns when it comes to Zoom and the leakage of data when using these platforms, and that's why maybe governments can be hesitant in using your platform. So how are you addressing these challenges?
So first, I'd just like to say that I have a 15-year-old son and a 12-year-old son, and my kids were in grade school during the pandemic. And my younger son, so I'm responding to you, my younger son did not have a computer, did not have a phone, and it was inevitable to give him the computer during the pandemic. It was going to happen. I couldn't stop it. And I work for Zoom, and he was on Zoom school. And I will tell you, it's a challenge, because I do know that ever since the pandemic, the kids, you know, I'm a well-meaning mother as well, okay? And I've realized that taking the screens away completely, it's also cheating them of a social life that they had and developed during the pandemic in a lot of communities. And so it's a really tough conversation. I don't think it is one and done. What I do think, and in answer to your question about privacy, we struggled with this a lot at Zoom. So we were created for workplaces and university students. We weren't anticipating that K through 12 schools were going to go on for free, where teachers were administering classes by themselves and, you know, turning off passcodes and taking away the waiting room to make it easier for their kids to join. Well, what we realized is we had to become the IT department of the world. And I think when you are a technology vendor approaching a delivery for children, you have to change the way you approach. Number one is you have to work to educate the educators. So we created pre-configured settings, a configuration package. Then we just went on the offensive to train teachers to say, look, we know you want to turn off the waiting room so that Johnny can come to class when he's 5 minutes late and can make it even though his parents don't know how to get him in and he's bugging the other kids, but don't do it because it's safe and it, you know, promotes safety for the classroom. Or don't post your passcodes online. We shifted the way we even had the passcode set up, so you couldn't see meeting rooms and passcodes so obviously on the UI. These are all things we did, and we created a little package, and then we had something called a summer academy where we invited teachers all across the globe to train them, not just how to keep Zoom safe, but how to deliver, you know, very quality delivered educational packages to their kids. I will tell you, as a mom of a 5th grader going through Zoom school, it drove me crazy because, you know, half the time you're wondering if the child is actually absorbing while you're spending your time on Zoom work. So, you know, working with the educators to create an environment that is flexible and allows for multivariate delivery models for education, super important, whether you're the content provider or you're the mechanism for delivery. And then I would say involving governments and getting feedback. You know, once we instituted some of these security and privacy safeguards, look, they're not enterprises. Commercial enterprises want to dial up the usability and reconfigure privacy security based on their own needs. For schools, you have to provide more assistance and you have to provide more education, and working with governments across the world, whether it's Singapore, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's the United States, to, you know, enable what they want in that educational delivery system is super important, and you have to put the work in to do it right.
And now you're going to introduce AI on your platform. So what kind of opportunities that would offer to the education system?
It is amazing. I mean, obviously, you have to have the right privacy and security safeguards. You are dealing with children who may not know, you know, the last speaker talked about hallucinations. My 12-year-old son may not understand some of these things about hallucinations and probably believes what he sees, and those are the kinds of safeguards you have to have. But if you look at the use of AI to make the teacher more productive, more efficient, and in turn, you know, enable the students to absorb more, whether it's Zoom, it's our whiteboard capability and embedding AI in the whiteboard capability. it's even in the meetings, the ability to take notes, to provide meeting summaries. If you're late for a class, how many times did you go to college and you were 5 minutes late for the class, you missed the first 5 minutes and you're sort of trying to catch up? If you can ask the technology provider to catch me up so you can get a summary of what you missed, you don't skip a beat and you're back in to the class as if you never missed that 5 minutes. Those are the kinds of innovations that we see helping. We can also see, teachers absorbing some of, you can assess whether, based on polling, based on questions to the audience, whether the kids are actually absorbing that material. And you can use sort of generative AI to help them, to respond back to them and adjust your lesson planning on the go. These are the kinds of ideas that we have, and we're actually creating a sort of a verticalized solution for the education vertical. But again, it is a partnership with educators and with government. It is not by yourselves because, pre-pandemic, as a mom of little kids that were kind of adolescents, I would have said no screens, no screens, no screens. That's not a reality when your kids are socializing on screens nowadays. And you don't want them to be depressed and sad and feel like they don't have friends, but at the same time, you want to use technology for good.
One last word, we have 1 minute. Should governments, because that would be some of the topic that I will be discussing in the next panel, should governments, in your opinion, Matt, embrace AI in the education, generative AI?
There's no choice. If you don't know how to use AI in the future, your job is going to be replaced by someone who knows how to use AI. So the real question is, how do you teach it? Traditionally, AI teaching is like same test, it's just that now AI can do it better than you can do it, or same essay, now AI can do it better than you can do it. If you reconfigure it and say, we are making something together, so we are a youth game making studio, youth make games together, and if you use AI to create, whether it's on the art side, the narrative side, on the coding side, and you use these incredibly powerful tools to make the best possible products you can, just like the real working world, then measure people based on the quality of the product that they've created. Measure students the way that real companies are measured, which is what have you done with the same tools. But if you don't teach the tools, they won't have jobs. So you have to teach the tools.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your participation here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have an
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our next session is Investing in the Future, What Governments Can Learn from the Past, with Her Excellency Dilma Vana Rousseff, President, New Development Bank.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank our host for the kind invitation to take part in the World Governance Summit 2024. The world is facing overlapping crises. Developed countries deal with persistent poverty, food insecurity, fragility, conflicts, and the growing existential threat of climate change. This is why the central theme of Invest in the Future, the role of financing for sustainability, and the rise of multilateralism is most timely. The issue of development is crucial for the future of any country to be sustainable and contemplate simultaneously actions against inequalities and climate change. It is important to highlight that international community agree with this in various meetings. For example, the Conference of Parties, the COPs, with their consensus over the SDGs in the Agenda 2030, the adoption of nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. More recently, COP28 here in Dubai and also G20 in India stressed the importance to increase the level of financial resources in an effective, timely, and easily accessible manner as a condition to overcome these challenges. The overlapping crises we face require to understand the trends and the facts that could impact our capacity to access sufficient financial resources to overcome inequalities and prevent the rise of temperature over 1.5 degrees. In this sense, we need to take note that the globalization drive with the internalization of trade and finance lost momentum as far back as the 28-29 crisis. And since then, protectionism was strongly introduced in international trade. Geopolitical conflicts, in turn, have created uncertainty and instability with the indiscriminate use of sanctions. In addition, the disruption of global trade chains was intensified as a result of COVID-19 and the coupling and the risky policies that are still in practice. The very dynamics of globalization, however, although more fragile, combined with all that issues that I mentioned before, has given rise to a counter-movement, producing a deep interdependence among economies and regions of the so-called the Global South. We are talking about an increase in international trade among the emerging markets and developed countries, opening the way for the emergence of a more multilateral and financial order, deepening the density of global value chains. While the great emerging economies in Asia, Latin America, and Middle East have seen the multiplication of capital flows in their direction. As an example, let's look at the BRICS. The power of the BRICS countries has indeed grown rapidly, which is a good base for understanding the force that support multilateralism. Measured by purchasing power parity, the BRICS countries already account for 31.5% of the global GDP, surpassing the G7's, which has 30.8%. According to IMF, by 2028, the BRICS countries will account for between 35 to 40% of the global GDP, while the G7's share will drop to 27.8%. Even with difficulties related to the unfair international financial order and the great indebtedness of developed countries, the figures of the International Monetary Fund are good illustration of this new trend. The share of emerging markets in developed countries in global trade raised from 37% in 2016 to achieve 41% in 2022. In contrast, advanced economies have been losing their participation in global trade, decreasing from 62% to 58% in 2022. So, in recent times, the globalization is increasingly becoming more multilateral, strongly expanding between emerging economies and developing markets. Despite of the coupling and the risking policies, disconnected the markets has become more difficult. Multilateralism is a symptom of the emergence of the Global South new players. Yet, the emergence of this named Global South has to coexist with imbalances, asymmetries, and unfairness in trade and finance of the international order. The issue of finance, economic, social development, and actions on climate change, urgent demands structural changes in the international financial architecture that we make possible to channel the available liquidity, the international liquidity, in such a way as to enable finance both on the scale and under the conditions required by developed countries and emerging economies. For many decades, the world adopted a single international reserve currency, which has given rise to an asymmetric and unfair financial system that has always generated great advantages for the countries issuing that currency and huge penalties and indebtedness to the countries that have no convertible currency, like the countries of the Global South, mainly the low and middle income countries. Yet, the recent trends in international trade above mentioned and the reaction to geopolitical conflict point out that the financial and monetary system are suffering an ongoing process of adjustments. Everything indicates that two scenarios are clear unlikely. The first one, the emergence of an alternative hegemonic currency to replace the dollar-based monetary system with another cent currency, is unlikely. The second, the creation of a global currency, like as Keynes wanted, the Bancor, because then, as now, the necessary condition to sustain such a currency, that is global geopolitical unity, doesn't exist. The most likely outcome is the emergence of a new monetary system better adapted and more multipolar, resulting from some factors. First, from the steady tendency towards growing bilateral trade, which gives rise to increased returns of scale in the use of their respective currencies, the local currency, to the detriment of those obtained with another currencies. Second, from the deepening of the local capital markets in emerging economies and the trend to have a hedge against the volatility in interest rates and exchange rates. In developed countries, that is the issuance of bonds in local currency also. Another possibility is the CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency, that could promote the central banks of emerging market and developed countries as a clearing house. So the predominance of one single currency will diminish further, make the global monetary system more diverse and multipolar, with the occurrence of major developing countries and regional markets gain in importance, without any adjustment that is not necessary. What is at stake today in finance sustainability is the fact that the countries most affected by the consequences of climate change and inequalities are the countries with less access to financial resources to face it. They are the least developed countries. Not mention that these countries are also the most indebted ones. According to the United Nations, 1/3 of all developing countries and 2/3 of poor countries have a high level of indebtedness, which is due to the asymmetrical architecture of the current financial system. If we don't tackle the burden of indebtedness of these countries, it is impossible to solve the problem of financing them. Besides that, when they have access to financing, they pay much higher interest rates compared to the rates of developed countries. The current architecture should change to channel the available liquidity, international liquidity, to enable finance on the scale and under the conditions required by the Global South. This is essential to achieve the SDGs, the compromise of countries' climate objectives signed in the Paris Agreement, and fundamentally to develop them. The G20 Independent Expert Group reasoned that emerging markets and developing countries need an additional investment of about $3 trillion US. For that, they need to receive investment from all the financial players in the world. Certainly, multilateral development banks have a role to play, but this role is just complementary. And in the Article 2.1, item C of the Paris Agreement is clearly stated that governments have to make financial flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emission and climate-resilient development. Multilateral financial platforms such as the NDB, the Bank of BRICS, can improve the capacity of their member countries to face the challenge to accomplish their NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, assuming in Paris Agreement. Even so, there is a huge amount of resource that is necessary and must come from the developed economies and also in some proportion from new emerging markets. In this new architecture, MDBs have a crucial role to play by promoting long-term financing, be it in dollar, be it in local currency, boosting economic growth and leading to greater opportunities for employment and income, and financing new technologies and innovations that is crucial for the development of emerging markets. So, some of the measures NDB, the Bank of BRICS, can take to support their member countries include, first of all, financing development projects in local currency to reduce dependence on foreign currency, while maintaining financing in convertible currencies in a basket of options. 2, provide guarantees and insurance to help attract private investors and reduce the perception of risk associated with this type of financing and the high cost of hedging them. 3, providing technical assistance and support, project preparation, and financial modeling. 4, establishing strategic partnership with local governments, private sector, and other developed banks in the form of co-financing to provide local currency financing and the great currencies also. To this end, NDB has the strategy of broadening its base by developing capital markets in the local currencies of its member countries, issuing bonds in different markets and currencies, and also expand its capital base by attracting other countries of the Global South to be partners and shareholders. When dealing with goals of this magnitude, it is clear that only a multilateral vision and action can make the difference and not leave any country behind. For that, it is essential to restore an effective coordination role of the United Nations and reform the Bretton Woods institution to play a key and strategic role. The NDB, the Bank of BRICS, is ready to join hands with all countries in the world, multilateral development banks, international institutions, and other stakeholders, in order to work together addressing developed challenges, provide avenues for the global South to access finance for development that must be sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. And it is important to reiterate that it is necessary a joint effort to reduce the reliance on established and limited traditional financial practices and create architecture that could provide effectively, timely, easy, accessible, and fair financial process. Peace, cooperation, and dialogue are essential for multilateralism and financial sustainability. I wish all a very fruitful and productive summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our next session is the next chapter, AI's evolution and emerging opportunities, with His Excellency Faisal Al-Banai, Secretary General of ATRC and Chairman of AI71. This session is moderated by Anna Stewart from CNN.
Your Excellency, this is such a pleasure. Now, before we launch into this session, I think it's important to note some of the conversations we've all been having around the halls, and so much has been focused on what governments should do to develop and deploy artificial intelligence. And just to consider where we're at here in the UAE, this is the first country to decide that AI was so significant that they needed to create the position of an AI minister. It is also the country that created the ATRC in 2020, which is the Advanced Technology Research Council, of which His Excellency is the Secretary General. And before we start to sort of delve into the exciting pioneering work you've been doing, I think it would be important to just explain the umbrella of the ATRC, because it's got 3 pillars within it, and they've all created some really exciting ventures.
Thank you for the intro. A quick background of what we do in ATRC. So we were created through a decree in the summer of 2020. So just as COVID was becoming quite interesting and revealing in how it's going to impact our lives. And ATRC has 3 key mandates. The umbrella mandate, of course, is driving and helping Abu Dhabi and the UAE move to the knowledge economy. Really leveraging everything done in the last 50 years in terms of building infrastructure and building services and building a number of other sectors, and really helping the journey of UAE in the knowledge economy. So we have TII, which is the Technology Innovation Institute, around 10 research centers, everything from quantum research center to crypto to autonomous to biotech and others. We have Aspire, which is the program management office that really talks to clients and talks to the research center and tries to identify which are the most interesting research topics to address, since at the end of the day, we are an applied research center. We are not an academic research center. We are here to solve very specific problems. And last but not least is Venture One, which is, as we work on our research, and again, as I mentioned, it's applied research, it's to drive fixing a problem. If we are successful in our research and we reach a stage where we have a solution that we can demo and it shows its ability to meet its goals,
Venture one is there then to take it to license it or to create a startup out of it in this regard. And we own all of that journey. And within the last 3 years that we started, we now have over 1,000 researchers in the UAE within our research centers. We have over 100 universities globally that are on our payroll for the next 2 to 3 years that are working on our problem statements. And we have over 150 research projects that we are engaged in, and we are really moving extremely fast on them.
I mean, let's take the research pillar here. And one of the most well-known, I think, products from that has been Falcon, which is a huge foundation large language model. And if you consider sort of the world's biggest LLMs, the ones that we all know, they've been created by some of the biggest companies in the world, the tech companies. We're talking about Meta, Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI. And then you have one that's been created by a government, which is a very interesting concept in itself. But also, what's so interesting about this specific one is you've decided to make it open source. Why is that?
I think we had an interesting journey, and I think it starts with the point of having leadership that has a very clear vision. And we are chaired by His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad bin Zayed, which is the executive chairman of Abu Dhabi Executive Council and the chairman of ATRC. And the vision that says we are committed to research, we are committed to technology, and hence we have room to also start experimenting. So the experiment in the AI and how important AI was, we started playing with large language models sometime in the summer of 2020. And at that time, ChatGPT was not out, so we had not heard of ChatGPT at all. But we started funding the internal teams to work on that concept, although frankly we did not know where it's going to head. But we knew it's an interesting technology to play with. Very soon after ChatGPT came out, and we were like, oh, okay, I guess this technology is more interesting than what we thought it would be. And then that's when we started moving. And in April, May of 2023, we started having Falcon, the 40 billion parameter model. And this was a small experiment within the research team that we had. And I remember the research team mentioned saying, we think we have a good model. We think it performs well globally. You know, what do we think we'll do about it? And my view was, I'm no expert in AI. I don't know whether what you're telling me is true or not and how good we are. Let's do an experiment. Let's release this open source. Let the world decide how good our AI is. And if it's good or somehow good, we'll probably gain some visibility to help people work with us more in the AI field. Now, 1 week later, after releasing it in open source, we were ranked by an independent site called Hugging Face as the best performing open source AI model globally, beating every other player in the market in that regard. So this was, okay, I guess we can build something over here. That's when we started further taking the journey of building the next larger model of Falcon, and that was the Falcon 180 billion model. We released it in September. Sometime in the middle, Facebook launched Llama 2, another great model. They became the #1 model. In September, we again surpassed every other open source model globally with Falcon 180 billion model. So that showed we, as a small player, we're not the US, we're not China, we're a small player, but we are a small player that is extremely focused on what we want to do and extremely determined in getting there, that we are able to play with the larger boys. And I think that set the journey, and we'll talk about that, I think, in the next questions, set the whole journey of what our journey is in AI and how credible we are in the AI space.
I mean, it's an interesting concept. You're really looking at democratizing AI in a way and also encouraging other people to try and develop the technology very quickly. Talk to me about one of the new announcements you have about the Falcon Foundation, because that's going to encourage even more open source projects.
Absolutely. Our view when it comes to AI is the following. I think if we look at how the internet age has evolved, and at least I'm old enough in this room that have lived before the internet and after the internet. And what we saw in the internet age and the boom that the whole internet brought in is there were a lot of technologies that very few technology players ended up controlling. And although it was great on one side because technology was concentrated with large players that can invest in technology, the downside, at least in a certain element of technology, we had to give up our entire data to these companies, where they control our data, they have access to a lot of set of our data to be able to access the technology that they're having. I think it's good, but it had a downside. In the AI space, we were concerned that if we let things move in their own trajectory, in their own momentum, do we really want to choose between leveraging advanced AI and giving out complete control of our data so that that AI can process the data? I don't know. I don't think it's the right direction. Do we want to use AI in a black box that very few players control, and like what happened in social media in the last 2 or 3 years, where if I didn't like what you're saying or what someone else was saying, someone in the social media company can wake up one day, they can turn our voice down or they can turn our voice up. I don't know whether we want this in AI, because AI is going to make much more decisions than social media app is going to do. So combining whether we're going to give up our data or not, combining whether we want AI in a black box that someone will fully control, and at the same time really controlling the destiny of how we're going to leverage AI, we were determined to ensure that there is a parallel option available. Other than proprietary AI, AI should be made available for everyone. AI should be a major equalizer. And that's what drove us to release Falcon in the early days as open source. And we announced yesterday the creation of Falcon Foundation model, very similar to the Linux model in Linux Foundation, where it's an independent body. It will manage Falcon and Falcon future generation. And as UAE, we are going to contribute to this foundation over $300 million of further future model upgrades that will happen, and it's free for everyone. Any country, any company, any individual that wants to use that Falcon base will use it for free. That, combined with what we are going to do now under AI-71, which is the more commercial company building medical, education, and other sectors, it's all built on you, the country, you, the company, you, the individual, should have control on your data, regardless of the AI you use. And I think that's the future that we see, and that's a key part of us setting up the foundation.
I mean, I see one small issue with being a trailblazer in AI, and that is the disruption. Because when we look at technical sort of revolutions around the world, this one's happening really rapidly. How concerned is the UAE about the disruption this will create in the workforce?
I think whether we all like it or not, AI is here to stay, and AI is moving fast. Now, whether we can all stay very concerned about it or not, the current spike in AI, at least this generation of AI, large language models or generative models, has only happened in the last 14 months since ChatGPT really brought it to the world. If you're going to take a year or two to decide policy, this train has seriously left the station, and you will be behind. I think the opportunity is, will there be a disruption? In every technological revolution, there's been a disruption. I think the time now is, especially for a lot of the growth countries, a lot of the developing countries, it's a golden opportunity to act as a multiplier effect for your capabilities. Let's take a good example. If you are an individual lawyer, or you are a guy that has ambitions to produce, I don't know, movies or whatever it may be, one lawyer today, combined with AI, can act in the power to serve other companies as if you are a 50-man law firm. The AI can dramatically amplify your capabilities. So suddenly it's going to create a lot of small companies that will be able to compete with very large companies. The same is happening in the media industry, in the movie industry, in engineering industry, and other industries. So there's a lot of opportunity for the small to medium players to grow and grow dramatically. And when it comes to AI, I think this is the time where countries like UAE has a golden position. Other countries that want to move the same. You need to be very decisive, like currently how the UAE is in terms of its journey in AI and how fast it wants to move in AI. You need to be very clear how you're going to remove bureaucracies around data. If you don't start leveraging your data clearly, you're going to lose. If you don't prepare your data, whether you're a company or you're a country, you don't prepare your data to be ingested by AI, AI is not a magical wand, it needs data. If you start giving your data out to companies that will use your data to train their AI, you've just given out, I mean, if I take a good analogy, in the last 10, 20, 30 years, there has been countries that had oil, and countries that had oil or other resources or other minerals did very well. The new oil in the AI world is data. Every country, every enterprise has data. Now, either you willingly give that data out to AI companies to train on, and hence you've given out your data oil well, or you use that for your advantage to improve it for your country. And I think that's where the opportunity is.
I mean, it feels almost like the UAE here is being the world's sandbox for AI. Let's move on to one of the other announcements you've made this week in regards to you're going to welcome problems from other countries and try and solve them.
So again, in line with the spirit of this country, in line with the vision of the leadership of this country, stemming out of the vision of the president of the country, we are a country that is connected to the world. We are a country that's welcoming everyone and engaging with everyone. So the view has been is with the creation of ATRC and the momentum we've had in technology and how we're able now to go from zero to actually building technology that's already going into industry and going to multiple fields in the space. So we are today serving a lot of the UAE ecosystem, but we made an announcement today of launching a platform where we are opening up for a lot of the growth countries, a lot of the developing countries, I mean anyone in general, but I think the growth and developing countries will benefit the most, where we're saying, here is our 1-800 number. You can call us. Tell us what's the challenge that you have, whether in agriculture and medical and whatever it is. Maybe you have a lot of uncleaned water in certain areas and it's costing a lot to clean this water for drinkable part, or whatever problem or challenge you have. We would listen to that challenge. We would see whether we can solve it in our research center or our ecosystem, where we are connected to over 100 universities globally to work on whatever problem statements we have. And if we think we can do, we are willing to fund it ourselves, work on that problem statement, work with you to test it in your market, and see then how is the right way to deploy it in whatever means or commercial structure we have. And for that, we've allocated another $200 million to be able to work on these problem statements, leveraging not just money, but leveraging money and our now technical capability, where UAE is truly becoming a technology exporter and a connector to many parts of the world. And that's the role the leadership sees this country, and to be able to really share what we do with many other players.
So if anyone in the audience has any problems at all, please contact His Excellency, because he's got some money to solve it. Thank you very much. It was such a treat to meet you.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أيها الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة أندري راجولينا رئيس جمهورية مدغشقر. هذه الجلسة ستكون باللغة الفرنسية. يرجى التكرم باستخدام السماعات للترجمة الفورية.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency André Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. Please note that the following session will be in French. Please use your headsets for instant interpretation.
Vos Altesses, chers leaders, chefs d'État et de gouvernement, chers participants, mesdames et messieurs, je tiens tout d'abord à adresser mes chaleureux remerciements à son Excellence M. Mohamed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, président des Émirats arabes unis, pour l'hospitalité qui a été réservée à ma délégation et moi-même. Les Émirats arabes unis, à travers Dubaï, incarnent aujourd'hui un modèle de développement économique planétaire. La transformation d'un désert en métropole économique mondiale en quelques décennies prouve qu'avec une vision et la force du travail, on peut transformer un rêve en réalité. Cela incarne une réussite exemplaire, une source d'inspiration universelle. Rassemblant 190 pays, Dubaï réunit aujourd'hui le monde à travers ce sommet mondial des gouvernements pour discuter de la transformation et l'accélération du développement au niveau global. Et c'est avec fierté que je suis ici pour représenter Madagascar, mon pays. Ce sommet est devenu un espace incontournable pour discuter des priorités, des visions futures, pour favoriser la coopération internationale en échangeant sur les meilleures pratiques dans le but de trouver des solutions efficaces pour mieux servir l'humanité. C'est la raison pour laquelle la participation de Madagascar à ce sommet est primordiale, car cela nous donne l'occasion de partager notre vision afin d'atteindre nos objectifs communs. Le monde est en pleine mutation avec les avancées technologiques et il convient à chaque pays de valoriser ses atouts pour harmoniser un développement durable. En ce qui concerne Madagascar, la plus grande île du continent africain, avec ses 5000 km de côte, se positionne comme un pont entre l'Afrique, l'Asie, le Moyen-Orient et toute la région Indienne-Océanie, car il faut savoir que nous abritons aujourd'hui 5% de la biodiversité mondiale. La richesse du pays ne demande qu'à être exploitée pour atteindre le développement tant attendu depuis des décennies. Face aux défis rencontrés et au vu de rattraper le retard de développement accumulé depuis 60 ans, Madagascar s'est penché sur plusieurs secteurs essentiels. Avec 80% de sa population vivant dans les zones rurales, l'agriculture fait partie de nos secteurs prioritaires. Le riz étant la base de l'alimentation de la population malgache, malgré une production de près de 4 millions de tonnes annuelles, nous sommes encore contraints d'en importer. L'objectif que nous nous sommes fixés est de redevenir le grenier rizicole de l'océan Indien dans les années à venir. Pour atteindre cet objectif, l'accessibilité à la terre est une condition indispensable pour pouvoir développer une agriculture pérenne. En effet, la population rencontre de nombreux problèmes d'ordre foncier et cela ne les encourage pas à intensifier leur production. Comme vous le savez, au commencement, même Dieu a créé les cieux, la terre et les hommes. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons le devoir de valoriser cette richesse. C'est l'essence même de notre mission, cultiver et exploiter la terre pour ainsi nourrir les hommes. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons priorisé la distribution de plus de 2 millions de certificats fonciers qui permettra à plus de 36% des familles malagasy d'être propriétaires de leur terrain. Car la terre est sacrée et c'est même notre identité. Outre ces défis du foncier, nous allons construire des usines de production d'engrais et nous allons vulgariser des semences abordables pour rendre accessibles les intrants afin d'augmenter le rendement de la production à l'hectare. Par ailleurs, nous allons aussi développer l'agriculture ou l'agribusiness à grande échelle en augmentant les surfaces cultivables de 100 000 hectares, qui permettra d'atteindre l'autosuffisance alimentaire. Je suis convaincu que dans les prochaines années, Madagascar deviendra le grenier rizicole de l'océan Indien. Le secteur de l'énergie est également un des piliers essentiels du développement. En effet, notre production énergétique actuellement est essentiellement produite par des groupes thermiques. Le coût élevé du kilowattheure rend inaccessible l'énergie et ralentit le développement car seulement 23% de la population ont accès à l'énergie. Nous allons donc accélérer la transition énergétique à Madagascar en installant dans les prochains mois 60 parcs solaires sur 119 districts à travers toute l'île. C'est un grand pas vers une énergie verte, renouvelable et propre. La majorité des populations africaines et 75% des familles malagasy n'ont pas d'accès à l'électricité domestique et s'éclairent encore avec des bougies ou de pétrole lampant. Notre défi est donc de donner un accès à l'électricité à ces familles. Pour cela, nous avons lancé un plan national de distribution massive de kits solaires à travers un programme que nous avons nommé Azavana Uwano, ou la lumière pour tous ou pour chaque foyer, que nous allons donc distribuer près de 4 millions de ménages qui vont économiser entre 2 et 4 dollars par mois pour chaque foyer. Cela constituerait près de 960 millions de dollars d'économies en 5 ans, engendrant ainsi l'amélioration du quotidien de chaque famille, entraînant alors une croissance économique pour le pays. Ce progrès inédit de fournir de l'éclairage dans chaque ménage pour illuminer le pays sur l'ensemble du pays apportera bien évidemment le développement pour le pays. Dans le domaine de la santé, selon la Banque mondiale, 400 millions de personnes dans le monde n'ont pas accès aux services de santé, surtout les plus élémentaires. Plus particulièrement en Afrique occidentale et subsaharienne, 93% de la population n'ont pas les moyens de se payer des soins médicaux ou vivent trop loin des hôpitaux ou avoir l'accès à un traitement. Pourtant, le droit à la santé est un droit universel minimum pour chacun. La problématique du manque d'infrastructures hospitalières a fait perdre la vie à de nombreuses personnes, même pour les maladies les plus bénignes. Les hôpitaux sont éloignés, les routes ne permettent pas les accès aux centres de santé. Madagascar donc a instauré des réformes structurelles considérables depuis les 5 dernières années. Savez-vous qu'un grand pays comme Madagascar, depuis notre indépendance en 1960, on ne compte seulement que 18 centres hospitaliers universitaires pour une population de 28 millions d'habitants. C'est ainsi que, depuis le début de mon mandat en 2019, nous avons construit 30 hôpitaux suivant les normes internationales en seulement 5 ans. Proches de la population, ces hôpitaux sont équipés de blocs opératoires et de nouvelles technologies de pointe telles que les scanners. Par ailleurs, 110 centres de santé de base ont été construits à travers 119 districts sur tout le territoire. Je suis convaincu que c'est une population bien portante et une bonne santé qui peut apporter sa contribution au développement de la nation. Dans le domaine de l'éducation, comme vous le savez, en Afrique comme à Madagascar, plusieurs milliers d'enfants marchent encore pendant plusieurs heures pour rejoindre les écoles ou lieux d'éducation, parfois même sous les arbres, et étudient à même le sol, sans toit et sans équipement de base tels que les tables de banc. C'est pour cela que nous avons relevé le défi de construire 4 198 salles de classe pour scolariser plus de 200 000 élèves en 5 ans seulement. C'est un record à Madagascar qui se rayonnera sur le continent africain. Des manuels et des livres pédagogiques et des outils informatiques ont été distribués dans toutes ces écoles. Des cantines scolaires ont été également mises en place. Nous avons construit des universités et dans les 5 années à venir, nous allons nous focaliser sur la mise en place d'un programme de formation professionnelle adapté aux jeunes et aux besoins du marché du travail. Comme dans le continent africain, 75% de la population malagasy est jeune. C'est une force et un avantage que nous devons exploiter au maximum. C'est dans cet esprit que la politique générale de l'État malagasy s'adresse aux jeunes à travers la formation. Notre objectif est donc que chaque citoyen doive être utile et acteur du développement et non un fardeau pour sa famille et qu'il ne devienne pas une charge pour sa communauté et pour le pays. Nous allons donc investir massivement dans la formation professionnelle pour augmenter la compétence de nos jeunes et réduire le taux de chômage. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, au terme de mon allocution dans ce même registre, c'est avec satisfaction que nous venons concrétiser des projets de coopération avec les Émirats arabes unis dans le domaine de la digitalisation à travers le Digital School et Coders Initiative qui formeront plus d'1 million de jeunes sur les nouvelles technologies. Étant donné que les jeunes malagasy sont talentueux et maîtrisent ces outils, ces programmes favoriseront les accès au marché du travail et permettra l'absorption, le chômage et le taux de chômage. Avec les Émirats arabes unis, nous avons la confiance d'avoir un partenaire avec un savoir-faire de qualité et des expériences pour accompagner Madagascar vers le développement rapide et durable. L'avenir se résume en la préparation de nos générations futures à affronter les défis avec des armes technologiques innovantes qui forgeront le monde de demain. L'espoir de toute une génération repose entre nos mains, nous, les leaders d'aujourd'hui. Notre devoir est de les accompagner pour un avenir meilleur. Vive la coopération entre les gouvernements mondiaux, que les leaders que nous sommes soient porteurs de la transformation d'aujourd'hui et du développement de demain. Que Dieu bénisse nos nations. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أيها الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة محمد مويزو رئيس جمهورية المالديف.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mohamed Mizu, President of the Republic of Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished heads of states and governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. It's an honor to be here at the World Government Summit 2024 in the Emirate of Dubai. I extend my gratitude to the government of UAE for the warm welcome and exceptional hospitality extended to my delegation and me. While I extend my good wishes for a successful summit, may I also commend the UAE leadership and government for continuing to lead the way in promoting inclusive, strong leadership, governance, and partnership. Dubai stands as a global testimonial for impressive progress over a few short decades, highlighting some of the best governance practices and most innovative citizency services. This summit, hosted by the visionary leadership of the UAE, serves as a unique platform for global leaders to discuss and shape the future of governments. Excellencies, I stand before you today to celebrate the remarkable journey of innovation and development in the Maldives. Nestled in the heart of the Indian Ocean, the Maldives has not only been a haven of natural beauty, but also has embraced a visionary approach to progress. My vision for the Maldives is to capitalize on this resilience and the vast opportunities our strategic geographic position opens up. It is to reimagine a Maldives that is forward-looking and inclusive, innovative, and embracing sustainable development. I want every Maldivian, especially our women and youth, to realize their dreams and be assured that their government will continue to support them to help them unleash their power of creativity, entrepreneurship, and innovation. My administration is committed to implementing a bold development agenda aimed at transforming the Maldivian economy. Towards this end, creation of strategic infrastructure assets necessary for immediate as well as long-term development and economic diversification is critical. Excellencies, with the introduction of tourism to our shores in the 1970s, the Maldives has experienced a very fast pace of economic development, quickly moving from a least developed country to an upper middle income country. The outlook for 2024 looks promising, with tourism arrival having shown a growth of 11% in the first month compared to the same period last year. The country is set to achieve 2 million tourist arrivals this year. The tourism sector of the Maldives has witnessed revolutionary advancement, preserving natural wonders while redefining luxury through innovative, eco-conscious resorts, beaches, and underwater rooms and restaurants. All this is done with sustainable tourism practices, setting the Maldives as an example for responsible and forward-thinking travel. In our efforts to expand our tourism sector, we plan to introduce ecotourism, sports tourism, education tourism, and wellness tourism under the visitor economy concept. Important projects that will be pursued in this respect include the redevelopment of the central maritime port of the country, inclusive of a free zone, further expansion of the main international airport, as well as integrated maritime development in the northmost atoll of the country, which also sits along the 8-degree global maritime shipping route. Even though Maldives may be considered a small country compared to the rest of the countries, the Maldives is huge in terms of the strategic geographic position it holds and its unrivaled natural beauty and the vast ocean resources. Our fisheries sector is renowned to the world as practicing the most sustainable harvesting methods. The government is investing into expanding the cold storage and processing capacity by more than double its present amount. This will enhance value addition and maximize the benefits to our fishermen and the industry. Excellencies, innovation is pivotal to the development agenda of my administration. Complementing strategic infrastructure development and further strengthening of our key industries, we are committed to establishing urban centers across different regions of the Maldives, aiming to reduce the island's population's dependency on the capital, Male, while promoting self-sufficiency. These centers will be smart and secure, making them more resilient to the impacts of climate change and fostering sustainability. In today's landscape, artificial intelligence plays a crucial role in bolstering efficiency. My vision for Maldives involves the seamless integration of technology and artificial intelligence to drive productivity and cultivate investment-friendly environments conducive to business growth. Furthermore, the Maldives has embraced innovative governance facilitated by technology to elevate public services and transparency. This approach not only promotes citizen engagement in the democratic process, but also fosters a culture of accountability within our society. Among my presidential manifesto pledges are the promotion of paperless e-government platforms with a focus on one-stop-shop solutions for counter services, extensive use of artificial intelligence in various services, including road traffic flow, community services, and citizenry registration documentations. Keeping the country abreast with technological advances in e-commerce, automation, blockchain and AI-powered solutions will continue to be a priority throughout the next 5 years. Excellencies, the dream of adequate and affordable housing remains elusive for many Maldivians. I am committed to realizing this dream. I am pleased to announce here that the reclamation of the first Maldives eco-city, Ras Maleh, began in December last year. Ras Maleh will transform the Maldives metropolis. The brand new model city will revolutionize the country's urban landscape, addressing housing challenges in the Greater Malé region by providing 65,000 housing units. This landmark project aims to redefine urban life, fostering innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity, while offering unparalleled living standards and a conducive environment for business growth. Most importantly, the Ras Maleh project will be a development based on zero-carbon safe island concept, aligning the project with international standards. More than 1,100 hectares of land is being reclaimed, making it the largest and most extensive land reclamation initiative undertaken in our history. Land will be elevated to 3 meters above sea level, making it resilient to climate change impacts. Designed for inclusive accessibility, Ras Maleh will set new benchmarks for urban sustainability, prioritizing community health, environmental protection, and work-life balance. Excellencies, in the present era, we shouldn't talk about development without considering the climate crisis and the plans to mitigate it. As a small and low-lying island nation, our vulnerabilities are inherent. Heavy rainfall and flooding cause damage to critical infrastructure, our agricultural lands and livelihoods. This directly affects food security and access to resources. The rise of sea surface temperature and El Niño events cause coral bleaching. Our coral reefs have protected our shorelines for centuries. They lay the foundation of our livelihood. Any impact on the reef directly affects fisheries, marine biodiversity, and tourism, which are vital for our economy. My government is resolutely committed to addressing the climate crisis. We are doing everything in our power and with all available resources to contribute to climate action. As such, in response to UAE's call as the presidency of COP28 to increase mitigation ambition, I announced our intention to increase the renewable energy share that meets 33% of the country's electricity demand within the next 5 years. Furthermore, building resilience of our islands is the utmost priority for my government. We have 91 protected areas and 3 UNESCO biosphere reserves. We plan to have 3 more biosphere reserves and at least 1 nature park in each atoll. We have embarked on an ambitious greening project to plant 5 million trees in the Maldives, bolstering resilience in our island communities and achieving our biodiversity targets. Alternative technologies for agricultural farming, such as vertical farming, are being explored to enhance food security. We are drawing our long-term 20-year development plan and will have climate resiliency at the very core of this ambitious vision. Excellencies, as we reflect on the innovation experience of the Maldives, let us acknowledge the resilience and determination that fueled our progress. As Maldives continues its journey of growth and progress, we look to exemplary nations such as our host UAE for guidance and participation. Our relationship with all countries is founded on mutual respect and mutual gain, focusing on economic and political resilience and addressing the needs of our people. As governments, our commitment is first and foremost to our people. Our priority is to do what is best for them by listening to them, uplifting them, and supporting their targets for the development of their communities. My government is here to serve my people, and in order to do that, I plan to work with all of you as partners. The Maldives is eager to learn from your knowledge and share our experiences. No progress is complete if it leaves friends behind. Development must uplift neighbors and friends that respect you. So let us today forge a partnership that transcends hardship and differences, a partnership that recognizes individual priorities and celebrates each other's successes. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أيها الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة بريتفراغسين جروبن، رئيس جمهورية موريشيوس.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honourable Prithviraj Singh Rupan, President of the Republic of Mauritius.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, Presidents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, salam and good afternoon. I bring to you peace and salutations from the government and people of the Republic of Mauritius. At the very outset, I wish to express my profound appreciation to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE President and ruler of Abu Dhabi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of UAE and ruler of Dubai, and the entire government of the United Arab Emirates for the gracious invitation to this esteemed World Government Summit 2024. Like all of you, I am delighted to be present in this vibrant city of Dubai, which has, under the wise guidance of its rulers, been transformed into a port city of confluence in terms of business, finance, technology, and more importantly, into a hub of innovative ideas and initiatives. We should commend UAE for its proactiveness in establishing this meaningful platform for discourse and exchange at a crucial juncture when the international community is called upon to work collectively in addressing a myriad of global interlocking challenges, including conflict in many parts of the world, with its immense human sufferings and destruction, and alarming disruptive effects globally. Climate change, which is an emergency and an existential threat for many of us, biodiversity loss, energy crisis, food security, amongst others. I am therefore honored to join in the dialogue and benefit from the sharing of knowledge, which altogether is capable of generating new ideas and initiatives. One among the major challenges faced by many developing countries is rapid urbanization caused mainly by internal migration. Currently, 58% of the world population lives in urban areas. This percentage is expected to rise to about 70% by 2050. For small islands like Mauritius, urban development represents a significant challenge of balancing economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability. Growing population in a small, limited space represents a daunting task in providing basic infrastructure and essential services such as decent housing, water, and energy. This puts additional pressure on already fragile ecosystems and agricultural areas, which are further exacerbated by adverse impact of climate change. The result is that many developing countries end up making little progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This inevitable phenomenon requires a paradigm shift in our urban development strategies. And the demand for innovative solutions become even more pressing. I wish to share with you that a few weeks back, Mauritius was impacted by a cyclone which brought torrential rain and heavy flooding, causing significant damages to our public and private infrastructure and properties. Neighboring island, Île de la Réunion, was also affected with casualties and severe damage, while two other neighboring islands, last year, Seychelles and Madagascar, faced the dire consequences of powerful tropical cyclones and flash floods. Mauritius had to earmark an amount of over 1 billion in terms of repairs, assistance, and support. However, ladies and gentlemen, present financing model designed to reduce vulnerability while increasing resilience fails to accommodate SIDS' unique needs, realities, and vulnerabilities. Extreme weather conditions are putting immense pressure on public spending, but access to climate finance remains a big challenge. With a view to ensuring inclusivity and sustainable growth, there is need for climate justice in this time of climate emergency. Instead of GDP, it is our earnest wish that climate vulnerability becomes a criterion for concessional finance through non-climate financing mechanisms. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with a view to achieving the Sustainable Development Goal on enhancing inclusive and sustainable urbanization, Mauritius has put several schemes in place to encourage private investment in the development of smart cities, revolving around the work, live, and play concept. A national regeneration program has been introduced, which provides for restoration, consolidation, and improvement of the built fabrics of towns and large villages. Smart cities would be climate neutral and generate their own energy and water resources. Additionally, the government of Mauritius has invested in a modern and innovative form of public transport, introduced electric buses, and came up with tax rebate initiatives on electric and hybrid vehicles. Our Building Act has been amended to make provisions for green building design and construction. The focus is to promote Mauritius as an intelligent, innovative, and sustainable island, offering integrated sustainable solutions, ensuring minimum wastage and maximum comfort for the long-term benefit of all citizens and future generations, irrespective of social and economic class. In the endeavor to making our country a sustainable island, We also welcome cross-border cooperation, most particularly in terms of urban planning, digital governance models, development of green smart cities, sustainable infrastructure, circular economy, energy management, and transportation systems. We would particularly welcome sharing of expertise, research, and experience on sustainable measures such as assessing the value of natural ecosystems as green infrastructure for enhancing climate resilience, including biodiversity conservation, coastal protection, and flood regulation, as well as waste sorting and reducing electricity and water consumption. Furthermore, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Mauritius, tourism is not just an industry. It is the lifeblood of our economy and the heartbeat of our communities. It is crucial to develop expertise in assessing the cost-effectiveness and viability of nature-based solutions, as well as appropriate land use and climate policies to achieve climate mitigation and adaptation goals geared towards sustainable tourism. Tourism represents 8% of our GDP, absorbing 13% of the total workforce. It also contributes far beyond the direct transactions made by tourists. The pandemic has reaffirmed the importance of the industry as one of the key drivers of economic prosperity and employment generation. Thus, for us, preserving our natural assets is not a choice, but an imperative for survival. And thus, building a more resilient and relevant tourism based on preserving our natural assets is not a choice, but an imperative. We envision heading towards a sustainable tourism industry, promoting eco-friendly accommodations, implementing renewable energy solutions, conserving water resources, while attracting responsible tourists who are fully engaged and reaches every level of society, wishing to learn from different cultures and to return home enriched. Furthermore, SIDS have yet to harness the full potential of emerging technologies to foster the sustainability of this industry. Digitalization is key to maintaining competitiveness and meets expectations of the new and dynamic consumer. Mauritius envisions a holistic approach to enhance a tourism industry, bolster healthcare, modernize agriculture, and create a more efficient public sector by leveraging AI. To promote inclusive access to such digital innovations and avoid widened digital divide, we would welcome international cooperation and partnership and capacity building programs. We just look forward to enhancing cooperation with the UAE and other developed countries on innovative technological products such as AI and robotics, and new digital networks like digital public infrastructure, among others, which can unlock new solutions and improve end-user experiences. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have also a number of limitations, such as difficulty of access to digital payment infrastructures, lack of operating systems for digital public infrastructure, and lack of harmonization in digital identity standards across jurisdictions. This makes it difficult to operate a single digital identity system in the region, we believe that this summit could consider the challenges and help us to come up with customized policy measures and implementation recommendations. As a concluding note, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the path forward lies in sustainable practices, innovation, and collaboration. We are here today to focus not only on the challenges that we face, but also on the perspective on how we can also be part of the solutions. It is not just about economic growth, it is about shaping the future of our cities, heading towards more sustainable tourism, preserving our cultural heritage, safeguarding our natural resources for generations to come, while embracing the full benefits of technology and innovation. No country, big or small, has the ability to build a better future on its own. We need to reflect on how governments and the international community should reorganize and reimagine ourselves. To this effect, the solution would be a more collaborative approach to develop strategies and actions for the betterment and prosperity of our people. It is up to each and every one of us, leaders, policymakers, community members alike, to work together towards a shared vision for a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future. We should therefore partner, strengthen the means of implementation, and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development in line with Goal 17 of the SDGs. It is only through strong partnerships and cooperation at all levels that we can achieve our objectives. With this expectation, I thank you for your kind attention and wish all success to the World Government Summit 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أيها الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة وافل رامكالوان، رئيس جمهورية سيشل.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles.
Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I first of all say a big thank you to our host, my brother President Sheikh Mohammed, and all the leadership of the UAE for the warm welcome and for such good organization. It is indeed an honor for me once again to address this august audience as the leader of the smallest country in Africa, both in terms of landmass, but also in terms of population. But at the same time, even though we are small, Seychelles on the African continent has proved that as far as governance is concerned, we are indeed a very serious nation. Together with some of our sister islands like Mauritius and Cabo Verde, we lead in many instances, be it on the Mo Ibrahim Index, be it in terms of the strength of our passport, or when we look at perceptions of corruption, we are way up there. And therefore, we take governance very seriously. And of course, such a summit gives us the opportunity for us to speak about moving forward, gives us the great opportunity to talk about development and how we should all take our countries seriously, and whilst we do so, fight disease, ensure that peace and prosperity reign, and that our peoples, our various peoples, can indeed stand proud and be part of the new world order. For me, today it is a pleasure to address you on behalf of the Seychelles, a nation renowned for its commitment to conservation and sustainability. Today, I am pleased to share with you Seychelles' remarkable initiatives aimed at ensuring sustainable tourism practices while carefully balancing preservation and economic prosperity. Seychelles, as we all know, has long been a global leader in conservation, implementing various initiatives to promote sustainable tourism and safeguard the nation's ecological balance and economic well-being. Central to Seychelles' approach is its commitment to the blue economy, which includes designating a significant portion of the country's marine territory as protected areas, including marine parks and reserves. These efforts are crucial in preserving biodiversity and safeguarding marine ecosystems for future generations. Maybe too often we think of today, but Seychelles is concerned about tomorrow and what legacy we will leave for future generations. Furthermore, Seychelles has established the Seychelles Sustainable Tourism Label, a certification program that recognizes tourism accommodations, operators, and services adhering to sustainable practices such as efficient waste management, energy conservation, community engagement, and of course, environmental protection. In its endeavor to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and mitigate environmental impacts, Seychelles has invested in renewable energy sources like solar and wind power. These initiatives not only contribute to reducing carbon emissions, but also promote a more sustainable approach to tourism activities. I have on this podium mentioned before that Seychelles is now protecting seagrass and also our mangrove forests at 100%. And this means that not only do we clean up what we emit, but that we also clean up what the world emits. Seychelles also emphasizes community involvement and empowerment in tourism development, encouraging local participation in decision-making processes and implementing community-based tourism projects to ensure that communities benefit from tourism revenue. It should not be just about the big boys in the game, but it should be about the whole population benefiting. Moreover, Seychelles has made significant strides in protecting its unique biodiversity through habitat restoration, invasive species control, and species protection programs. Through such conservation efforts, Seychelles has achieved an enviable record of protecting 30% of its marine territory and 50% of its landmass. The nation has also implemented environmentally conscious policies such as banning single-use plastics, plastic straws, and even balloons. We are promoting glass recycling and conducting regular beach cleaning exercises to ensure that the country remains pure. Collaboration is fundamental to Seychelles' sustainability efforts, with various organizations, both local and international, joining in initiatives such as tree planting campaigns. Additionally, the government has imposed moratoriums on large hotel developments and temporary restrictions on room numbers on certain islands to ensure that future developments align with sustainability goals. Seychelles also prioritizes cultural tourism through initiatives like the Creole Rendezvous Brand, offering visitors immersive experiences to appreciate local culture. Preserving and promoting Seychelles' culture and heritage are integral to future development plans, incorporating vernacular architectural styles, supporting local arts and crafts, and integrating cultural activities into urban planning are key components of sustainable development. After all, we should not lose our culture. If we do so, we will lose our identity as a people. Furthermore, we put emphasis on environmental education and awareness among tourists and locals. And these are key priorities for us because it helps foster a culture of sustainability and responsibility amongst tourists. In pursuit of sustainable development, Seychelles is investing in green projects across the islands, including eco-friendly buildings, renewable energy systems, waste management facilities, and smart technology solutions for infrastructure management and resource efficiency. Seychelles also explores regenerative agricultural practices to achieve vibrant, resilient communities while preserving natural beauty and cultural heritage, promoting food security, sustainable land use, and economic prosperity. But of course, international cooperation and partnerships are essential for Seychelles to realize its vision for sustainable island development, particularly in managing marine resources and developing sustainable blue economy sectors like fisheries, aquaculture, and marine tourism. Collaboration with international partners provides access to funding, expertise, and technology transfer, crucial, of course, for maximizing the economic potential of ocean resources while ensuring their long-term sustainability. I take this opportunity, speaking of international cooperation and partnership, to once again advocate for the adoption of a multidimensional vulnerability index, the MVI, which calls for the comprehensive assessment of vulnerabilities to be taken into consideration, and not only the traditional economic metrics for a country to access concessional financing for its development needs. Seychelles' unique geographical challenges, such as susceptibility to climate change and small island status, like all the other islands of the Indian Ocean, leaders who have spoken before me, underscore the importance of a nuanced approach considering various dimensions of vulnerability, including environmental, social, and economic factors. We are not begging as small island developing states. We are not asking for grants. What we are asking for is the opportunity to access concessional finance. In the absence of the MVI, states like Seychelles and Mauritius will continue to be excluded from much-needed finance for their commitment to sustainable development and resilience-building efforts. Finally, Seychelles recognizes the importance of accurately measuring the economic impact of tourism. collaboration with the United Nations World Tourism Organization on the Tourism Satellite Account project has been instrumental in understanding the industry's contribution to GDP, employment, and foreign exchange earnings. Through such collaboration, Seychelles aims to align tourism strategies with sustainable development goals and accurately assess the economic benefits of tourism. In conclusion, Seychelles remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring sustainable tourism practices that balance the preservation of natural resources with the economic benefits of tourism. Through international cooperation, community involvement, and innovative initiatives, Seychelles aims to advance its island development objectives, build resilience against environmental challenges, and foster inclusive and equitable economic growth. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان: هل تستطيع التكنولوجيا تشكيل مستقبل للأمم؟ نستضيف معالي إيدي راما رئيس وزراء جمهورية ألبانيا، والسير توني بلير رئيس الوزراء السابق للمملكة المتحدة.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation titled Transforming Nations, Is Tech Our Solution? With His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, and Sir Tony Blair, 51st Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Right, hi everyone. Very good to be with you all at this World Government Summit. And I'm actually mainly today, which is unusual for me, I'm going to be doing the interviewing, actually asking the questions rather than answering them. But the context is very simple. We're living through this extraordinary technology revolution. And in my judgment, and the judgment of my institute, which now works in many different countries throughout the world, this technology revolution gives us the opportunity to do something that is not being conceived of for many, many years, and that is to reimagine the state itself. Because a 19th century state was a minimalist state. Didn't do a lot for people, didn't raise a lot of money, didn't spend a lot of money, didn't do a lot for people. The 20th century state grew into this huge apparatus, especially in developed nations, with large amounts of money spent, a large amount of provision from government, but today, often not operating in a very effective way. The question for this century is, can you reimagine the state through the technology revolution, create a 21st century state that delivers high quality services at much lower cost to their citizens? That's the challenge. There's no one better to discuss it with than my friend Prime Minister Edi Rama of Albania. Albania is a country that, you know, back in the 1980s and early 1990s was very much left behind by the world. Over these past years, it's made extraordinary leaps forward. Its GDP has risen enormously just over this last 10 years or so. And Eddie, as Prime Minister, is focused very much on the technology revolution and what it can do for his country. And I actually would just wanted to start, Eddie, with an overall sort of macro question, which is, I mean, the title of our session is tech the solution? I mean, I would say, but tell me whether you agree or not, it's certainly a very major part of it. How big is this technology revolution, and how hard is it for political leaders to keep up with it?
First of all, I want to correct a bit the presentator, because I was presented as the Prime Minister and Tony was presented as the 51st Prime Minister of Britain. But I want the audience to know that I would not be nor Prime Minister and either a man engaged in politics without him. And before knowing him, he was my role model, and he was the inspiration to enter politics, to reform the Socialist Party, and to believe that not only politics can be a force for good, but it can be a third way for the left. So I wanted this to be clear because that's how you will all understand that I can't be more privileged than finding myself being interviewed by someone that now is a friend and is an honor, but is the main reason why I became a Prime Minister. And I would say that we came out from a long time in darkness. We were the North Korea of Europe. We were completely cut off the world. We were told to be the only true communist country. And for us, all of them that pretended to be communists were just traitors. So we were completely on our own in a poverty that for me today is even impossible to process how it was possible, and an isolation like no one. And of course, we entered in a new era of change, of building a democratic state, of building institutions. But what we learned in the hard way is that you can change a system in some days, but you cannot build institution in many years. And so the institution building process in the traditional way would have taken I don't know how many decades, if not centuries. With technology, you can make a jump in the future that it's really something that until the current events of innovation would be unimaginable.
And generative AI is obviously, I mean, this is its own revolution, and you're trying now in Albania to take advantage of that. What are you doing? You're building a digital infrastructure. You've got plans for digital identity. I mean, tell us about the different elements of how you're bringing about this digital revolution to the country.
Listen, I don't know how many people in the audience are familiar, but I'm sure that everyone that has known something about Albania in the last 30 years have heard that it's a country that suffers from corruption, is a country that suffers from crime, is a country that suffers from all the bad things. And a big part of it has been true. A part of it has been kind of augmented by the international media. But when you have to build a modern state, when you have to build functioning institutions, you have to count on people, right? So in every process, you have to count on people. And counting on people is not enough, because as the saying goes, it's not the people that corrupt the systems. It's the systems that corrupt the people. So you need to build systems that are then capable to keep the people on leash in terms of respecting procedures, respecting everyone's rights. And what technology does is that gets out of the picture the middleman and makes possible that the system of service to the people relates directly with the people. Let me give you an example. We changed completely the way we deal with our public services with papers. Until not many years ago, for every paper, for every certificate, for every license, for every type of document to prove things like you have never been convicted or you have never been taken off your driving license, you had to stay in line, in long lines, in front of counters, in bad conditions, and then a lot of bad things happen even to cross the line and to get the paper before.
And all of that is digitized now?
All is digitized. We don't have any more counters. Everything is a direct interaction between the person that need the service and his smartphone or his computer. People said at that time this will kill practically the chances for the elderly, will kill the chances for the farmers to have access. On the contrary, this gave access to all of them that in the physical relation had no chance to go and stay in the line and take the bus to go from the village to the city and so on.
And I think the thing that's interesting is you can literally go through every single aspect of government and see how change can come about, right? You can do it in healthcare, you can do it in education, you can do it in the payments that are made to people, but you also have done it in terms of your move towards Europe and how you change the regulations in order to make Albania a good partner for that European path.
Yes, this is another example how technology can be the bless of countries that are behind, and how technology can make countries that are behind do things that without technology would have been impossible, and even overcome countries that are far ahead of them. To enter the European Union, technically, we need to transpose all the so-called body of law of the European Union. And just to give an idea to the audience, is about more than 4,000 laws and bylaws that need to be transferred. Traditionally, this has implied for countries before us an army of translators, an army of drafters, an army of certifiers, and as a minimum, in the case of Croatia that was very successful, 7 years.
So it took 7 years for Croatia.
7 years to do just this, the transfer of papers. It's mountains of papers. So luckily, one of the most prominent figures of OpenAI and ChatGPT is an Albanian lady. So I called her when ChatGPT just appeared, and I said, can you help Albania to enter faster in the European Union? She thought I was laughing. I said, no, listen, can we use this to make the transfer? She said, interesting, let's try. And our tests are telling us that we can do it as the technology is now developed in a bit more than 2 years. But seeing how the technology is improving every month, I'm sure that this time will shorten. So it's about a change that it's even impossible to get where can bring us in terms of fast arrivals in stations that otherwise would have needed generations and generations to arrive.
And in terms of the infrastructure that you require to make these changes, it is about having a cloud infrastructure, so your data are held in the cloud, and then the digital identity so that each citizen can interact with government through their smartphone?
So we are working with the two bigger, let's say, sources of knowledge and of technology of our time, Microsoft and Oracle, and we are trying to get the best of the one and the other. And having been attacked very viciously by Iran some time ago, and being in perpetuum a target of cyber attacks from Iran, we know, just not rationally only, but we know from our skin how important it is to have safe data. And going in an Oracle-designed cloud, it's another important reason to have the safety and the integrity of your data in a cloud that is designed for you, and is just Albania's cloud. So this is something that is developing a lot in the Oracle world. And in the meantime, with Microsoft, we are working in artificial intelligence solutions that we are very optimistic will give us an important boost to feel the future much nearer than today.
And how do you find your own system with this? Because part of I mean, anyone who's ever been in government knows that the problem is that government systems, can be somewhat resistant to change, let's say. And, you've got the potential, for example, in healthcare, you can have something similar to an AI doctor sitting alongside the real doctor. In education, it's possible now. I mean, there are fantastic innovations happening where you can effectively personalize education for young people. Because you'll want to introduce all of these changes into Albania. How difficult is it to get your system to move?
I believe it's more difficult in Germany and Britain because these countries, the big countries, developed countries, have also very developed machines of bureaucracy that are made in other times and that are like very big ships you have to start and turn. Ours is just a little boat, and jumping from that boat and taking the new technology as a possibility is just a bless. So practically we don't have this. So of course we have resistance, but it's more the resistance of laziness sometimes in the bureaucracy. But otherwise we can do all these things because we don't have to remove mountains that are well settled there, but we have simply to run and to run and to run forward. So I don't see this as one of the main challenges.
Right. So if you take this idea that it's possible through technology to, people always talk about is the leapfrog potential. In other words, you take a country at a lesser stage of development, but they can pass a developed country by the utilization of technology. But to do that, just so that we're clear about it, because these are the changes that you've made in Albania, you're putting in place the digital infrastructure, then you'll put in place the applications on top of that, and you'll have the ability for the citizen to interact direct with government across services. I mean, this affects also every part of your economy, agriculture, for example.
Yes. What you mentioned about the teachers and the doctors is another part of the blessing, because it means that countries like Albania will be able through technology to participate in a space of the best know-how of the world. So this also addresses the problem countries like ours, but also other countries in Europe, are having with staff, with teachers that are ready to go in another place to teach, or with doctors that are ready to stay for a wage that is not enough. So all the southern European Union is suffering from doctors leaving and going elsewhere. So this is another part of the blessing, the capacity to get the best know-how through technology. And look at this city. This city is one of the most secure in the world. But it's one of the most secure in the world not because there is an amount of policemen that is bigger than in other cities in the world. On the contrary, I have been in the Emirates now a half a dozen of times. I still don't know how a policeman looks in this country because it's the technology. And state-of-the-art technology has made this country one of the countries with the lowest crime rate in the world. So through technology, through this new technology, we can solve problems of criminality, we can solve problems of corruption. And we can give to societies and to countries that, for historical reasons, for many other reasons, are behind in terms of institutional network of a state, the possibility to overcome this very, very long way of falling behind and to proudly serve their citizens.
So we're just coming to the last minute, and as you say, I mean, the UAE is one of, I would say, 4 or 5 exemplar countries in the world in terms of its use of technology. So when you look ahead, and you know, Albania, over this last 20 years, I think your GDP has multiplied by roughly 8 times. So it's a country that's been accelerating. Where ideally would you like it to be in 5 years' time with the use of technology?
Ideally, I would want Albania to be in 5 years' time a country that behaves and works like an EU member state. And then will be or not formally in the European Union, this is not our decision. But as we are ending, and you know better than many other people that inviting a Balkan guy to have a conversation and pretending to have a short conversation is a mission impossible, but still you are doing well. So I want to say one thing at the end, which has to do with technology, but also not. So we were talking about, also before here, where this technology will go and what will. But one thing I'm not sure the technology will ever be able to bring at home, which is the sun, the beautiful beaches, the beautiful valleys, the wonderful mountains, the great rivers, the fantastic lakes, and the very hospitable people of Albania. So I want to tell everyone here, come to Albania, and in that environment, you will have even better thoughts about how technology can complement the bless of God for a country that has been very much cursed by its history.
Well, Eddie, you spoke of your admiration for me. You're one of the leaders I admire most in the world today. Thank you so much for being with us, and congratulations on what you're achieving and what you're going to achieve in the future. And thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، كانت هذه آخر جلسة رئيسية لهذا اليوم. نشكركم على حضوركم القمة العالمية للحكومات 2024. سيتجدد لقاؤنا معكم غدا عند الساعة 9 صباحا.
Distinguished guests, this was the last plenary session for today. We thank you for your attendance and look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the third day of the World Government Summit 2024.